It's showtime.
Look, dumping my swisher guts on my high school diploma, knowing I'm highly educated from my aroma. Don't know where it's coming from, but I know it's marijuana, and you can smell the leaves in the room. Check, look, I got a new weed strand, come from New Zealand, and it's a new weed brand from my new weed man. Connected to the growers, I'm a true weed fan. I'm a true weed stan, green thumb and green hand. Jammin' Lee Village, I'm a cool geek, man. I got a smooth freak who chillin' for a cool week, man. Running through them papers like a Newsweek thing. Cause all my cushions fuckier than Juneteenth bands. I'm selling.
Yeah, DQ. Check. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on me. Niggas out here making moves, see a hand out the type of
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? We in the building. Rush, what up? Let's see who was first in the building real quick. Let me see. So let me start doing that. Rush is first in the building. Peace to you, big fella. Thurman in the building. What's going on? We're gonna have this conversation. Try Media back at it again. Last night was a great night. Logic had a great show. Peace to you, Marcus, for contributing. We appreciate that. Then we had a conversation about a presidential debate. We didn't get out of here. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning last night. So that debate was fun. I don't even want to go into that. We did a recap right after the debate. I'm probably thinking about doing another one, possibly. But peace to the chat. Peace to everybody watching wherever you at. We are going to break down, okay, this conversation. But I'm gonna let everybody introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what they got going on. DQ in the building. What's going on, G?
Yo, 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 what's good, everybody? Try Media, what's poppin'? Yeah, we in the building, man. I'm feeling good. Another day, another 100. We're gonna make it work, make it happen. It's a nice little debate topic we got right here.
Yeah, we got some stars in the building tonight. Definitely got some stars in the building. Chef Punk Ass Afraid. Peace to Carnivorous Podcast. He's somewhere shaving a cat, but he definitely wearing Under Armour while he's doing it. Go ahead. Hits in the building. What's going on, G? Shots fired.
What's up? What's up? Peace to the chat. No, I was just sharing the show over to Twitter.
Hello.
Put it on Facebook. No, it should be on Facebook already, right?
It's on Facebook too.
Yeah, it's on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
How come the Instagram don't go? All right, we'll worry about that later. Nah, what's up, everybody? You know, we here to talk about same argument. Been going on for what, about a year now, year or two. The role of Puerto Ricans and hip hop. So let's get it. What's up, Logic? What's up, Sosa? What's up, Cuban?
Peace.
Thurman, Sunchild, Teddy, and Rush.
We got the gang. We got a gang in here today.
I'm sorry, y'all.
What's going on?
I was on mute. What's up with everybody?
Yeah, get your audio together, bro. Your audio works good on your shows. Every time you come on my show, you just screwing up your audio. Get your audio together. Go ahead. What's going on, G? There we go.
And that's how we do it.
Damn. What's up, Sid? What's up, Sunshine? Sosa, what's going on, G?
Shit, man, everything good, man. You know, share what I know, learn what I don't know. Oh, wrong show, man. Shit, just kicking it, man. See what we got going on. See what we got going on, man. See if we can get to a good old fight on Friday, man.
Like, yeah, this might be a fight. I agree.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Cuban already got the look on his face, so I don't want to disappoint. Pure
Mandarin from Iron Man 2.
Yeah,
pure. He just ready to take everybody hostage and kill everybody. When are y'all gonna jump out the window? I already knew. Just before I introduce you, I'll let you introduce yourself. I already knew that this is gonna be spicy. This is not a show that I'm looking forward to. I'd rather get it out the way early, so that way everybody got a full day to get over their feelings, and then hopefully we can get back to it. Shout to Bronny James. Shout to Bronny James using that nepotism in the building. Nepotism, I love it. That man is averaged 4 points in college and plays he's a reserve for the Los Angeles Lakers because his father so happens to be the GOAT. Oh, cool. I like that. I said he was the GOAT. Nobody said nothing. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Cuban. What you got for me, G? Jody Breeze.
Let's get the hamster wheel going.
Oh my God. All right, so chat, I'm warning you now, okay? This is not going to be like one of those civil tri-media shows where we just, you know, we're trying to be corporate and all this, that, and the other. This is going to be a little different. This particular show is a hot topic. We've been arguing about it, and we all can't seem to go. We all can't seem to agree. So the conversation is this. KRS One came out last week and stated that Hispanics, Spanish, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, whatever you want to call it, whatever that class is integral to hip hop. And when he was pushed further, he said that they were part of the creation of hip hop. And Lord Jamar of Brand Nubian fame later on went on to state that he wasn't upset about it, but that he's incorrect. But what it's done is made everybody take a look at those beginnings in the 70s, right? To see, you know, what exactly, why is KRS One saying this? Why is KRS One saying that? And it's caused a real argument, even amongst people. So to get this party started, the show is hip hop's Hispanic origins, the secrets buried in the Bronx. Now I'm a Bronx. I'm gonna challenge all of y'all. Listen, I'm hosting the show. I have my own opinion, but I'm hosting the show too. Respect the host, right? And just remember, we got 5 people up here that all want to talk, so have measured responses. So the first question that I would have, I guess I would put it to Cuban. I'm gonna put it to everybody. Did Hispanics have anything to do with the creation of hip hop? I'll let you go first.
Well, I have to correct your question and the title of your show because a Hispanic is a Spaniard. So the conversation that's being had is Boricua, right? In particular.
Mm-hmm.
So were they the creators? No. Was it so-called African Americans? No. Was it individuals just of the so-called Caribbean? No. It was a collective. It wasn't just one group. That's the position I go with, that it was a collective of people. What is the proof in the pudding? The proof in the pudding. Well, let me rephrase this. And let me make it simple for your viewers that are more acquainted with, let's just say, Black Egypt. You're going to have difference of opinion. And this person comes with their information. And this person comes with their information. And this person's quoting this scholar and this book, right? You're going to have different perspectives because of where people were, because of when they were born. So there's going to be different perspectives. I base it off of the three founders of the subculture. So the first is DJ Kool Herc, who was Jamaican. The second is Lance Taylor, who many people call Afro Bambaataa. He is Barbadian and Jamaican. And the lastly is DJ Grandmaster Flash, who's Barbadian. That was known for the sound because he was Jamaican. And in Jamaica, when you talk dancehall, sound, big speakers. So Herc, in his Cadillac, was driving around with huge speakers. And he was having the park jams. He was having the parties, period. It was the sound. It was the merry-go-round. The merry-go-round was the part of the song which he looped, which had the B-boys dancing to, they waited for that particular part of the song. He's on record discussing this. Lance Taylor is, regardless what he's done, an eclectic DJ. Lance Taylor brings about the various songs. Lance Taylor brings about the aspects of the aspect of it becoming more broader than just so-called Latinos or so-called African Americans, so-called Caribbean people, because now you're talking about Zulu Nation, and Zulu eventually goes global. Grandmaster Flash, turntablism, amongst other things. So these are the founders. That's DJs. But now you have MC, not a rapper, an MC, a b-boy, a grapher. Hip hop is not rap music. So when people are having this discussion, they're discussing rap, not hip hop. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot. You can't have a hand without fingers. The fingers and the hand go together, right? The four fingers, those four elements, the hand, boom, hip hop. There you go. So it's their elements to the subculture. And in this, you have a plethora of different people that are a part of this, in making this, in doing the different various elements. And I'd like to go on record to say this. In all actuality, I personally don't care. I don't care. Why? Because look at the subject matter. Look at the arguments that's occurring between groups. Comments is being made. I don't agree with Busta Rhymes saying that Black people in this world, in this country, have no culture. That's absurd. It's absurd. So,
All right, 5 seconds. Finish your thought.
so what? It to me, it's divisive. It's further dividing versus bringing the people together because this is at the end of the day art. And I think the situation of Lance Taylor is what needs to be addressed by all these people in hip hop, which they don't, and which only a few have. But we're going to discuss, who started this? No, this is mine. No, it's mine. It's divisive. It's
Okay.
divisive. It's just it's. I'm telling you, it's very much similar to Black Egypt.
Okay. So you want to go next, or you want me to go to somebody else?
Yeah, I can go next.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Sosa in the building.
Yeah, I ain't got 5 minutes for y'all, so I'm gonna disappoint greatly in my little thing.
Yeah, I don't have 5 minutes. But go ahead.
I'm talking in terms of like when I look at just when we look at just the hip hop, I kind of side with KRS One, right? And I would kind of lean on him too because he's at that founding base. He's on the ground, right? In terms of the whole collaboration of it, and just being young and coming up around it. What I saw in terms of aesthetics, yeah, they were a huge part of my upbringing and what of early hip hop. You know what I mean? Because hip hop was before rapping took off, it was more of the style, the clothing, the pop locking, the break dancing, like that pop first. You know what I mean? But breaking 1, breaking 2, electric boogaloo, like that is what like skyrocket hip hop. Like the rap caught on, like the rap caught on like later on. You know what I'm saying? Then you start getting the crush grooves, things like that. So I kind of lean with KRS One to that degree. I think that they've been there at the onset. They were pivotal in shaping what we consider hip hop, and they were some of the founders of hip hop. So I think it's collaborative with Hispanics.
Okay, before I go to you, you done? I'm not for you. Was you done, Sosa?
No, I ain't right there.
Okay. So before I go to you, Hits, I got to shout to the chat. Jason Moore in the chat, they're saying Buster said something. Some Latinos came a little after hip hop was already established, but it's saying Buster needs the answer for that. If a Black person said that about Jamaican culture, it would be an issue. So if y'all could educate me as to what he said, y'all can go look for it. Peace to you, Pure Black. Thurman in the building, day one. Mika in the building, Sister Safa. Why does she not have wrench? Marcus in the building. Okay, so we got some people in here with us. Hits or DQ? Which one of y'all want to go first? You got to get them a wrench.
I can I was gonna sum mine up when it comes to after listening in, because I had to listen to both parts last night. When it comes to creation, I'm gonna say no. When I'm gonna say the contribution and participation, I'm gonna definitely say yes. And that's how I'm gonna go. I'm gonna elaborate on it later.
Okay. Hits.
What's up? I would say hip hop culture, whether it's the clothes, the music, the language, the DJing, the dancing, is just a continuation of African American culture and music. I'll show that later through a timeline that anybody can find online. And these timelines aren't in major dispute throughout. Like if you go to jazz, there's no big dispute. Gospel music, if you go to that timeline, there's no major dispute of who, where, and around the time frame it started. Ragtime, bebop, rhythm and blues, funk, like all of the, and in no particular order. Disco, house music, techno, rock and roll. That's a big one, right? There's no dispute or major dispute where these came from and some of the people who started them and who they influenced after them. So I think this argument is the same argument that is brought, not argument, but this discussion is brought up after these cultural creations and everyday activities go mainstream, start involving other people, start involving money, and things of that nature. So I just think, if we look at the timeline, we can see the natural progression. But because we have the 70s, we have photographs. A lot of these people are still alive. We have actual interviews. And just to center people, I think a lot of people count Herc, Bambaataa, and Flash as the forefathers of hip hop. I have an interview with Grand Mixer DXT that feels like I feel. A lot of people start hip hop in around the mid 70s when you have rap groups, breakdance crews, spray painting crews, and the rap crews is the DJ and the rappers. So that's twofold. So that's where people are starting it from. That is literally second generation. And far as influence, if Flash is Barbados and Herc is Jamaican, and Bambaataa is I think Bambaataa was born here in America. You don't find them doing Barbadian parties. You don't find them doing Jamaican parties. You don't find them playing Jamaican music. You don't find them dressing like Jamaicans. You don't find them talking like Jamaicans. You don't find any of that in hip hop. If they do that at home with their parents, if they're first or second generation. The music they play, and Flash always iterates, and this is something that comes from any culture. You play back then what your parents had. If they had records, you played those records. Until and hip hop wasn't even a word back then in the early 70s. So if you just take that word and remove the word, all of the actions are pre 75, 74, 73. I have some information about the dancing and graffiti, who the original break dancers were. From everybody who people consider the fathers of DJing, those three I mentioned, the break dance crews, Crazy Legs. He's like the most well-known one. Graffiti and the MCs, like the first MCs and the first Hispanic MCs will tell you. Whip a Whip, Ruby D. There's another one I can't. He's in the Fearless Four. I can't think of his name, but they'll tell you who their influences were, who they hung around with, who they talk like, who they dress like. So I'm still waiting to see, at a time when there was Mamba and salsa music, and I have a diagram of some of those artists from that time. How come you don't have all of that in hip hop? Those are all separate cultures: Jamaican, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban. They all have their own style of music, dress, language, and everything. Why does everybody end up doing what is the natural progression of African American music? Talking like us, dancing like us, playing our kind of music, and all of that. So that's my opening statement.
Okay. And by the way, just so we're clear, I don't support KRS-One at all. If he say 2 + 2 is 4, I'll agree with him, but I don't support him at all because one of his best friends is the scum of the earth, and he continues to support him. So that's neither here nor there. I want to play 2 clips real quick before we move forward. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Yes.
I want to be able to give my take on the whole topic, but
Well, go ahead. You left for a second. I couldn't.
Yeah, that was my fault. I mean, I think that this is one of those times where trying to get to the very bottom of it, to me, seems more important than the question. I think a lot of times so for me and my logic, right, when I feel like I've come up with a profound point, I try my best to invert it and apply it to something else before I feel like it makes sense. And when I can apply it to another thing, another concept that's similar, and it makes sense, then I feel like I might actually have something, right? So I gave you guys the analogy earlier about the airplane, Right? Look, I can give you another analogy, and we can talk about soccer or baseball. Right?
You didn't
When
give
we're
them the
talking,
analogy, Logic. Give it to them. You gave it to us. Tell them.
right?
Give them
That's
the
right. That's
analogy.
right. So yeah, that's why I was kind of going back and reiterating it. Right? I think a lot of times when you maybe like focus on the origins, you might miss a lot of the evolution or a lot of like the refinement or how it becomes better over time. If you focus on the evolution, it's almost like on the origins. It's almost like you really missed the best part of it, right? Just by trying to say or trying to funnel it into one particular person or one particular group when now it's happening all over the place. And the question has to become a lot larger, right? So since baseball was invented in New York by Andrew Cartwright, are we all playing Andrew Cartwright's game? Does the game belong to New York because he invented it in New York, or has it now evolved into a global sport where people all over the world have their own flavor of how they play baseball, right? Like their own way of catching the ball, flipping in the air, throwing it to the first base, or their own way of the umpire ringing you up when you're out on third strike, or like it becomes a little bit. I don't understand why the origin of the thing becomes more important than what it is today. And I guess that's my short take. I ain't gonna spend up the whole bunch of time.
Okay.
What I
So I'm
said
gonna
that
get
was
into
Diddy
this.
wise.
Huh? I don't know. Hold on one second. Check this out.
You may not know how the origin of hip hop was started. The origin of hip hop was started by the power of Black and Puerto Rican people. In case you needed to be reminded, a lot of motherfuckers want to try to gentrify our culture. A lot of motherfuckers want to try to act like they conveniently forget who fathered this shit. Black people and Puerto Rican people together, we created the greatest culture in the fucking world. And it's called hip-hop.
What do y'all say to that? Anybody? 30 seconds before I answer my next question.
That's a different comment that he made prior, that hip hop was created by Jamaicans and Caribbeans, and it came from toasting, and they brought the big systems over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he made that comment maybe last year or the year before, maybe on Drink
This
Champs.
is the clip is 5 years old.
Yeah, but I think I don't know if it was Drink Champs or whatever, but yeah, he claimed that Caribbeans created rapping that came from toasting, and they brought the big stereos with them, and he used that same analogy of Flash, Bambaataa, and Herc because of their Caribbean background, that they created this genre of music. So that's a little different sounding. How recent is this one?
That video was 5. This is 5 years. Drink Champs is probably within the last year. So,
okay. So yeah, Drink Champs was sooner then. Yeah, okay. I thought Drink Champs was stuff like that. All right.
All right, so I'm gonna say a few comments. I'm gonna read a few comments. Is Cap, we didn't do it together. It was already started. To 2 different comments, now flip-flopping. Thurman said, I thought you said get into the bottom of this. Maybe I heard you. Okay. Pure black in pure black form. Who are the Puerto Ricans? Yeah, I can see the meter on Cubans what's the name going up. Just like the Chinese created martial arts, they should get their credit. Buster looks like an obese crocodile. I dispute that. He looks like an obese turtle of some kind. And speaking of that, has anybody seen the recent pictures of Busta Rhymes? I swear, at the beginning of June, Busta Rhymes had the biggest teeth in the world and skinny. And I just saw him at Prudential Center, and he looks like this again. This is all in the space of like 30 days. Ozempic is a hell of a drug. No question. Ozempic is a hell of a drug. Okay, this is something more for hits. What about Grandmaster's flower. Are you mean Grandmaster Flash? His flowers?
No.
Um,
Grandmaster Flowers was a DJ, a disco DJ from
He was a
Brooklyn.
DJ. There was
in
no
a
hip
month,
hop.
Mika?
There was no hip hop back then.
Yeah.
It wasn't called hip hop. So
Mhm.
we're gonna get rid of that too. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'll look that up. I'll look that up in a second. So Busta Rhymes.
Hip hop came about in the late '70s, and Lovebug Starsky, DJ Lovebug Starsky is the one credited coin phrasing it. So there was no name for it exactly, but there was the action of it. There was the rapping, there was the DJing, there was the graffiti, there was the b-boying, but the term did not come about till later. Sort of like Black
Okay.
Power, it was coin phrased at a certain point, but the action of Black Power was occurring before it was ever labeled Black Power. It was taking place.
Okay. So Sosa, I'm gonna ask you the first question. So basically, to prove your point, a lot of times we have to ask questions. Now, mind you, I'm telling y'all, I don't care if we get contentious because I already know this was where it possibly may go. So ask a question to because you believe that it was a collaborative effort, correct?
You asking me?
Sosa.
Oh, so. Yeah.
Okay, he's not there. Cuban, you believe that it was a collaborative effort, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ask Hits why it would not be a collaborative effort by Hispanics and Blacks.
He already answered that.
No, but I mean, you ask a question like to prove your point. Like basically, y'all get 5 minutes to kind of go back and forth and discuss that.
I mean, for me, he stated his premise.
Do you agree with his premise?
Not overall, no.
Why? Why don't you agree?
So if you're going to talk the element of rap music, the majority of all the rappers absolutely were Black. It's a fact.
Okay.
If you're talking b-boy crew, were there Black Americans that were b-boy? Yes. But what's a all Black b-boy crew? Okay. If you're talking DJs, well, you had a mixture. And they weren't all Black American. And they weren't all Puerto Rican. So now if you're talking graphers, so then you're talking a lot of, again, yes, you got Black Americans in that. Yes, you got this group, but majority of them were Puerto Rican and white. The tag speak for itself. The people speaks for itself. So if I hear, for example, who I've met, Cornbread from Philly. Okay, let's talk Cornbread from Philly. Have you seen Cornbread's tag? Just says Cornbread. So if somebody in 1947 wrote Mike loves Tammy, they're a grapher. See, there's a thing in it is that in all those elements, yes, you can see things that look similar to other things, but these elements are distinct. There's distinctions. So if we talk, for example, let's just say there's no so-called Latino music in hip hop. I have to disagree with you on that. You got Discalga.
Yeah, real quick. Excalibur, stay right there on Excalibur. So that's some good questions. Now you said, are any Puerto Ricans, because I'm not familiar, it says, do any Puerto Ricans rapping with Coke LaRock? Who is Coke LaRock?
Coke LaRock is a rapper.
He's Herc's MC.
What is he?
African American.
He's African American.
When you hear Herc talk, he doesn't say Coke LaRock is the godfather of. He doesn't.
Okay, hold on. Stay right there.
Hold on. I think y'all jumping around way too much.
So go ahead, Hits.
Hold on. Let's pick one thing. Let's start with DJing, right? The what's the better word to use? The date for hip hop. The birth of hip hop is what? That's a generally comfortable date everybody agreed to. August 11, 1973, right? Cool Herc, 1520 Cedric Avenue. If anybody's ever in New York City, you can go on a tour also. They have a few hip hop tours that'll take you around the city. So I'm just going to show a map, how the Bronx was kind of chopped up by DJ, because that's the west side. And I'm sure Cuban can attest to that. So let me see if I can share my screen. Let's just get some.
Sedgwick Avenue, that's West Bronx.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is the west side. Let me see if I can share a window.
Blacks were hip.
All right,
Puerto
can you
Ricans
see?
were the hot. That is wild. Go ahead. I'm just saying comments every now and then.
Okay.
Go ahead, boss.
Okay, can you see this on the screen? It's a map, right? Yes or no? Can y'all see that?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the Bronx. This is the west side. This is where Herc was at, right? Flash, right in here. African Bambaataa more on the eastern side. Disco King Mario, DJ Breakout. What's not on here is the time frames. So if you're counting Cool Herc as the beginning of hip hop, 1973, Flash is after Herc. Bambaataa is around the same time as Herc. There are people before all three of them who they all three emulated and followed. That's what we're going to talk about. Disco King Mario was one of them. DJ Breakout was another. Also, you have DJ Plumber. You have DJ Smokey and the Smokertron. The Smokertrons were his breakdancers. That was before Herc and Herc's dancers. That was before Flash, and let's just leave Flash after these guys, just so we don't get confused. You got Herc and Bambaataa around the same time. You have Flash, but before all three of them, you have Mario, Plumber, Smokey, John Brown, all African American DJs, all which has systems. They didn't need to get the large speakers from Jamaicans. They didn't need to emulate anybody from the Caribbean island with large systems. They didn't come over here with that. They weren't born here with that. That's something that was here already. Throwing parties or park jams, they were called. They had systems. They were playing the same songs. They didn't bring new music. You played what the people wanted to hear. And that's where, if we stay on a part of culture, you don't hear Jamaican rap if Flash is from Jamaica. And Flash's era is around 75, 76, when he gets his first rapper, which is either Cowboy or Raheem. So Flash is later than them. Cool Herc, Coca Rock was his MC. Coca Rock says he's the first MC. The first breakdancers get attributed to the Black Spades, and that's the group before the Rock Spades. That's the group before the Herc dancers. Trixie, the Nigger Twins, all of that. There's a history, all of that.
The who?
The Nigger Twins. Sasa, S-A-S-A. These are all people prior to this era of people. And this is the popularized version of it, the 74, 75. We ain't gonna get to the late 70s yet. And again, if you have Spanish, and there's another people are misconstruing. No one said Puerto Ricans or Jamaicans weren't around. That's obvious. But Puerto Ricans were being Puerto Ricans. Jamaicans were being Jamaicans. They were dancing like that. Their parents played salsa music, mambo, all of that. They didn't play. Flash's father had James Brown records and all of that. But we'll get to that chart later on. And Cuban maybe can speak to some of the Spanish music that was out at that time. But just on the DJ part. So we can go get a timeline for this, but these three came after people like Disco King Mario, Plumber, Pete DJ Jones, and Smokey, who all had systems, who all DJ'd, who all played the same records that African Americans danced to. That these guys picked up, and we could break down the importance of what each one of them did. I could do it real quick if somebody wants, right? Herc created something called the merry-go-round. Flash came up with the quick mix theory. And Bambaataa was more known for playing more international records. So that's where their niche comes in. They all did something a little different, but on top of what was already happened. They didn't create anything. They refined it and made it more suitable to what they were trying to do. But still, the audience for these people is African American youth at the time. There is no break dancing that starts in 75 when you're talking about the Rocksteady crew and all that. That's second generation. And they'll all tell you who came before them. Trixie and people like Sasa said, and the nigger twins. Yes, that's I'm sure Brass is over there Googling his little fingers off, but
Yo, I swear to
ahead.
you, that is exactly what I'm
I
doing
know,
right
but
now.
that's just for hold on. That's just for the
because the nigger
timeline.
twins is wild with the hard
but hold on. That's just for the timeline of the DJs. We'll talk about MCs, break dancers, and graffiti artists later because there's someone before, and I'll just pop his name up here if you want to go look that up real quick. Brass, here you go right here. Top Cat 126. You can look that up. And that's where people like Taki 183 and Julio 204 got to learn how to embellish their tags a little bit more to make them more like pieces or say burners or bubble art, things like that. But back to the DJing, just so we're clear. The popular notion, the popular date is based on these three DJs, which are after some of the people I just mentioned. And you can look up Pete DJ Jones, who is Flash's someone Flash looked up to and got Flash in the clubs downtown. So what Cuban says about disco music, that's the early that disco music, funk music, soul music, they played all kinds of music. But you won't show me the Puerto Rican rap, not a Puerto Rican rapper in a crew of 5 people. Show me the original Puerto Rican breakdancing crews, and those are I can show you that they're all second generation and not first generation. So that's
all right. Let me step in as the host real quick.
Let me stop.
First, they want to know: do you have blue eyes?
Oh snap!
I'm just asking. It says, "Does you have blue eyes?" Hey, I'm just doing my job, bro. It says,
hold on, let me go to chat. Who asked that,
bro?
Who
I
asked
can't make this up,
woman.
bro.
Okay, no.
It was a woman. It wasn't a guy. Like, I wouldn't. If a guy asked, I wouldn't have said it. But Mika asked. Mika is a supporter, a day one, and a mod. She wants to know: do you have blue eyes?
No, they're green. They're green.
Yeah, okay, type so green, money green.
Hold on, let me
so he is the money green, the green-eyed bandit. Okay.
The money green Desert.
Go ahead. Wait, and then I want to get into ChatGPT for a second, but let me know when you're done.
Go ahead, I'm done. I'm just on the DJ section right now. That's all.
Okay, give me 1 second. So this Grandmaster Flowers thing has taken wings. So, let me see. Share my screen, and then I'm gonna let you get back in there, Cuban. Give me 1 second. I don't want to. We got to chat. I want to get them, and y'all hit the link if y'all want to come on. She says your eyes are beautiful, by the way, just to let you know. She is a day one. She's a mod. If you're a mod, I gotta. I'm hosting right now. I'm normally talking. I get to listen. This is fun. So I want to do 2 things. Share a video, share something real quick, and then we're gonna get in the chat GPT. DQ shared a video. I don't know why he has to look like that. That is purely a bathroom look. 1 second. Here we go.
Peace to Sister Safa. She did something.
Ass niggas talk about, well, if this don't make me no money and all this stupid shit, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You sound fucking stupid. Talk about niggas holding on to this shit. You motherfucking right, we gonna hold on to what the fuck we created. It's bitch ass niggas that let some shit go the minute somebody come up to them. Right?
The only thing he did not say was get off of my lawn. I just want to say that. He is what I would call a get off my lawn Negro. Peace to Brand Nubian and Lord Jamar. But in this tab, right? So y'all was talking about Grandmaster Flowers. This says, and I know y'all said he wasn't in the creation of hip hop. But Rush in the chat said that he was technically before, and that gives a question. Is it hip hop or is it hip hop culture? And from what this says it says yes, Grandmaster Flowers was active before Grandmaster Flash and the pedophile, Grandmaster Flowers, whose real name was Jonathan Cameron Flowers, was one of the pioneering DJs in New York City during the late 1960s and early 70s. He began DJing in the late 60s. Grandmaster Flash started DJing in the mid 1970s. The pedophile began his DJ career in the middle of 1970s, allegedly a pedophile. So specific dates, technically, Grandmaster Flowers, his early start and innovative approach to DJing laid the groundwork for future hip hop DJs, making him a significant feature in the history of the genre. So I would assume they're saying more, even though hip hop necessarily wasn't invented yet, he influenced the culture. And that tends to be my argument of what we're talking about. The creation of hip hop, or when the culture started bubbling, is probably two separate things. And that's why it's always a little troubling, but it's good to know him and the Hard ER twins. I'm not gonna keep saying on that. So would y'all agree that Grandmaster Flowers influenced both Bambaataa and the other guy? Would y'all agree on that? Do we all agree on that?
Yeah, but the question is always how. Don't just stop there. How? His system, him doing park jams, and the music he used.
Okay. And Slade, since you are a Brooklyn, what did we call him the other day, DQ? Afro.
Yeah, Afro. Where he from? What part of Brooklyn he from?
He's an Afro Brooklyn. Oh, he's an Afro Bedford Styvian.
Yeah, Bedford Styvian.
DQ gave me the clip. It wasn't a whole video to play. You hater. I just thought I'd put that out there. And then I'm gonna ask ChatGPT some more questions. Not Sosa. Cuban, go ahead and respond to what Hit said already.
So I want to, like I said before, in this conversation, like I said, I personally do not care, right? Conversationally, though, if we're going to have this conversation, which we are, I'll say this much. There are different perspectives, right? Most of these people you've mentioned, I've been in their presence. All right. So I want you to imagine, and I'm talking even when you look at, there's this content to this. It would be very long and drawn out, but there's content to it from the other side of the argument where it's coming from. A lot of that is heavily influenced by Spades from Bronxdale. Some of them I've met. These same people saying what they're saying, right? Hits mentioned DXT. 2014, I was on a panel discussion with DXT, Raheem, and Charlie Rock at Essex County College in Newark, New Jersey. It was the Africana Society put it together. It was for hip hop. These three individuals didn't talk about this. But what they did talk about was the date of hip hop and the date of the origin of Zulu Nation. Now, I will say in fairness, they are correct about the actual time frame when Zulu Nation was founded compared to what's propagated, which is taught 1973, but it wasn't. The concept was there, but the execution of it was not there till about 76. So it's a 3-year difference. So there's points that people make that's valid. There's points that I find to be very agenda-like. Because again, these individuals have been in the presence of Lance Taylor. They've been at function and not say nothing. Nothing. Why not? So imagine a Trump supporter that's in support of Trump and his policies, right? And now this person is in the presence of all these, Democrats or whoever, and that conversation never comes up. I find that hard to believe. I find that strange because at some point it's going to get brought up. But with that toppled, then you have an individual named Tariq Nasheed who pushes the FBA agenda, which is nothing but an abo cult. So now you have individuals to take sides on a particular perspective who created hip hop using the term FBA. There's a lot of problem there. Because if you're not getting that history right, then what other history could you possibly be getting wrong regarding hip hop? So I'll just leave it as different perspectives. I don't find this to be groundbreaking or life-changing or any of that. It's not going to change society. It's not going to change the world. It's not going to change your life personally. You know, that's why I really don't care, to be honest. All I can say is there's some really great rap music, some really good b-boys, some really great DJs, some really great graph artists. And I leave it there. All that other shit, you know, I find it, at the end of the day, it's divisive. It's divisive. That doesn't mean that the information shouldn't be presented, but I think the right individuals should really get together and have that discussion versus it's all sporadic all over the place with people giving at times opinions or being biased. And I'm not saying that towards anybody here, but if this conversation takes place, let it be a conversation that's taking place amongst pioneers or what elders there are. The three founders are still here. There's people prior to them that's still here. Let that discussion take place between them and the people listen. And Dr. Cologne is actually present in the audience. And I would say that for those that never watched Dr. Cologne's channel, you should peep it out. I'd also like to add in this, which I find to be very interesting, is this talk of those that oppose somebody like Dr. Cologne.
Bring it home.
I'm trying to do this right now. I don't want to.
I know. That's what I said. I know. That's what I said. You know, I know.
So
that's what I said. Bring it home.
When someone like Dr. Cologne is being attacked and called a colonizer, well, you're calling a lot of people a colonizer. And I think that term that's being used is highly offensive because if you listen to what Dr. Cologne is saying, Dr. Cologne is not denying Africa in the conversation. He's not denying that. He's Boricua Cubano. We wouldn't deny Africa in salsa, in cumbia, in bachata and cumbia. We wouldn't deny that. We wouldn't deny that. So him giving his perception of it, why does it, that's just immaturity. And if it was the other way around, because I'm very critical on the so-called Latino community. Dr. Cologne uses the term Latino. I absolutely hate the word and oppose it. But I can't make Dr. Cologne stop saying Latino. So we can have our disagreements, but I'm not, but be respectful. And I just think that in itself is a propaganda in an agenda to put into people's heads like, oh, they're the colonizer. They're the colonizer. It's just you want to talk colonizer, FBA is a colonizer. FBA denies Africa. FBA teaches that Black people in this country were really Indians. So you're not only denying Africa with your foundation, but you're denying the real indigenous people. You're denying European history. So if you're lying on all those aspects of history which intertwine to Africans being here in the so-called New World, then the whole damn history is off. That's culture vulture. But nobody says that about Tariq Nasheed. Nobody says anything about Hidden Colors 1 that everybody wanted to watch so much where all they talked about was the Moors. Nobody wants to talk about colonizer then. So let's not pick and choose. That's all I'm saying. Don't be biased and don't pick and choose and use better words to explain what you feel about the person. That's a very harsh term to use. And in closing, I would like to say that Dr. Cologne doesn't deny his African lineage, such as I would not deny my African lineage or our other lineages that run through us. So when someone's saying FBA, you need to go look at that website and read that flag, the definition of the FBA flag, because star number 1 clearly indicates Black people who are the Indians here. Then the last star talks about the transatlantic slave trade. What kind of nonsense is that? And hypocrisy is that? So this shit pisses me off.
Okay. So let me say something. All right. So before we go further, like I said, I got the link in the chat. Y'all hit, I love the comments y'all are making. And I think that's why this conversation is so polarizing, because in this conversation, one of the things that always tends to happen is it leads to other conversations about, like you said, culture vulture, colonization, and things like that. So I can fully understand where you're coming from right there. But let me present something real quick, and then I'm gonna get into some of the comments hits, because it seemed like you and Cuban are the survivors. Chef, hit the link. We want to hear what y'all got to say too. You know, we're not trying to just sit up here and present and tell y'all. So y'all know how I feel about ChatGPT, right? So I put, were Hispanics and Puerto Ricans and Blacks responsible for the creation of hip hop? And let's see what I'm gonna give. I'm gonna have it live. It says, ChatGPT, yes, Hispanics, Puerto Ricans, and Blacks were all instrumental in the creation and development of hip hop. The genre emerged in the South Bronx during the late 1970s, a time when the neighborhood was a melting pot of diverse cultures and ethnicities, including African Americans, Puerto Ricans, and other Hispanic.
You showing your screen?
Yeah.
We can't see it, bro.
Okay, appreciate you. 1 second.
No problem, no problem.
Appreciate you. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I typed this live. I know y'all didn't see it, but I put, were Hispanics and Puerto Ricans and Blacks responsible for the creation of hip hop? And it says yes. Hispanics, Puerto Ricans, and Blacks were all instrumental in the creation and development of hip hop. The genre emerged in the South Bronx during the late 1970s, a time when the neighborhood was a melting pot of diverse cultures, ethnicities, including African Americans, Puerto Ricans, and other Hispanic communities. Here are key contributions from these groups. African American contributions would fall under DJ Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, that guy. Puerto Rican and Hispanic contributions would be DJ Disco Wiz, the Rocksteady Crew, Charlie Chase. It says that there was a collaborative environment. The creation of hip hop was a collaborative effort that thrived in the multicultural environment of the South Bronx. Block parties, graffiti, breakdancing, and emceeing brought together young people from different backgrounds, fostering a sense of community and shared cultural expression. And I'll finish with this sentence. The contributions of African Americans, Puerto Ricans, and other Hispanic groups were all crucial to the development of hip hop. Their collective efforts and cultural exchanges in the South Bronx led to the birth and growth of what has become a global cultural phenomenon. So that's where I stand. That's where Cuban stands. Hits, what do you say to that? And Chat, what do you say to that? Do you agree with ChatGPT? Hits?
You can let somebody else.
Well, no, because we had other people on, but the other people left. So you're kind of like now the
oh, they left.
Pretty much they left. So you're the only person.
I was trying to find a part in the video I was going to show.
But, okay. I can go to the chat if you want.
No. Hold on. For number one, the conversation Cuban's talking about, we're not having that conversation. People being disrespectful and talking about pedos and trying to tell people where they should start and arguing with people about where they come from. Now, we're not having that conversation. The conversation we're having is the origins of hip hop and showing Puerto Ricans at the origin. Okay. Not later on, not coming in dressing like people who are already dressing a certain way, dancing like people who are already dancing a certain way. If you could put, actually, I'm going to show DXT. I'm going to show the timeline of African American music, and these are timestamps, and these are people. So you could put in Plumber, you could put in DJ Smokey and the Smokatrons, you can put in Pete DJ Jones. These are all first generation. See, you could start where you want to if it's comfortable to you, or when you see somebody that looks like you. So if you want to start in 75, when most of the b-boys were Puerto Rican because they look like you can do that. But the further you go back, when there are still b-boys, you're going to find less and less, to the point where you find zero. Also acting like there was some big kumbaya going on between the different races at that time. That's not true either. That's not true either. You know, you had you had gang members who may have had some mixture people that may have one or two people somewhere. And if somebody has the actual images of these people creating this stuff, you know, Flowers is more of a late 60s 70s DJ. He actually DJ'd for James Brown. Plumber won a DJ of the Year awards in the early 70s. So now we're going to start saying, oh, they were disco DJs. Well, what music was out then? What music was out? Up-tempo music that people danced to. There was no hip-hop music back then. DJs played music for the crowd or people in the parks. Charlie Chase will tell you. Again, I said Ruby D. Ruby D is the MC. Charlie Chase was Soul Crush Brothers DJ. They're not prominent in the early 70s when African Americans are DJing in parks, dancing, playing music. Now let me show the timeline just so we can understand, because we want to jump to a date and act like something just popped out of the ground. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. So let's just look at this. Just so we can find a direction, because and someone can say, well, why are we talking about it now? Why are we doing this now? How come there was no? Because it was always assumed that it was African American music that people took part in, just like all of these are African American genres of music that other people took part in. We don't got to go all the way back to the 1600s. We can go somewhere where people may be more familiar with gospel music, urban blues, swing, rhythm and blues. If you stay in this vein right here, this is can you see my map on here or this?
Yeah, we can see it.
This is, and actually, let me get her name, Portia K. Maltzby. She does curation at the Carnegie Hall, I believe, for music. I don't know if it's specifically African American music, but she does curation at Carnegie Hall. She's she a PhD? Let's look. Yeah, she is a PhD. All right. So if you start just in this general area here in the 50s, I'm sure that's a safe place for us to start. Gospel, rock and roll, hard bop, soul and jazz, and cool music, which comes out of bebop and swing bands. When you hear swing bands, who do you think of? Cab Calloway, and them, right? When you hear rock and roll, who do you think of? I mean, I'm talking about who black people think of. We think of Chuck Berry and Little Richard. When you hear gospel choirs, I don't know that much about gospel music, but I'm sure some of my churchgoers. Then you get rock and soul music. And this is your era, what we're talking about here. Soul and rock and funk, all fusing around the time of disco in the 70s right here. Punk, alt rock. There was a lot of punk rock going on too in Lower Manhattan, I believe. Jazz fusion. So this is this area that we're talking about here. House music was created not too long after disco. So who's responsible for house music then? Who's responsible for funk music then? Who's responsible for contemporary gospel and Detroit techno? Just something like that, neo soul, swing. So this is along a timeline. This just didn't jump out of anywhere. So when you say Flowers and Plummer and these guys were disco DJs, they played in nightclubs and parks, where hip hop DJs ended up in parks and in nightclubs with the help of the guys that I mentioned, DJ Smokey, Plummer, Pete DJ Jones, that showed these guys systems. Let them get on at their parks and parties, so you could see a Flash, so you could hear a Bambaataa, so you could see a Herc. Herc tells his own story. He said they picked on him when he came here and tried to dress like a Jamaican. He had to walk like us, talk like us, dress like us, play music like us to be accepted. Why do you want to be accepted with this group when you could just play Jamaican music? Why you want to be accepted with this group when you could just play salsa music or mamba music? Why do we always end up with these people here from disco and funk? And the clothing, you could say that came from Parliament Funkadelic. Look at Grandmaster Flash and them, mid-70s, 75, 76. They dressed like Parliament Funkadelic with the feathers and the beads and all of that. People say, oh, that's gang dress. Oh, that's funk dress to some of us who follow music. It's not just gang culture that these groups came out of. My mom wasn't in no gang. My uncles and them wasn't in no gang. Or I'm sure a lot of people in the city that their parents weren't no gang. And all these kids, these young people weren't in gangs. So it didn't come solely out of gang culture. I'm showing a timeline in here of African-American music. Now, if you can get one from Jamaican music in America, show me the timeline. If you can get one from salsa music or mamba music in America, I'm sure you can. Go get the timeline. And I want, let me see if I have my other picture. I just want to, because I don't.
And then when you get a chance, I want to get Dr. Cologne in as soon as you get a chance.
Peace, Dr. Cologne.
Peace, Doctor.
Oh, hold on. Let me stop this and stop sharing. And let me just show this one flyer because maybe they can tell me who some of these people are.
Whoa.
Now, these people, these ladies and gentlemen, would Cuban or Dr. Cologne say African Americans created mambo, boogaloo, or salsa in New York City? Hold on, y'all. Yes, she did. Oh, no, she didn't. I'm sorry, y'all. They can explain to me, did African Americans create this music, and when were these entertainers popular? What time frame were these, and what areas of New York City were these mambo, boogaloo, and salsa entertainers? I think everybody knows Tito Puente. Where were they, and did African Americans contribute to this culture? Because I would say it would be the reverse if you would say Puerto Ricans created. Well, I ain't gonna say contribute. Did African Americans create any of these forms of music? And when and where were these people popular, and what in particular style of music did they do? I'm sure you guys will know more about them than I would. And pick somebody less famous than Tito Puente so we can actually learn something. I think we heard Celia Cruz before, but that's it. Go ahead.
All right, so we have an esteemed guest. Let me know if you're ready, Dr. Cologne, Dr. Derek Cologne. I've heard a lot about him before. Just turn your camera on when you're ready, Doc.
Yes, sir.
I don't know much. Okay, I don't know much about you. I will be honest. Cuban has spoken about you in high regard so many times I can't remember. He actually wanted us to try to get you for this conversation. My name is Brass. I'm an owner of Tri Media. I want to formally put you on the spot because we don't normally get doctors in here. So I appreciate whatever it is you're about to say, but can we bring you back by yourself for a interview, a presentation, or a show? See, I'm kind of putting you in a position to where is that possible? Is that something that we could do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you. So I want you to introduce yourself. I want you to take the time that you need. I'm a person that believes more school, less chat GPT. So that doctor in front of your name gives you the platform so where you can speak. DQ, I don't know how to put on main screen, but can you do that for me?
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Doc. Educate us. In this, educate us about yourself and educate us about the conversation.
All right. Well, impromptu, just sort of jumped on and saw what was happening and said, let me chime in because I saw my brother. And so a little bit about myself. Name is Derek Cologne, hold a doctorate in education.
Can
I'm
you
a
say
teacher.
that one more time, please?
Yeah. My name is Derek Cologne. I hold a doctorate in education, and I'm a school teacher now. I teach history, social studies. Been part of the culture of hip hop since its inception. So since 1975, not as an active participant that early, but as a watcher. I'm from the Bronx, grew up in the Bronx, and then left the Bronx, but saw the early the early writing on the wall, if you will, of what would come to be known as hip hop. It wasn't called hip hop that early. So, when we talk about the culture, there's just a number of things. There's so many nuances that we need to bring to light, and I know that this conversation can get dicey and I don't think it needs to get that way. I think we can have intelligent dialogue and conversation. But you really need to hear from those people who lived it, who were there, right? Now, when I say that, I was speaking to Mr. Biggs from the Soul Sonic Force, and I was actually on a live with him and his buddy Ike C. And Mr. Biggs said something very interesting. He said, really, the creators of the culture are not really those that were on stage. It's really the nobodies, the never wills, the people that nobody knew, that were at the grassroots level in the streets. In other words, he's talking about kids that, and he said something, he said, if it wasn't for them, there would be no us. And I definitely agree with that sentiment. And so, I heard what our brother just spoke about the timeline and, African American music. And so, anyway, that's a little bit about myself. Been a student of the culture since, since I can remember, again, since 75, watching it, living in the Bronx. And, I'm 57 years old. So I'm seeing this for the first time when I'm 8 years of age. Okay, so and we can talk about the early b-boys. We can talk about what predates that. We can talk about all that, but I think we need to talk about it in its proper context. And we can't take something from way over here and try to apply that to something that happens way over here. And I'll give you reasons as to why. But anyway, that's a little bit about myself. I don't want to, I don't know where you want me to go. So I'm just going to stop and let you kind of lead me where you want me to go.
Okay, so we started the show, and once again, I appreciate it. Tribe Media has come a long way. You're our first doctor on our show. We recently started. It's a collaborative network, a podcast network of many different shows. We've done shows on so many different topics. It's insane. So it's actually very exciting to have our first doctor. So I appreciate you for that. But the argument that we've had along both lines is that while maybe on name wise, you don't see the Hispanic collaboration, you don't see the Puerto Rican collaboration, you don't see it per se, but that based on the multicultural environment of it And then someone brought up Grandmaster Flowers, how he even influenced uh, the other guy and Grandmaster Flash. What it shows me is even if he isn't black, it shows that we might not just be having a hip hop conversation, we might be having a cultural hip hop or the culture of hip hop and the influences on the culture versus actually the creation of hip hop. So I understand where my brother Hits is going. And plus he's our technical guy, so he's the guy that will pull up, charts and things like that. So what you're saying is, while I'm asking you, so I'm just gonna ask you specific questions. Do you agree that it was a collaborative effort between Puerto Rican, Hispanic, and Black people to create what we now call hip hop? What is your answer to that question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so let's look at it again. The problem that we're having with this conversation is, Microphone Check came out. There were no Hispanics in that movie. I was invited to be a part of it. I chose not to for reasons that I won't get into here. But I absolutely believe that not only because we lived in proximity to each other, we lived on top of each other, we lived next door to each other, we were in each other's homes. Not only because of that. So if we look at the culture that came to be known as hip hop, now there are those who would say, but we can't just stop there. We have to go before that. Okay, let's do that. Let's go on a little journey real quick. Let's talk about Kool Herc. Kool Herc is from Kingston, Jamaica, specifically Trenchtown, Bob Marley's area. So the beginning in 1952, we see something that is known as sound clash culture in Jamaica. Now, when we look at what that actually means, it means speaker boxes. In other words, a wall of speakers. Obviously, you need amps, you need all of this stuff. And there's a great article that I would encourage people to watch, to read. If you go to Rock the Bells, and there's an article on Kool Herc and the Jamaican sound system. But anyway,
Okay.
Great article. Great. I just read it this morning. Great article. And so we have these DJs known as selectors, right? And this is 1952. They're traveling from neighborhood to neighborhood, setting up their sound systems for these things that they would call sound clash battles. They start to set this up. So when you look at a picture of a Jamaican sound system, only call it a Jamaican sound system because this is where it was invented. Kingston, Jamaica, Trenchtown specifically, where these
Okay.
sound systems are there, right? 1952 it begins, and then in 1960 it ends up in the UK, and it's a big movement. So what would they do? They would travel from neighborhood to neighborhood with their sound systems, and they would have these things called the sound clash battles, and it would be sound system against sound system. If you drowned out the other person's sound system, you won the battle. Okay. They're naming their sound systems. I'm going somewhere, so please be patient with me. And if I'm taking too long, you just cut me off.
No. Take
I'm
us on
good.
the journey. I'm with it.
So they're naming. These are people who are naming their sound systems, giving these sound systems these names, right? Yeah, come on in. Yeah, go ahead. They're good. My wife is here, so forgive me. But so
No,
they're
we
naming
love
these sound
we
systems, and when you look at the first time you see hip hop battles in the culture of hip hop, it's not MC battles. It is sound system against sound system. This is the 70s. You
okay.
have people like Africa Bambaataa battling Grandmaster Flash. It's not a skills DJ battle. It is a sound system against sound system. So they would set up their speakers, as many speakers as they could get on one side of the gym. The other people would set up on the other side of the gym, and they would say, play. And somebody would play, and it would be on, and then the next person will play. Whoever drowned out their system won the battle. Okay, we trace the roots back to Jamaica, to where we see this. Kool Herc is the first one to name his sound system. Well, where does he get this from?
Mm-hmm.
From his hometown. He calls his sound system the Herculords. And then eventually the people that ran with him, Clark Kent, Timmy Tim, and others, would be known as the Herculords. But it was originally the sound system. And he introduces the Herculoid sound system in 1975 at a club called the Hevelo in the Bronx. The 1973 party is not a hip hop party. It never was. If we want to go with that narrative, I would say that's where conception begins, but the birthing of the child doesn't happen until at least 1975. And not with him alone, and we'll get to that. But anyway, so we see the sound clash. So I said, listen, if we're gonna make comparisons, and we're gonna say, when you look at that, you see hip hop way over here in the 20s, in the 30s, in the 40s, in the 50s, before hip hop. Okay. If we're gonna use those examples, we have to be fair. Because if I showed you a picture of a Jamaican sound system, put it up. I just did a video on my channel today giving you these examples. Showed you a picture of a
What's the name of
Jamaican
your
sound
channel?
system. Huh?
What's the name of your channel?
Hip Hop History, Origins, and Elements.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Go ahead, boss.
So if you see that picture, the Jamaican sound system, and then you look at the picture of the Brooklyn and Queens sound systems, you'd say they look the same. These are speakers that look like a giant wall. They're mounted up on top of each other. And yes, our brother was right. Yeah, Flowers had systems. Dudes from Queens, Pete DJ Jones, these dudes had these systems. Where does the inspiration for these systems come from? Now, somebody would say they look the same, but there's no connection. These dudes said they didn't get that from them. Understood. Okay, I got it. I understand that. But that's the closest connection that we can get. Because when we look at, again, sound clash culture and what that meant, what happened, and then we look at the first battles in hip hop that did the same thing with walls of speakers, but then we see the Brooklyn. So there's an interesting interview on Rock the Bells again by a man by the name of Troy L. Smith, who interviewed Cool DJ D and Tyrone the mixologist. Cool DJ D was a member of Fantasia out of Brooklyn. He used to play with Plummer. He used to play with Flowers. He used to play with those guys. Cool D has said none of that was hip hop. Hip hop comes out of the Bronx. Okay.
Oh, really?
In the
Okay.
article with Troy L. Smith, they ask him, if you would permit me, can I read the quote?
Yeah, go ahead. And
I
what is
want to
this from?
read the
And what is
quote.
this from again?
This is from Rock the. It's. So I'm gonna type in Troy L. Smith, Cool D interview. I will show it on my screen, and let's just see.
Or if you want to put it in the back chat, I can I'll share the screen and show everybody if you want to do it that way too.
Okay, I don't have the ability to do that, but I can just show it to you right here.
Okay.
It's on Rock the Bells, Cool DJ D with Troy L. Smith. Now, this is what he says. The interview is long, so he's going to ask him a question. Now, Cool D is there. Cool D is a black spade when he gets to the Bronx. He's playing with people like, in fact, Disco King Mario uses Cool D's system. Mario doesn't have his own system until 77. Cool D is allowing Bambaataa to use his system. So Cool D is somebody that, we said the name. I apologize. But anyway, so let's get to this part where he starts to talk about the sound systems. And he definitely goes through Maboya and all of this. Let me just see. Oh my God, wait a minute. Sorry. Let me find it. Okay. I apologize. Bear with me, guys.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to find it. I'd rather quote it than, paraphrase it. Okay.
Hey, Brad, you want to go and just drop a commercial break? We are about to hit 1:30.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna play a quick commercial and then while you find it, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem. Look at you, DQ.
DQ. Look. Dumping my swisher guts on my high school diploma. Knowing I'm highly educated from my aroma. Don't know where it's coming from, but I know it's marijuana. And you can smell the leaves in the room. Check. Look, I got a new weed strand, come from New Zealand. And it's a new weed brand from my new weed man. Connected to the growers, I'm a true weed fan. I'm a true weed stand. Green thumb and green hand. Jammin' Leaf Village, I'm a cool geek, man. I got a smooth freak who chillin' for a cool week, man. Running through them papers like a Newsweek stand. Cause all my cushions funkier than Juneteenth bands. I'm selling 3.5.
Okay, boss, go ahead and proceed.
All right.
Oh, yep.
Am I ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Troy asks Cool D, it seems as though the crews with the large DJ equipment came from middle-class parts of Queens and Brooklyn, as opposed to the Bronx and Harlem, where they were less than middle class to broke or poor. So that was why I always felt they had more equipment in Brooklyn and Queens, because their parents had more money, better paying jobs. Cool D says, well, I wouldn't put it that way. These guys were a little bit older than we were back then, and they all had jobs, and and that drug dealing situation out there was, hellified, as well as a lot of Brooklyn DJs made their equipment. Most of them were from Jamaica, or their parents were from Jamaica, and they knew about making big speakers over there and brought that same tradition over here. So he acknowledges the tradition of the sound clash culture. So I start to say, okay, if we see both of those speaker setups, we would say they look the same, but most people are saying, but they're not the same. These DJs did not get anything from the Jamaican sound systems. They weren't inspired, they weren't influenced, nothing. Cool D is telling you they were. But so now we go and we see all the old footage, the videos of the Mills Brothers and, the supposed breakdancing. Let me not even use the word supposed. Let's suppose we see 1940s, we see them, they're going to the floor. Okay. So we look at that. And then we look at modern breaking and we say it looks the same. And people are saying, because it is the same. But wait, for the sound systems, you're saying it's not the same. But for this, it is the same. There's a connection. You got that from them. Okay, cool. Or when you hear the Jubilaires or Pygmy Markham, right? You say, it sounds the same. That's rap. That's rap. They called it MCing, but okay, potato, potato. It sounds the same. So that's the connection. My question is, why don't you use the same argument when it comes to the Jamaican sound systems? Because you're saying there is no connection. And I'm saying there is a connection because that's the closest that we get to the connection of the sound system battles. The first battles, again, happened in hip hop, are not MC battles. They're not DJ battles. They are sound system to sound system battles. Where does that happen? Where does that originate? It originates in 1952 in Jamaica, in Trenchtown. Now, Herc does not bring that over here. His father does. He's familiar with this. And in the article with Troy L. Smith, which is like, it's all explained. So he's familiar with it. He's familiar with the naming of the sound system. He's familiar with how to create this sound system, the Herculoid sound system. He said in an interview, I wanted my sound system to sound like a band. So what do you mean? Like a live band. I wanted it to be so clean and clear, like a concert, that you would think when you heard me playing music that it was a live concert going on. Okay, so so when people went to Herc parties, they said his parties set the atmosphere for what would come to be known as hip hop. And again, this doesn't happen at 1520. This happens at a place called the Hevelo, but in 75. While he's doing this, another DJ in the Bronx is also perfecting a theory that he's working on. And he calls it the quick mix theory. This is Grandmaster Flash. And in 1975 at 23 Park in the South Bronx, he introduces it. Now he's able to take what Herc was doing, which wasn't very good, by the way. It wasn't really on cue, but he was the first one to take the segments of these records that we call the B-Boy anthems. He took these segments and he extended them the best he could. Sometimes he only had one record and he would just, make it go to another break. Sometimes he had two records. This is out of his own mouth. So he starts to do this at the Hevelo. Flash is doing it. Now Flash takes it to the next level. Flash figures out a way to cue the records up, and he comes up with the quick mix theory to keep it going. Now Flash creates a bed for the MCs, which don't happen until late 76, 77, with the first MC crews. The first crew is called Flash and the 3 MCs. That's Melly Mel, Cowboy, and Kid Creole, Melly Mel's brother. Also, you got Baron and Breakout of the Brothers Disco, which would become the Funky 4 plus 1 more. They're also rocking. And you got our other brother that will leave, because
Yeah,
I saw you
I
wanted to
got
leave
it.
him nameless. So
I
our
got
other
you.
brother is also, known as the master of records. He's just playing stuff. So what I'm saying is we want to we tend to want to make this, because here's the deal. We don't have footage of the earliest footage that we have right now from the 70s of any jams is 1977 Simpson Street. It's on a rooftop. It's part of a documentary called Simpson Street, the South Bronx. I know where Simpson Street is. And you see Flash DJing and Keith Cowboy on the mic, and people are dancing. Nobody's breaking. They seem to be doing hustle dancing. They're dancing, right? And it's a dark, it's real dark. Microphone Check put this in their movie. That's the first real footage we have. So we don't have any footage of the early B-boys, who many are saying were African American. We don't have any of that footage. We don't have, so what we do is we say, well, we got this footage. So let's go back past that. We got this. Look at that. It looks like that, so it must be that. No, do the same thing with the sound system, brother. If you're saying it looks like that, but you're saying, but they weren't inspired by that, then you have to use the same logic. Then that wasn't inspired by that. Look, there's a difference between moves and movements. Those moves were done by African Americans, white kids, Spanish kids. They're in films. You see Russians doing these. You can watch karate flicks and see them doing some moves that would end up in breaking. Does that mean that they watched these films and were inspired to do that? No. We never saw those films. We didn't have YouTube. We weren't watching that. We had New York. We had barely 7 channels, maybe. So we weren't watching that stuff. Now, Sasa does say he danced with Peg Leg Bates. Okay, but that's tap dancing. That's not. So now the new narrative is, well, tap dancing was actually break dancing. No, no, it's not connected to the movement. They would never have called it that. They didn't call it that. So
Okay.
let's get to the foundation of the culture. And this is where we get to, how do these two groups, why are you saying y'all did this together when this is obviously, from what people are saying, this is obviously an African American culture. It's Black culture. Okay, let's flesh that out a little bit.
Okay.
You had a documentary called The Freshest Kids. And in The Freshest Kids, and Lord Jamar just did a little clip on this, and he's on a rampage and he's doing his thing, and okay. But The Freshest Kids, you have what they call the foundational B-boy crews, or the Latin Godfathers, in this documentary, if you've never seen it. Track 2 makes a statement. He says that it wasn't until after, listen to what he says, it wasn't until after Herc brought the party to the parks that you start to see other nationalities getting involved. And that's when the Latinos took to the dance. Okay, he says that. Can't argue with it. He says this was an he uses these words, this was an Afro-American thing until it got to the parks. Okay. Then you hear Crazy Legs. He says, we call, Moreno means black. And so we had, when we would see them breaking, we say they're doing that Moreno style, that's the original style of breaking. Those are his words. What were they referring to is the question. So when track 2 says, and he tells you what he's referring to, he says, when Herc brought it to the parks. So the narrative for all that time was the first B-boys were Herc's B-boys, and they were black. Now, one of Herc's
Okay.
B-boys is Dancing Doug. Dancing Doug is half Puerto Rican. Another Herc B-boy is known as, oh my goodness, he was down with Smokey and the Smokatrons, and I forgot his name. And he was a Dominican brother. So he was with Smokey as a B-boy, and I forget his name, but that's neither here nor there. So we got to go back and we got to say, okay, what were Herc's dancers doing? So we got Trixie, we got Sasa, we got Dancing Doug, and we got a lot of others, right? They're dancing. When you look at what Sasa was doing, and there is film, not much, a little bit, of what he was doing, and out of his own mouth, he confesses what he was doing. What we were doing was burning. You know, we weren't on the floor like that. We were up top. And we, jumping off, we were doing things like pretending we were walking on a tightrope, and then we would fall on the ground. And I'm like, okay, you called that breaking? No, we didn't. That was burning. Okay, so, but you're B-boys. Yeah, because Herc called us B-boys. Okay, actually, it was Coke LaRock who named them B-boys.
Okay, so that's Coke LaRock. Okay, because somebody mentioned Coke LaRock earlier, and I didn't know who that was. Okay,
Coke LaRock was another DJ with Herc who would also get on the mic and just sort of shout people out, and eventually he would say these little rhymes. But he's the one, again, in 1975 now at the Hevelo, he starts to name these guys, and he calls them B-boys. Okay. The same year, actually, let's go to 1974. 1974, there is a graffiti writing crew in the Bronx called the Bronx Boys. And they're just a graffiti writing crew. But what they used to do what they called top rocking or up rocking. The stuff you see on the top, and they would play with that. Eventually, somebody took it to the floor by accident, and it was an African-American kid that was part of the Bronx Boys. His name was TT Rock. He falls on the floor. This is the wintertime. It's snow. He falls on the floor by accident, and he does a move, and Batch, who is the leader of, no, he's not the leader of TBB yet. He's in the crew. He sees that, and he starts to get an idea and play with that. Oh, we could go from here to here. And they start to play with that. Eventually, he wants to start his own crew, but he wants to start what he calls a rocking crew. So he calls it the Bronx Boys Rocking Crew, TBB. Now, when they say rocking, it is synonymous with breaking. They're talking about breaking. How do you know this? I speak to Batch all the time. Batch is in his 60s, and he told me what we're talking about is breaking. We're not talking about something else. So you have TBB in 1975. This is a Puerto Rican crew. Okay? This is a Puerto Rican crew in 1975. You have the Zulu Kings in 1970, late 75, 76. The Zulu Kings are not in 73. The organization is not even a thing yet. It doesn't become a thing until there's still Black Spades in 1973. In 1975, this year is so pivotal. In 1975, a close person that was close to our friend was killed by the police. The only survivor was the chapter leader of this particular division, which Charlie Rock, who is an original Zulu King of the original 11 Zulu Kings, was a witness. He went to the funeral.
Okay.
Our friend told Charlie Rock that the organization did not start until after the death of this guy. His name was Solski. This was January of 1975. So you have the organization. The Zulu Kings don't happen until late 75, 76 with the first 5 Zulu masters. So now you have TBB, the Zulu Kings, a crew called the CC Crew, which is another Puerto Rican crew, a crew called Star Child La Rock, which is another Puerto Rican crew, and a crew called the Rockwell Association, which is another Puerto Rican crew. This is between 75 and 79. So when they say things like, but y'all didn't start breaking or coming around until like late 78 into the 80s, they don't know what they're talking about, because
Okay.
that is absolutely the farthest thing from the truth at all, because these people are still alive and are telling their story. Because of this misinformation that's going out, they're saying, whoa, what do you mean? We're there when it begins. Nobody hits the floor until late 74, 75. That's when you start seeing people on the floor. And I'm not talking about just doing a pin drop and then coming back up. I'm talking about top rocking to floor rocking with footwork and freezes. The foundation of what you see with b-boying, breaking, later came to be known as break dancing. The foundation of that comes from Puerto Ricans. Okay, the codifying of the names of those moves, the moves themselves. Black b-boys were not dancing like that. What they were doing was what Crazy Legs was talking about, what they called the Moreno style. It was a Zulu King style. It was a very sporadic style. It was breaking, but it wasn't what Herc's dudes were doing. They weren't doing that. The
Okay.
Zulu Kings are doing this. So it is both Black and Puerto Rican breakers at the beginning of breaking. So to try to say, well, no, because we're breaking way over here in the 1920s, look at the film. That is removed by time and space. Number one, they break to one particular style of music, break beats. Who introduces the break beats, the segments? It is Kool Herc. It is Flash. It is Charlie Chase. It is Disco Wiz. It is Casanova Fly. It is Baron and Breakout. It is our other friend. These are the guys who are introducing. The first one to do it is Herc. And they testify about that all the time. He's the first one to do it. Okay, it wasn't done very well, but he's the first one to do it. While this is happening, again, 75, you got these crews who are both Black and Puerto Ricans who are taking it to another level. You had the basics, and then the Puerto Ricans started to add their flavor. Now, but why would they do that? Because within these b-boy breaks, he talked about the musical timeline. Many of these breaks come from funk records. Some of them come from disco records.
Yeah.
Some of them come from Latin records. Some of them come from Caribbean records. Some of them come from African records. The unifying thing that you hear in all of those anthems, and this is the documentary I'm working on called The Latin Breakdown.
Okay.
The thing you hear in all of those anthems is 2 pieces. You hear funk and Latin percussions. Why not funk and jazz or funk? Why Latin percussions? I'll tell you why. And when you listen to it, now you have to understand something. The big band era, no big bands in the jazz era, none, used Afro percussive instruments. When I say Afro percussive instruments, I'm talking about instruments like the conga, the timbale, the bongo, the cowbells, the claves. They did not use those instruments. The first time it is used is when Dizzy Gillespie wants to create his own band. And he goes to his good friend Mario Bausa, who is a Cuban, part of the band he's with. And he says, I want somebody who plays those tom-tom things. He didn't even know what they were called.
Okay.
So Mario Bauza introduces him to a man by the name of Chano Pozo. And Chano Pozo is a master conga player. So he comes on and he joins Dizzy Gillespie's band, and then he comes up with an idea. And he says, I have an idea for a song. And that song, and you can look up the song, it's called Manteca. And Manteca is the first time you hear the Latin Afro percussive rhythms mixed and fused with jazz. From then on, it's a rap. Every genre incorporates the sound of the Afro percussive instruments. You hear it in doo-wop, Little Darling. You hear Little Darling. The first thing you hear is the clave. Tunk, 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 Little Darling, tunk, 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 tunk. They're using the clave.
Okay.
That comes from Afro-Cuban. So in the 40s, there was this place called the Palladium. And the Palladium had people like Tito Puente. This is early. Mario Bauza, Machito, and now he put up the Latin pictures. That's why I'm going to it. So Tito Puente, Mario Bauza, Machito and his Afro-Cubans, Tito Rodriguez, Arsenio Rodriguez, Chano Pozo. These guys are playing what's called mambo music. And mambo comes from Arsenio Rodriguez, who says mambo is the part of the song that is the go-off. Oh, doesn't that sound familiar? It's the go-off part. It's the breakdown. And what they would call it, they called it the original Latin descarga. Descarga means the go-off, to get loose. So they're going off. And then they would have these dancers come. Now, the jazz musicians from Birdland, which were right down the street, would hear about what was happening at this place, and they would come. And they would sit in. And the Latin musicians would go to Birdland and sit in with the jazz musicians. And so this marriage has been happening since the early 1900s of us making music together. So now we got this thing happening. And Manteca happens, and then you start to hear it in you hear it in doo-wop. You hear it in disco. You hear it in funk. You hear it in soul. You hear it in the earliest iteration of rap music, the first rap records. They have the Latin go-off in it. If you listen to Rapping and Rocking the House by the Funky 4 Plus One More, it's the first rap record on the Enjoy label. It's a conga player. That's a friend of mine. His name is Silos Congas. He's a Puerto Rican. He knew Pumpkin personally. He hung with Pumpkin. He was part of Pumpkin and Friends, the band that made that record. When you see Sugar Hill Groove with the Sugar Hill Gang, their first album, there's a track called Sugar Hill Groove. Sounds like a breakbeat. And then they say, and now Tito Puente, and then you hear Tito Puente going off on the timbales. And then you have the breaks, 1980, Curtis Blow. And these are the breaks. Break it up, break it up, break it up. Bam,
Right.
boom, pata, pop, pop. You hear the timbales. That's a Puerto Rican. Okay, it's a Puerto Rican timbalero who's playing that. These guys come from the world of salsa and mambo, and they're integrated. When you hear the anthems, Apache, you hear the Afro percussive instruments. And that brother is from the Caribbean, the brother who's playing the congas on Apache. When you hear 1970, the quintessential B-boy anthem, It's Just Begun by Jimmy Castor. We saw that in Flashdance. Jimmy Castor was interviewed and they said to him, who came up with that breakdown? Who came up with that drum solo? He said, oh, you mean the breakdown? Yeah, I did. I had to put the Latin in there. You had to use the timbales. Who inspired you? Tito Puente. I used to play with Tito Puente. I was inspired by all those Spanish musicians, those Latin musicians. And many people thought that Jimmy Castor was a Black American. He was raised in Harlem. He lived in Harlem, but he's Caribbean. His family's from Bermuda. So he infuses this into that particular b-boy anthem. Let's talk about another one. Probably the foundational b-boy anthem is Give It Up, Turn It Loose by James Brown. You can't talk about hip hop culture without talking about James Brown. He's the godfather of his music is used. You can't do it. You got to infuse him. But in Give It Up and Turn It Loose, the conga player that plays, when he gets to that part and he says, clap your hands, huh? Stomp your feet, and then he says, Clive. And then you start, and you hear the conga player. That conga player, his name is Johnny Griggs. He's an African American. But before he got with James Brown and the Flames, he played with Fania All Stars, Larry Harlow, Ismael Miranda. He played with Latin musicians. The rhythm that you hear on Give It Up and Turn It Loose is a palo rhythm. That comes from the Cuban palo mayombe. Okay? From Africa to Cuba. That's the rhythm that you hear. Okay, so it is all infused, and many of the people who play palo are part of a religion called Santeria. And Santeria is African to New York, to the Puerto Ricans, the Cubans, the African Americans, all of us. Now, let's go back to Machito and his Afro-Cubans. Machito and his Afro-Cubans is a funny name because he didn't really have Cubans in his band. Here's who he had. The rhythm section was mostly Puerto Ricans, African Americans, and some Cubans. Machito was Cuban. So yes, to answer the brother's question, would you say that they created? No, they didn't create. They didn't create, but they were there. They were building. They were in the band, and they were adding. But that comes from Cuba. That comes from Africa. That there's a root to that. But there's a difference. Well, you're saying we didn't create, but then you didn't create because you were there too. Not the same thing. It's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about who came in later. We're talking about that particular band, and there were African Americans in that band. So when you hear these anthems, and then we just had not long, probably last year, James Brown, a release. They did a documentary about James Brown.
What was the name of it?
You know what? I don't know. It was on A&E, and it was a brand new documentary on A&E, and they released an unreleased song that was done in 1970 from James Brown, and it's called something to the effect "Gotta Get Along." We gotta get along, something like that. Let me look.
Is it Watch James Brown Say It Loud?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, name of the show is Say It Loud.
Yeah. Got to get along. Let me just see James Brown. I'm going somewhere with that.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen, and then when you're done, we're gonna go to the panel. We're gonna ask you a few questions from the chat, if you don't mind.
Yes. Let me just see. Okay, here we go. No, it's not called that. I'm ready. It's called We Got to Change.
We Got to Change.
We Got to Change, James Brown. Now, in the beginning of the song, it sounds just like Give It Up, Turn It Loose. What he does is, the beginning of the song starts off with this rhythm. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, clap your hands. Dum. Dum, thump your feet. Dum. That's a rhythm. That rhythm is called guaguancó. That's a Latin rhythm. Originally from Africa, Latins adopted that rhythm. It's called guaguancó. So James Brown, even, and not all of his music, don't get me wrong, but I'm talking about the b-boy anthems. You can't listen to these anthems and not hear Latin Afro percussive breakdowns, that they are mimicking what the Afro-Cubans were doing with the Latin descarga, the go-off. That's what they're mimicking. So these original b-boy anthems from the 60s and the 70s are laced with funk and Latin percussion. There we go again. We're there again. We're there from the early 1900s. We're there again. Why would it all of a sudden stop with hip hop? We're not going to create nothing in hip. We get here and then it just stops. No, impossible. We are there from the foundation, and we're not just there. We are active. We're creating. We're innovating. We're adding. But make no mistake about this. This is African American. This is Latino, mainly Puerto Ricans, and this is Caribbeans, mainly Jamaicans. That's the foundation of this culture.
Hey, I want to take 2 seconds to say something. First off, Cuban. Let me move this real quick. I can't see Cuban. 1 second.
You want to put him solo? I got you.
No. I don't want to put him solo because he'd be shy, get the blushing and whatnot. I ain't
That's just weird.
Hey, I want to salute you, brother. You are literally pivotal in getting the fervor of many over time of getting a doctor to speak on the shows. It's cool to sit around and talk about it, but that kind of history is not something that even I would know. It's outside of my purview. Everybody knows I'm more on the politics side. So I salute you and your channel, Cuban Crisis. Make sure y'all check out his shows and his panel. Dr. Derek Cologne. Before we go further, because the chat is buzzing. They got a lot of questions. I'm gonna let a couple other people on the panel speak. But and just so you know, we show all comments. We don't discriminate. So it's not that I play it all as long as it's not too crazy. But I want to salute you in your efforts in education. You have a doctorate in education. That's to be applauded. And the fact that you're sharing your time, however much time you have with us left, thank you. But if you can hang around for a little bit, I'd appreciate it. I just want to get a couple other people on the panel. Hits, your mind was stirring the entire time. I was watching, I was watching. I wanna let you go ahead and Hits is our resident technology guy, owner at Tribe Media, DQ owner at Tribe Media, Logic president of Tribe Media, and I want to give Hits a chance to speak with you directly, and then I want to go into the chat because the chat they've asked a lot of questions. I want to address one question for you. Go Hits. They were asking about the origin of the word hip hop in the chat. And the term hip hop does not have Spanish origins. The word hip hop is believed to have been coined by Keith Cowboy Wiggins, a member of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five in the late 1970s. The story goes that he used the words hip hop to mimic the rhythmic cadence of soldiers marching. This playful chant eventually came to represent the culture that encompassed DJing, MCing, breakdancing, and graffiti, what we know as the 4 pillars of hip hop. But at the end of this conversation, it's interesting. And it seems like every time they'll say it's a Black thing, it's an African American thing. But then at the end of all of these conversations, it kind of then goes right back into the Spanish origins. While the term itself does not have Spanish origins, it's important to recognize that hip hop as a culture was influenced by a variety of musical genres, including those of Spanish and Latin roots, salsa, mambo, Latin jazz, especially given the multicultural environment. And in summary, the term hip hop originates from African American cultural practices and linguistic traditions rather than Spanish origins. However, the development of hip hop as a musical and cultural movement was influenced by the diverse cultural tapestry of New York City, including significant contributions from Hispanic communities. Hits, I want to give you about 5 minutes. You can speak directly to the doctor or just speak about what you want to talk about. Then I'm going to go Cuban, DQ, and then we're going to go to the chat.
Actually, Cuban hasn't talked in a while. See if Cuban wants to jump in there, because he didn't say anything in a while. And then
Cuban.
What's good? Like I said, I'll say it again. It's probably my 3rd time now. I really don't care, to be honest. However, I take the perspective that it was a collective.
And I don't care either. Yeah.
I really want to, I don't want to address the chat, but I do want to address the chat. But I would just say this. Familiarized with colonization, linguistic imperialism, for the billionth time, the Lacasse system, and I think perhaps this thinking of I'm different could probably help. As if it's like absolute day and night. Yes, there's differences due to cultural reasons because of social situations that took place, who colonized who, aspects of culture that may derive from the original culture, and they upheld it, to adopting things from indigenous people that were already here. So this, it's this when people get caught focal point, and I know that this isn't going to go over well with a lot of people, but to those that are making that argument, are you Italian by any chance? Are you American? Are you Italian? Are you America Vespucci? So these are terms that came from who and what and why. So we're going to divide ourselves because of geographical location, but yet we're going to talk about injustice. Then we're going to talk about, the white man's the enemy, but yet you're emulating your colonizer with divisional thinking. So that's my 2 pesos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got a guest to the panel. Only thing I'll say is keep it respectful. We don't mind different opinions, but we like to do it with decorum to further good discourse. So we got Knockmeezy. He's got a Brooklyn Nets mask on.
He might have the cam up unless someone knows him.
A lot of people know me. I'm not a troll. I have a channel. I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay,
lived in the Bronx. Went to Fordham Road. Went to Roosevelt in the Bronx. So salute to the panel. I just wanted to chime in.
What's up?
Hip hop did not have any Spanish origins. Okay, for those that are not from New York City, who don't understand the dynamic between Black Americans and Puerto Ricans, because when we talk about Latin, it wasn't Latin people, it was Puerto Ricans that were involved in hip hop. Okay, let's get that straight. But Puerto Ricans had a distinct culture. Black Americans had a distinct culture, and there was some crossover. You would see a group of Puerto Rican guys with one black guy with them, and vice versa. But they had their own culture. And matter of fact, if we want to break it down even further, we're saying Puerto Ricans. We should really be saying New Yorkers, because in Puerto Rico, they'll shade you if you're from New York.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
What I'm saying? So,
yeah, that's a good point.
That's good. I'm FBA. I'm 50 years old, so I was born after hip hop was already here. But I did live in Puerto Rico because my mom had a best friend that was Puerto Rican. So I speak Spanish, so I know the cultural differences. I think that once we establish that hip hop has been originated and created by Black Americans, I don't see what the problem is with Puerto Ricans and on the larger scale Hispanics accepting that it's our art form and stop trying to crowbar your way in. You were there, but you didn't create anything. If they
Brother,
said
I just gave you loads and loads of evidence as to what we did, bro.
Hold on.
Let's call a real no Diddy on loads and loads.
Let them cook it up.
Yeah, please. So I mean, I was listening I'm actually in Europe, so I was listening to on my way from the gym. But so I'll ask you, what is the first Puerto Rican hip hop group?
You talking about rapping?
Yeah.
That's not where it begins, bro.
No, but I'm asking you, since Puerto Ricans had so much involvement and influence, you don't know, have you ever heard of Vico C?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you can't say Vico C?
Say it again.
So you know who Vico C is, right? You
Yeah,
know who
he
the
comes
but you
way
know who the
later.
Boricua Guerreros are, right?
Yeah.
All right. So why didn't you mention it, bro?
Because he's not part of hip hop culture, bro.
No, but he
comes
wait,
later.
he comes later. But
He's from Puerto Rico.
I asked you who were the Puerto Rican hip hop groups, and you came up with a big zero until I told you.
Okay.
So it goes back. Hold on, brother.
Okay.
Wait,
Let me answer your question.
Déjame cocinarte en tu idioma. If
Let
you want
me
to do it
answer
like
your
that.
question, brother.
No,
Let
wait,
me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Brother, you've been speaking. Give me a chance.
You just asked me a question. Let me answer.
And you
it.
answered it.
Hey, knock me easy. Let
me answer.
Let him knock me easy. Let him answer your question.
I got
and
you,
I'm gonna let you cook up. You can go right back in. Go ahead.
Let me answer your question. So, okay, now I understand what you're asking me. Okay, so first of all, emceeing is the last element that comes to the culture. That's the first place people want to go is to the MC. They're the last element. Number one. Number two, the MCs, the foundational barometer of the MCs are Black Americans, no doubt about it. But let's look at the first generation of the MCs. Here we go. Melly Mel, Kid Creole, Cowboy, Scorpio, Raheem, Chirac, Keith Keith, Little Rodney C, Ruby D, Whip a Whip, 10. That's the first generation. 2 of them are Puerto Ricans. They're part of the first generation of MCs. But MCing is Black American. That is the foundation. The MCs are Black Americans. You cannot say that about the rest of the elements. The rest of the elements are multicultural. So you can't start with the MCs, bro.
Okay. All right. So let me respond to you. What is
do me a favor, knock me easy, real quick. I don't want to cut your wisdom. Is this the Rico C? Is this the Richard Rico Cologne? Is that who you talking about?
No, Vico C. Vico.
Vico.
Yeah, Vico C.
Okay.
And when I used to listen to them, it was on tapes. Like it's a lot later, but I've just asked the brother, what's the Puerto Rican hip hop group? And he didn't say any. And then after the fact, then he wants to name all these people, and it was only 2 that were Puerto Rican. So they added to what we created. So now when he talks about the elements of hip hop or rapping is the only surviving element. No one's doing breakdancing.
No.
Wait, hold on, brother.
Let them cook
no
up.
one's doing breakdancing right now unless they're Filipinos and Japanese, and they're killing it. Right? But they'll tell you that what they're doing is Black American dance. All of these Asian boy bands, they doing Black American style music. You see what I'm saying? But they don't try to take it and remix it and say it was theirs. I'm from the city. I went to Fordham, Roosevelt High School before I got kicked out. So I know that Puerto Ricans was not rocking with us. So when we say colonizer talk, no, we talking just reality. Puerto Ricans was not rocking with us. You know what y'all was listening to? Take Me in Your Arms by Little Susie. Y'all was listening to freestyle music. Y'all wasn't rocking with us. So don't come after the fact and try to crowbar your way into our music. As far as breakdancing and all that, there was Black B-boys, there was Puerto Rican B-boys, but that's dead and stinking now. So you want to go to a part that no one even does anymore. Hip-hop is Black American music, full stop. I asked you what was the Puerto Rican group. You couldn't tell me. FBA had to tell you. What's up with that?
Okay, you gonna let me respond?
Yeah, he muted up. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Are you familiar with the group The Fearless Four?
I've heard of them, yes, sir.
Okay. Who founded that group?
You tell me. I've heard of the group. I don't know who founded it. Tell me.
Master OC and the Devastating Tito. Both of them are Puerto Ricans.
Okay. What year was that?
That's a hip hop group in the 80s.
No, but no, I appreciate that. What year was that?
They're the 80s.
All right. What year did hip hop start?
Again, MCing doesn't start.
Brother, you just talked to me about 2 MCs that you talked about the 80s. So give me the foundational Puerto Rican hip hoppers, please. Let's get to the meat and potatoes.
I already did that with the B-boys.
No, hip hop, the last surviving. We're talking about rapping right now because you jumping from rapping to breakdancing and graffiti. Look, let's talk about the last surviving part of rap.
The
Graffiti is
Fearless Four,
first.
hold on, just for context, the Fearless Four was formed in 1977. I
So
just
hip hop
want
was
to give us
already
some
here.
context. I just want to give us some context.
I don't want to keep beating the pig meat Markham thing. I'll take it after that. I'll take it to high school. At 50 years old, I was in high school in the Bronx at a certain time. Blacks and Puerto Ricans blacks were banging on tables rapping. Puerto Ricans had their own thing, and on the other side of the lunchroom, then you had the ESL kids. We wasn't mixing like that. Blacks and Puerto Ricans had no alliance until the late 80s. And the alliance was mostly black men dating Puerto Rican women. And that's when you started seeing the smoke from Puerto Rican men. Call me a liar.
How old are you, bro? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Okay. You can't even speak to this, bro.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
You can't even speak to this.
Okay, tell me
You're
when blacks and Puerto Rican were united in New York City.
Say that again.
When were blacks and Puerto Ricans united?
Can I answer that question?
Please do it, brother.
You got to be kidding me. Okay. So we can start with the street. Or first of all, let's start with this. I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm Cuban, right?
All right. So I'd rather speak to the Puerto Rican respectfully. Don't try to jump in and do the tag team jump off. Déjame hablar con el puertorriqueño. Déjame hablar con el boricua.
This isn't WWE, and we're not
exactly. Which is why.
Hey, let's keep it clean. I don't even know what y'all. Hold on, the host is. I don't even know what language. I don't know what y'all saying. I don't know if y'all just said all the black people leave the panel. I don't know what y'all
bro. I'm FBA for life. I'm FBA for life.
Listen, I get it. I just don't want. I don't. We like to keep it. I don't mind a little bit of
I'll keep it English for you. I'll keep it English.
Yeah.
And hold on. And we want everybody to cook a little bit, ask some questions, answer some questions, so we can keep moving on, because I think there's a few other elements we got to talk about. We got to talk about the graffiti. We touched on the break dancing, and so I'm gonna let Cuban go ahead and finish what he said, and then I'm gonna jump in there with maybe a question.
Hey, Knockmeezy, leave your can you leave your information in the back chat?
I have a channel. It's called Knockmeezy. I got like 35,000 subscribers. Just search that. But I've been talking about this for a minute. But I do mostly like diaspora war topics between blacks and black. I call them FBBs, foreign born blacks. Respect to them all. You know what I'm saying? But we are different. But like I said, and I'll say this: I was speaking to the Dr. Cologne, the Boricua on the set, and then a Cuban tries to tap in. I don't want to speak to no Cuban. I want to speak to the Boricua, because blacks and Boricuas, we did have sometimes where we was rocking with each other, but it always went south when they saw you with a Puerto Rican girl. Yo, what's she doing with that Moreno, that Cocola, that Trepapalo? And you know what I'm talking about, Dr. Colon. So you got an FBA that speaks your language, because I went to school in Louisa Aldea in 83. So you can't pull the wool over my eyes, buddy. So when was blacks and Puerto Ricans rocking like that they were so influential in hip hop, when you yourself named 10 groups and only 2 supposedly had founding fathers that were Puerto Rican? Let's get it.
What's the name of your channel? Is it Kingata?
No, it's NAKMEEZY.
Okay. Go ahead, boss. Go ahead, Doc.
Again, if we're going by timelines and years, the last element of the culture of hip hop are the MCs. I already told you that Black Americans are the creators of that element. The first element, as some disagree with, I don't, is graffiti, which starts in the 60s. The second element are the DJs who play the break beats, which starts in 75. The third element are the B-boys, which starts in 75. The last element are the MCs, which starts late 76, 77. So when we keep on bringing up the MCs, which is the last element, what groups, as if we weren't part of the other elements. We're all in the culture, bro, from day one.
Go ahead, Cuban, jump in there.
Wait, let me just respond to him really quickly. You keep saying that the rapping part is the last part. The pygmy Markham, late
That's not.
60s. Wait, hold on. He was rapping in the same cadence that they rapped in old school type of rap.
My God.
You go to
Okay.
James Brown, the big payback, when he talks about I could get rapping or I could start scrapping. This is you know how Black Americans talk, hey, young brother, let me rap to you. So rap is ours. Puerto Ricans wasn't rapping because they wasn't with us.
I
All
said
right.
that.
So why are you trying to shoehorn your way into MCing?
I didn't. Did anybody hear me say that?
Because you keep mentioning MCs, rap groups, and you trying to make it like those are founding fathers in hip hop.
No, I
They're
didn't.
not.
I said Black Americans are the founding fathers of the MCs. I said that 3 times.
All right,
Okay.
let's
let other people cook.
Yeah. Let my man Cuban jump in there. Go ahead, Cuban.
Let's go, Cuban.
Speak whatever.
So this is interesting. Atal Schoenberg. Do you know who Atal Schoenberg is? That's a rhetorical question. Atal Schoenberg, Afro-Boricua, father German, mother Afro-Boricua. Ask yourself, who is Atal Schoenberg? Who and what did Atal Schoenberg contribute to? We can start with him. Then we could go to the Young Lords Party. Then we could go to the various street organizations. One of them I was a longtime member of. And I'm trying to understand when I hear, and I was a gang member for most of my life, to hear that Blacks and Puerto Ricans did not coexist. Is it probable that there were some Puerto Ricans and some Blacks that didn't want to deal with each other? Absolutely. Absolutely. But overall, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Black Spades, that the gang I was in comes from. Black Spades, absolutely majority Black American. One of their members who I was a dear friend of, Lava, graffiti artist, Boricua, Lower East Side, Black Spade to death. You had white Black Spades. Nietas allow Black Americans into Nietas. But I bet a lot of people didn't know that. What I was a part of, international. So when I hear Asians or whoever don't know the history, or if they specifically say, oh, this is something from Blacks, yes, but you can also meet others that actually can break down the history, that know the specifics of that particular element. So, like I said in the beginning, I really think this is a divisive overall objective and conversation that is just wanting to have indifferences versus similarities versus things that's going on in society that is very important. To me, this very much echoes Black Kemet. Very much. The Egyptians were Black. No, they weren't. They were multi-ethnic. Hip-hop is Black. No, it's multi-ethnic. At the end of the day, it's not paying bills. It's not providing food, clothing, shelter. It's not doing an ounce in the world for the problems that humanity faces. It's a pissing contest, is what it is. So I'll say it, and I said it again, and if this offends anybody, you can take it or leave it. You want that culture? Your second founder is a pedophile. How about them apples? And people that's being talked about knew what and who he is. And said,
alleged.
You can say alleged. I'm not going to say it. And I'm in the presence of people that said nothing, but yet we're going to argue about who was first. Meanwhile, not the youth. Very interesting. That's all I got to say. I really don't have anything else to say. I just want that to be known. Once again, for the millionth time.
Well,
Right.
thank you for totally not answering my question and going to the lowest element of society, which are gangs. I've never been to Rikers. I've never been to jail, so I can't relate. I used to watch the hood dudes get locked up for doing nonsense on my way to Morgan State
There's a difference
University, by the
between
way.
watching.
But wait, hold on,
Let him
hold on,
finish.
brother. I didn't interrupt you. I let you jump in the pot. Now I'm gonna turn the heat up on you. You didn't name any
This is wild.
Black and Puerto Rican coalitions. On the ground, Blacks and Puerto Ricans, for the most part, were two separate groups. And
I said
wait, hold
the
on.
young lords.
Who?
Hold on, Cuban. Let him cook up,
Wait,
Cuban.
yeah. So now,
Cuban,
wait. He's going to gangs. See, that's the problem with a lot of these people that have anti-Black American talking points. They tend to go to the lowest part of society, gangs and jail and things of that nature. Black American culture is way bigger than that. So Black Americans in the hood, in the suburbs, Black Americans that work for the MTA, that work for Long Island Railroad, that work for Con Ed, that got their money, bought cribs in Westchester, Jersey, and moved to Long Island. These are Black Americans. Puerto Ricans was not hanging out with them. We were together due to proximity in the hood. But proximity does not mean that we had some sort of union in culture. And I lived in Puerto Rico. These brothers thought I was saying something grimy. I wasn't. But I got a Cuban on here trying to tell me about the relationship between Puerto Ricans and Blacks. He never been to Puerto Rico. He's not even Puerto Rican. And then he tells me about Schomburg, who's a biracial. That has nothing to do with the relationship between Puerto Ricans and Black in New York City. And I said it already. In the late 80s, like 88, 89, that era, it started to get better. It started to get better with the new generation, the younger generation, because they started dating each other. That's when it got better. Prior to that, Blacks used to refer to Puerto Ricans as what? Germans. We used to call Puerto Ricans Germans, and that's a whole fact. My father called them Germans, and I used to hear them say that. And I don't jack that. I don't think that they're Germans. You know what I'm saying? But that's how, and they used to call us cocolos and trepapalo. Now, just a little Spanish lesson for everybody listening. Trepar in Spanish means to climb. Palo means stick or tree. Trepapalo, aka monkeys. So they're calling us monkeys. We calling them Nazis. Wherein lies this coalition? You had some Puerto Ricans that like hip hop. Their parents told them, "Don't play that hip hop, that Black music in our house." Their neighborhoods were different from our neighborhoods. If it's Harlem, it's the East Side, right? You know what I'm saying? If it's the Bronx, it's where the Puerto Ricans live at in the Bronx. By Burnside, they was over there in Burnside, unless you go to River Park Towers. You see what I'm saying? So they're speaking to somebody from New York.
Puerto Ricans live all over the Bronx, bro. That's little
You
Puerto
act like
Rico.
there's no Puerto Rican
Hold on.
neighborhood.
Hey, wrap up, knock me easy, then I'm gonna let the doc come in.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up right here. You see, Dr. Cologne ain't been this quiet for a minute.
I want to get some
Because now we got a New Yorker up here that knows the real deal. So neither one of these brothers, and I mean that for real, neither one of these Hispanic brothers has named the time where we and Puerto Ricans were solid. It's never been like that. There's pockets of it. But for them to try to claim that they are innovators or pioneers in our culture is damn right disrespectful. While I can sing Spanish and I can speak Spanish, I would never say because I went to Las Parcelas in Loíza Aldea, and when I was there, I was kicking everybody's ass in breakdancing. Real talk, I wouldn't say that I pioneered anything that happened to do over there because I was a guest. Y'all are a guest in our culture. Respect our culture.
Yeah, I appreciate that, knock me easy. And I put your channel in the chat. You're welcome to hang around. I'm gonna let a couple other people on the panel cook hits. You want to say something? Then I want to get over to the doc.
Yeah, wow, these guys said a lot. Jesus, definitely appreciate
that Nazi Germany thing was
and not
interesting.
Definitely appreciate The two brothers coming on. First I would say because the doctor dealt with a lot. Let's just deal with just one. Let's start with one question. He doesn't have to answer. It's not rhetorical, but he could think about it. He jumped around a lot from, and I think his average date was around 1975. And I think everyone's clear on that that's the time Flash got his crew going, and that's a little bit after Herc and Bambaataa had their DJ notoriety made famous. So you're still looking at 73, 74, 75, right? No one disagrees with that. But that's also around the time African Americans start to change how they dress. They change how they dance. He spoke about Ruby D, Whip, Tito from the Fearless Four, Charlie Chase, that's Cold Crush Brothers DJs. That's still after Flash. That's still late 70s, right? But let's go back to the, say, 65 to 75. What were African Americans doing that all of this culture is just bubbling up around them, from the Caribbean, from Puerto Ricans? What are actual African Americans doing? Mario, like I said, Disco King Mario, and this is jump over into the sound system part. He was DJing for James Brown, and I think Yankee Stadium or something, like 68 or something like that.
No, so brother. No.
Hold on.
Grandmaster Flowers.
Let him cook, and then I'm gonna go
Flowers. My bad. Flowers. My bad. I'm sorry. I mixed it with them.
Okay, we'll take that. Let him cook. I'm gonna go right to you after this, Doc.
Yeah, I'm trying to tie it all together and not take as long, right? So, that's somebody who would know about sound systems. There was no hip hop music. We're talking about disco. There's no disco in a park. To be a disco DJ, you actually most likely would have to play in a disco inside a building, in a club or something like that. So these gentlemen, Plummer, Pete DJ Jones, Smokey, DJ Hollywood, all of them would know about systems. Flash, let me share my screen real quick from Flash's book, and then we're going to deal with something you said about his system, but we're just going to jump to Flash's book real quick. And this is a tie into what I was saying about Pete DJ Jones. Just let me jump to Flash's book. Tab. Here it is. Adventures of Grandmaster. I know it's going to be small. Just let me know if you can see. I'll just read it from over here. So if you just put Pete in Flash's book, The Adventures of Grandmaster Flash, My Life, My Beats, Pete is Pete DJ Jones. He was introduced to Pete DJ Jones by someone named Mrs. Rose. When he met him, let's just get right to it. Pete said, "You must be Flash," he said with a hint of Southern accent. Pete DJ Jones is from North Carolina, I believe. I think he moved up here in like 1970. So there's no Jamaican influence on his sound system either. He was a club DJ. Right here, he tells Flash, the system ain't where it's at. Keeping the beat, that's where it's at. That's the advice he gave Grandmaster Flash. When Flash is trying to emulate Herc and these people with these systems and Bambaatahs, Pete DJ Jones is telling them that's not where it's at. You also said that Herc wanted to emulate a live band with his sound system. Anybody who ever listened to a live band, go listen to house music live, or a DJ play house music. It's all low end. Boom, boom, boom. 4 on the floor, right? A live band is more mids and highs. That's where he could say percussion comes in, congas and all of that. Those are all mid, high, low end frequencies. That's not bass, right? So for Herc to want to sound like a band, that has nothing to do with what, I think you stated that's Caribbean culture, which would be heavy bass. So that doesn't line up with Herc. The size of a system, a bunch of speakers, yeah, but you had the Disco Twins, you had people in Brooklyn. So let's go to that real quick and see what they had to say about all of these large systems that supposedly came from Jamaica, or that they got from Jamaica, right? So let's go here. This is an interview from Davey D. I don't know if it's the Davey D, but here's a picture, if you can see it, of the Disco Twins, right? You had other crews, the Affinity Machine, Sweet G, and Pete DJ Jones right here. The Disco Twins Cypher Sound. So let's go down here where they talk about the system. Here we go. Let's see. Go right here. No, go right here. What pissed a lot of dudes from Queens and Brooklyn off is that when Bronx cats dismissed them, the early dudes, that as being disco. That's a diss in a literal sense. It's their way of dismissing those brothers as being something inauthentic, right? So the real division between the Bronx, we're going to say, in the four boroughs is the fact that there was heavier emphasis on the breaks, rare breaks, and scratching. Also, MCing was a little rawer too. But this article discusses a lot about the stereo systems. You don't see them referencing anything from the Caribbean culture, or they got it from Jamaicans, or I think down here they said the Jamaicans might have built Flash's system, which is more than likely true, with one exception. Grandmaster Flash's sound system, the Gladiator, like you said, their systems had names, was built by some Jamaican brothers on Freeman Street. And in Brooklyn, there was no way in the world dudes in Brooklyn could have heard those different sound systems because they were in Brooklyn. DJ culture in Jamaica goes back to the 50s, right? So in Brooklyn, and Kool Herc asked him about here we go. The one time I interviewed Kool Herc, I asked him about the Jamaican sound systems in the Bronx, and he acknowledged knowing a few of them, but said they had no influence or impact whatsoever. So when you try to correlate sound systems with the DJing and then the kind of music they're playing, and then you tie that to congas and maybe one Latin player in the band, and saying the break is actually a Spanish word, that leads me back to my original question. If all of this is Caribbean and Latin, what were African Americans doing? So when we went through my timeline, I'm not going to go through that again, but we're just going to do, just food for thought, right? When have African Americans needed help or influence in dancing and playing music and talking slang in their clothes? So I would have to see that the influence not only was a conga player in a band, and if we look at, matter of fact, let's just go to some of the genres of music real quick, because I don't want to hold nobody up. Let's just look at jazz. We're just going to Wikipedia. I could read it. I don't want to put it on the screen. I'll just read it. Jazz musical style that originated at the beginning of the 20th century in African American communities. That's Wikipedia. Originated African American communities. You can go further if you want. Let's pick another one. What else we got here? Let's read rhythm and blues, frequently abbreviated R&B. A genre of popular music that originated within African American communities in the 1940s. Originated. Let's do one more. What else we got? The blues. The blues is a musical genre, a musical form that originated amongst African Americans in the Deep South around the 1860s. Blues incorporated spirituals, work songs, field holler, shouts, and chants. We don't need influence from other cultures, which if you listen to how the early hip-hop rhymes were, this all falls along the timelines of the things we were talking about. You can interject a conga player, you can interject a rapper or two, you can interject a breakdancer or two. And if you go to the same breakdancers that you brought up, you fly by the part where they say the original b-boys were black. And then you stick on the area when you said the Puerto Ricans took it to the floor, did a little bit more gymnastics with it. And the brother McMeasy brought it up that if you look at the Olympics right now, and he's not lying, the Asians are probably going to win, which is breakdancing is going to be a part of the Olympics. So how we start somewhere with something that's grounded. We talk to the DJs. You said that you would give us the MCs, the rappers. I brought up Pete, DJ Jones, Plummer, Flowers, and Mario, and DJ Smokey, who were all playing the similar records, early 70s, prior to Herc. We discussed the system. I don't know if a system is hip hop. I understand what you're talking about the sound battles. That still would be 73, 74, 75. Let's go to a short clip at the end of a video when they talk about the actual Jamaican influence. And I want people to look into what the Jamaicans were listening to on their radios in the 60s, in the 50s, like that. They're going to tell you American music. They're going to tell you they emulate American music. But let's just go to the video real quick, and then I will be done. Unless I missed, what did I miss? We did MCs, we did DJs, breakdancing. I'm going to play a clip of, I think, who was that? Track 2 Doctor that said the original B-boys were black and Crazy Legs is sitting right next to him. But let's just do the video real quick.
And then I'm going to go to the doctor.
Gotcha. Let me go over here. And then there's an interview with DXT while I'm looking for this. DXT is a Grammy winning DJ. He DJ'd for Herbie Hancock. He was the first DJ to use the turntable as an instrument in Herbie Hancock's record Rockit, Rockit. That was a breakdance anthem. I think that was in the 80s. But he also states that the people we think of as first generation, Flash, Bambaataa, and I'm doing this, Herc, are all literally second generation. So let me share my screen and we'll just do some Jamaican roots. I think it's right here. Let me know if you can hear it.
Jamaica, they caught a whiff of.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But American music was African American music was, and that sparked Jamaicans, into the music and everything like that. And at first they were just imitating African Americans.
I may have to talk over it a little bit so we don't get a copyright.
I found that the Jamaican pioneers knowledge that they was copying and imitating Americans, African Americans. What's going on is the younger generation, the younger Jamaican generation is making these bold claims, making these outrageous claims. But the old school Jamaican pioneers, they don't make these claims. From my understanding,
is there anybody from Jamaica who recognizes this man? Clement Dodd, great pioneer of Jamaican sound system. Is there somebody who can verify that?
Old school Jamaican pioneers, they know that they emulated Americans, African Americans.
We did some rhythm and blues, tried to copy the rhythm and blues with that driving beat.
We tried to copy the rhythm and blues with that driving beat.
It all came from the American R&B music,
Came from American R&B music.
Because we're always being influenced by the impressions, all them soul R&B groups.
We would listen to a Dionne Warwick song and try.
She said Dionne Warwick.
To sing it exactly as Dionne did it. If you are a group, you would try to study the Supremes, Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. If there was a group who comes from abroad to our shores, we would want to go and see them because they have something to teach us.
When we was playing the boogie woogie and the shuffle and thing like that, we realized that we were definitely swatting or copying the American stuff.
We start imitating the rhythm and blues songs like say Smiley Lewis or Professor Longyear, Louis Jordan, those kind of beats. We try to imitate it.
It was all about rhythm and blues.
All right, I think that's enough about rhythm and blues. You can let it play, and it would actually talk to more influences from American culture. And it was also bring me back to another question I had. And then we'll talk about the whole divisive thing or what Cuban brought up about some of these people' personal actions. But there is no Spanish rap. There is no Jamaican rap in the mid 70s, or when you could even start there with Flash, Bambaataa, and Herc already active. 74, actually 75. That would have to be Flash. So you would have to go to 75 on that. But there is no pictures of African Americans dressing like Puerto Ricans or Jamaican. There's pictures of Africa Bambaataa dressing like a funk band, dressing like George Clinton and them. There's pictures of Herc dressing like the African Americans who were around him. And there's pictures of Flash, Furious 5, dressing like the rock band, George Clinton and those guys. And Melly Mel can attest to that. That was their style of clothing also, that they emulated the funk bands. And so clothing, we don't dress like Puerto Ricans or Jamaicans. Language, we didn't talk Spanish or I don't know Jamaican. I don't know if it's patois. If I fuck that up. But dance, we didn't do those dances. We our culture, and this, I'm not trying to be divisive. That's why I showed the timeline earlier on. This is a continuation. We don't need help with it. People took part in it and definitely moved it forward and had influence in it. But the creation goes along with I feel all of our other creation stories. And if somebody wants to get a book about systems and DJs, this is a book called Last Night the DJ Saved My Life. It's a thick book, but it goes through the DJ culture. So before, we can yell the speakers came from here and the turntables came from there, there was, DJing has been around for a long time. And that's what hip hop did. It made it our specialty of DJing. Those are turntables behind me. I'm 54. I'll be 55 this year. I've been DJing since I was about 14 years old. So it always was of interest to me. Grandmaster Flash is my hero. Marley Marl is my hero. Everybody knows why Flash is, but let me give you a synopsis. Flash is the person that cued the records, put the needle right where it was supposed to go on the break beat, and continuously loop it so someone can rap over it. He didn't create break beats. He didn't create the mixer or any of that. He also was the person that invented the slip mat, the slippery piece of felt under the record, so you were able to spin it back. He also drew a crayon mark on the record, so when he spun the record back, he knew where to stop it at. He also, what else did Flash do? But that's enough about Flash. Marley Marl, he's of, I believe, Caribbean heritage. He's more 80s, but Marley Marl was the first person to actually take a break and chop it into separate drums and a sampler. So him, Pete Rock, all of them of Caribbean background are my heroes. So there ain't no bias on my part. But at the same time, we got to stay true to the timeline of African-American history that shows dance, speech, music, clothing style, language, and all these other things were a constant here since my chart 1600s. If you want to go back to spirituals, slave spirituals, ragtime in the 1800s, rural blues, vaudeville, boogie woogie. Somebody didn't mention boogie woogie, but so I understand contributions of a conga here or two, or a member of a group, or a few members in a bigger group. But I think the popular notion is that that's the 73, 74, 75 group, Flash, Herc, and Bambaataa, which a lot of older dudes would consider them second generation, not first.
Enough said. Enough said.
Our resident owner in the building, I appreciate it. The man even described the felt underneath the records. I really feel like me and DQ are not old enough to in this conversation. I'm gonna go to the doc, and then I'm gonna go to Cuban, and then Knock Measy. I'll go to you if you got anything to say. Doc, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, boss. I know you heard a lot. I wanted to let everybody get they cooking out. Shouts to you, Hits. That's fire.
Don't forget my original question. What were African Americans doing, say from 68 to about, and we'll give it all the way to Flash 75, if that's a fair question.
I'm not even sure I understand what your question is. What are you really asking me?
After listening to what you said, it sounded like we were spectators, or there was some 50-50 collaboration going on throughout the process, like throughout the DJ process, throughout the MC process, throughout the B-boy process. And it either was 50-50 with the Jamaicans, or it was 50-50 with the Puerto Ricans as far as the dance. I think that's how you separated. The Puerto Ricans were more involved in the actual dancing and the rapping. And, Charlie Chase, I'm trying to think there was another Puerto Rican DJ that far back, but we can stick with Charlie Chase. But mainly the Puerto Ricans were involved in the dancing. That seems like that's a large part of your premise. And that the music that was played by the DJs for the dancers had a heavy Latin influence. So if the Latin influence is there for the music, the DJs are Caribbean, the dancers are Puerto Rican, what the hell are the African Americans doing? And how did we fuck it all up that it's an African American culture when how you stated. What were we doing? You explained the Caribbean and the Puerto Rican. So I want to know if you knew what we were doing. Oh, one last thing. I'm sorry. Taki, we're going to deal with the graffiti real quick because that's another element that, and then we can see if you disagree with this. I'm going to share my screen real quick. And then, but just keep that question in mind if you know, if you could, about what you feel we were doing. So let me just share this window. All right. So a lot of credit gets given to Taki 183 and Julio 204, if you can see it up here, as far as tagging and being the originators of graffiti. But Top Cat 126 moved with his family from Philadelphia. Anybody who studies graffiti know that Philly was one of the earliest cities to get involved in graffiti. Let's go back. Top Cat 126 moved with his family from Philly to New York sometime around 68, 69. There's only loose consensus on a date. Yeah, it's hard to nail some of this stuff down. When he got there, he hooked up with some of New York's earliest graffiti writers, Taki 183, Julio 204, amongst others. When they would go out and write, the New York writers would write their names in simple script style that had emerged in Philadelphia a few years before. But Top Cat 126 would write his name in the Philadelphia gangster hand style. This was a stylistic leap forward compared to the way New York City writers were writing at the time, and they grabbed a hold of it, and they grabbed a hold of it, and they grabbed a hold of it. They adopted the style as their own and renamed it Broadway Elegant. In New York City, this was the beginning of their style movement. So we, again, if we know about graffiti, we know style is a big part of it. And the different types, we don't have to go into all that right now, the different types of graffiti. But yeah, that's all I got for now. Thanks. Let me stop sharing.
Okay, so you said a lot, and then you asked a question. Just want to be clear before Doc, you start speaking. And then two, Doc, I want to give you the opportunity. Make sure you speak on what it is that you want to speak on also after you answer the question. And then Knock Measy, I'm going to get you in. And as I know you got, maybe somewhere to go. And then Cuban, whenever you're ready, I'm ready to get back to you. Me and DQ are definitely just watching at this point because y'all are way before either one of us was born at this point. So, so go ahead, Doc. Do you understand the question?
Yeah. So in other words, I don't know where you would get the idea in anything that I said that African Americans were not doing anything. I don't know where you got that from. So I don't know. I spoke about the sound system culture. You showed a video of them talking about musically, what were they influenced by musically? I'm not talking about music. Nobody said Herc brought reggae over here. I'm talking about the sound system. I read to you from Cool DJ D, who was a member of Fantasia, who played with Flowers and Maboya. And he told you that those systems were built by Jamaicans, and they brought this culture with them from Jamaica. So all of those guys, I don't know what you meant by, well, they were in Brooklyn. They couldn't see what was Flash's system in the Bronx. Brooklyn is heavily Caribbean. There's heavy Jamaican presence in Brooklyn, even back then. So I wasn't sure where you were really going. All I was trying to say was, there's no way to dismiss. There's no way to remove the African American presence from the culture. Nobody's doing that. Nobody can do that. That's an impossibility. But you cannot erase us, which is what the consensus is. We copied you, we cosplayed you, and I just gave you evidence upon evidence that when it comes to the foundation of the culture, I live the culture. I'm from the Bronx. I'm a student of the culture. I speak to pioneers all the time. Okay? And they will tell you that the foundation of hip hop's culture are the DJs who played the breaks, not the DJs before that. It is not Flowers. It is not Maboya. It is not any of those guys. Yes, they played in Reese Park. They played Reese Beach. I'm sorry. They played in those places. No doubt about it. But they were not extending breaks like Herc. Herc is the first one to do this. And if you watch Microphone Check, you'll hear Hollywood say one thing, and then you hear some of the other pioneers in the documentary tell him he was a disco DJ. He wasn't a hip hop DJ. Herc said Hollywood was a disco DJ.
Why did Herc extend the break? What did
For
Herc
the
say?
dancers. For the dancers. Right?
Because the dancers like that part of the record.
Absolutely.
Where did Herc learn the breaks from? Where did he get these songs from?
They're funk songs. They're soul songs. They're R&B songs.
That he heard prior to playing them and seeing people dance.
They're regular, they're regular records. They're regular records.
So he came over here from the Caribbean in the mid 60s, 67-ish.
Yeah, I don't
think
remember.
he was like 12. I think he was like
12 years old. Yeah.
So he didn't bring the records with him. It must have been something he picked up here, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's where the people prior to him. So let's deal with the system one more time.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me the nightclubs in New York City got their sound systems from Jamaicans?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Okay, then. So if these were disco DJs and part
the
of
nightclubs in New York, the nightclubs in New York City did not have sound systems like the Kilimanjaro, like the Herculords.
Okay,
like,
well, we can go into house.
They didn't
music.
have those sound systems.
We can study house music and Larry Levine systems and all that. That's something different. That's a whole
They were
nother
just systems, bro. They were just systems in a disco.
But they did not come from Jamaica.
Cuban, I'm going to you right after this, bro.
You're missing my point, bro.
Hold on,
those are not hip hop venues, bro. We're talking about hip hop.
But you're saying a
but
system,
nothing. We're talking about hip hop.
Slow down, brother. A sound system came from.
There
were already sound systems. I don't sound ridiculous.
You sound ridiculous, bro.
You sound like you're getting emotional. You sound like you're getting emotional. Relax. We're not here for that.
Yeah,
I'm not here to take nothing from and show. You show no pictures. You show no timeline,
bro. I didn't come on here prepared to show pictures. Why are you bringing that up?
You the teacher,
for context,
not me. I'm a student.
For context, hold on. For context, we are gonna bring the doc back for a presentation, right? So like he just joined the panel to speak. This wasn't like a planned thing. So I don't want to get too. There'll be another show where we can more look at slides. I think you got a book coming out. What'd you say it was? Or a documentary you said you was working on?
Yeah, documentary is coming out September 21st. Yes.
Okay. So I want to bring you back way before that, maybe a few times, but way before that, and we'll get into an actual shared presentation. In all fairness, he just came on invited by Cuban to just speak to the conversation. So it wasn't a presentation. I want you brothers I want to have future conversations now.
Yeah, it turned into exclusion, and that
no
one
there's
started
no exclusion, brother. There's no exclusion.
But at the same time, things do start. So actually, I'm gonna say two things, and I want people to go look this up, and we'll revisit this in about 5 years. Anyone listening, right? If you watch TikTok or YouTube Shorts, you see the young people doing what? Memphis juking, right? Crunk. Jigging in Louisiana. Now, if you turn it on, you'll see a sprinkle of some white kids doing it right now. You got Memphis, you got Louisiana, you got all of the slides, all of the steps. You got I ain't gonna say R. Kelly, you know what I'm talking about, but the Chicago steppers. You got all these different kind of stepping dances across the country that are inherent and homegrown. But let's go back to the Memphis juking, the crunk, and the jigging. These are young African Americans doing this. And in 10 years, when it spreads across the globe, or it's more popular, or it's in the Sprite commercial, or a Ford commercial, someone's going to say, oh, we all made that up. We all were a part of that. But right now, you can see the roots of something that's new. Whether I care about the young generation's music or not, the dances that they're doing, how they dress, their slang from all over this country. It's all over TikTok. Give it 5 years. Give it some popularity. And we'll be having these similar conversations. So it's not about being divisive. It's about understanding a timeline of something that African Americans just, I think Soul Train first episode was 1970. This is not something that needs assistance. If it was given and people participated, that's fine. But none of those aspects that we talk about did we need assistance from anybody. Not that we didn't want it, but we didn't need it. It's constantly cultural here. Just like when I showed the original flyer of the Mambo, Boogaloo, and Salsa performers, Tito Puente, Celia Cruz, did African Americans create that music? When were these people popular? What? So, you know, it sounds like, oh, we were doing our thing and your thing. Our thing and your thing. James Brown, The Moments, Dionne Warwick, they're bringing the Motown. Parliament Funkadelic, Kool and the Gang. And then you mentioned break beats. Yeah, these are, and a lot of funk breakers are break beats. And we can go get a clip of everyone you just mentioned. Everyone you just mentioned. And they're going to say who they were playing the music for, who they learned the dances from, what the song Flash tells you they were in his father's closet. Herc tells you I was goofy when I came here. I had to assimilate. To what? To what was going on. So it's not about being divisive. If we can't get Mambo, Boogaloo, and Salsa, and hold on, the other ones, and since you guys are Puerto Rican, maybe you can tell me what some of these other styles of music are that it says danza, plena, seis, jabaro. Is that all different kinds of Latin music? If y'all can answer that.
Give me 1 second, just for clarity. Knockmeezy, you got anything you want to add? Cuban, you got anything you want to add to that question?
Oh, hold on. And reggae. Did we create reggae?
Yeah, because we got 2 people just sitting here. Me and DQ are just watching. Matter of fact, I want to take 2 seconds. Shout out to Mac Rob in the building, bro. And happy belated birthday to your pops. Those are some fly pictures on Facebook. Go ahead, Knockmeezy. Then we're gonna go to Cuban, and then Doc. I want to get you in just to speak in general.
I saw Cuban raise his hand like 10 minutes ago, so I'm gonna pass the mic to Cuban.
Okay, go ahead, Cuban.
No, I didn't raise my hand. I was.
But go ahead and speak though.
So, I'll say it again.
Rob in the building.
I really don't care who started it. I do go with it's a collective. If it's otherwise, I don't have a hard time switching perspective. So for me, it's just whatever. Like this isn't life threatening or anything like that. But to go back earlier, I had mentioned Atal Schomburg. So it's evident he doesn't know who Atal Schomburg is. When I said the Young Lords, it's evident he doesn't know who the Young Lords are. Yes, I made reference to other street organizations, but Atal Schomburg, I would just say, without wasting any more time, and for y'all to finish the bill, look up who Atal Schomburg is. If you're somebody who's going to get caught up and say he's a half-breed or he's a mulatto, if that's the train of thought you're coming from, again, I would say research colonization, research the Lacoste system, because it would be totally oxymoron to your argument, to your premise, to your way of thinking. I definitely agree that any culture, but in particular Black people in this country, deserve to have their culture, deserve to be independent, deserve all that. And I'm actually, without getting too much into this, I am anti-American flag. I'm anti-saying American. I'm anti-saying Latino. I believe that this country was established and built at the blood, sweat, and tears of Africans that were enslaved in this country. I believe that everybody benefits off of Black people in this country. So that colonizer talk doesn't work over here. That colonizer talk, I could say in regards to personal conversations, and he can speak for himself. He's a grown man. Dr. Cologne doesn't take that position. It's just a perspective on a genre of various forms of art and music, which encompasses a thing called hip hop. It's not life threatening. Your lights ain't turned off. There ain't no food in the fridge. It's just not all what it's made out to be. It is divisive, absolutely divisive. That's all I gotta say.
So would it be safe to say while we on that, and I know you keep bringing up Arturo Schomburg, and I think a lot of people in the chat are a little confused, but like you said, for them to go Google it. So would it be safe to say, because I just want to get your stance on it. So your stance is that it was a collaborative effort, but that the conversation in and of itself is divisive. That's why you're kind of, you don't want to add to the divisiveness.
I don't want to add on to the thing of us and them from either or of the side.
Now, what do you say to?
For example, those black people over there. No. Oh, those Latinos over there. What is this? So, yeah, you have ethnic people of every ethnicity that demonstrate racism. Every ethnic group. But that doesn't mean everybody. So the same way we talk about the white man's indoctrination. So if we're going to say it's wrong for the white man to stereotype and generalize an entire group of people, regardless of who they are, this way of thinking from both sides, whether it's Latino or black, those that think like that, you are acting like you're acting out the oppression, you're acting out the indoctrination of racism that you were indoctrinated with. And it's oxymoron. It's not constructive. So you want to complain about capitalism, white supremacy? Well, that trend of thinking, as long as that's uttered out your mouth, as long as that's in your heart, you are carrying on capitalism, white supremacy. So you want to get rid of the white man? Guess what? The mentality is still there. It's not doing anything. It's not progressive. It's backwards. So don't worry about what this person did, what that person did. That doesn't mean everybody's like that. Doesn't mean that. Stop. Each side. And I'm not saying Dr. Colon is, and I'm not saying, well, this individual has. But any so-called Latino that is saying that is a problem. It's a problem.
Hey, I appreciate that. I just want to take 1 second for those of y'all in the chat. We are literally at like 90 subscribers. We need 10. So if it's 10 of y'all that have not liked and subscribed to the channel, it'd be amazing to get to 100 before July 1st. That's actually not a goal that we had until the end of August. So if you can help us get to that by July 1st, that's fire. Knock Measy, cook up.
You. All right, so thank you, brothers. I learned a lot.
You're in Europe, you definitely East Coast. Even though you're in Europe, you definitely, because I was definitely about to say, yeah.
I go back often. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So look, here's the thing, bro.
Shout out to Baltimore.
I went to Morgan State, as a matter of fact. So shout out to Baltimore.
No, that was a shot at our resident Baltimorean chef. But yeah, peace to Morgan State. But nothing else in Baltimore. Just Morgan State. Go ahead.
All right. So I mean, I want to start by addressing some of the points about colonization. I don't know what that has to do with hip hop. I don't know why he's throwing shots at the American flag when he's rocking a Cuban flag that was designed when black Cubans were still enslaved. You know, I love to see proud Cubans in Cuba. You know what I'm saying? So if you can recognize that America was built on the blacks of black Americans, you know what I'm saying? I think you should watch your mouth before you throw shots and start speaking as if you are not a guest in our culture. So that's the real deal. The brother said, for the build, you know, we having this build. He could tell me where he got that speech from. That's Black American speech that comes out the NGE, the Nation of the Gods and Earths, which is what? a Black American. I don't even want to call it a religion, but it was started by Clarence 13X, a Black American from Virginia. What we're seeing live is a Hispanic that ingratiates himself in Black culture, uses our lingo, copies our style, throws shots at the nation that we built. Our ancestors bled, sweat, died, and killed to be here. And the flag that's on my joint is the last iteration of the American flag, and we were not enslaved. This is from 1965. When we want to have the colonizer conversation, you get cooked all day with that. You know what I'm saying? But let's take it somewhere else, because I already established that. And what I just showed is that Latinos been swagger jacking our stuff and then turn around and say, oh, well, hip hop is garbage. You can have it because Africa Bambaataa was allegedly doing some old foul stuff. He was Caribbean, by the way. Okay, so that ain't really a shot at us. That's a shot back at the Caribbean. So let's talk about the Blacks of convenience, aka the Hispanics. Dr. Colon is going back and forth between Afro-Latino and Puerto Rican. Yo, son, you're not even Puerto Rican. You wasn't born in Puerto Rico. You were New Yorican. You see what I'm saying? So when they get somebody up here that really know the real deal, they're going to stay quiet. They're going to stay quiet because they can't come back at me with nothing factual. Because we have these conversations and brothers will say, well, Tariq didn't know what he's talking about because he's not from New York. Yeah, guess what? I am. All right. So when I said that Black Americans and Puerto Ricans in New York City was never one solid unit, that's a whole fact. I'll break it down even further. Caribbean immigrants that came to New York in the 60s and 50s even, some came in the 20s. I'll show you where we lived. If you take it to the Bronx, you got Gun Hill. There was issues with the Caribbeans that had the houses versus the Black Americans that was living in the PJs. If you're from Brooklyn and you understand Canarsie, you know that the Caribbeans had the houses and the Black Americans were in the PJs. This is a product of generational Black effery, I call it, right? Lack of financial planning on our people. So we've gone through enough, and it's like, damn, son, can we have anything? They're talking about Africa Bambaataa, who looked more like a disco freak, allegedly, than anybody involved with rap. You see what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of like electric or electronic genre of music. He belongs there. Now, let me tell you who really influenced hip hop. The Black poets. I know the two younger brothers is like, who? What? The Black poets. Google it. 1968. These were brothers that came out of.
I know Black poets. I know Black poets.
Yeah, DQ definitely knows Black poets.
I know Black poets.
Yeah.
No doubt. All right, salute. So the Black poets, they influence hip hop more than Africa Bambaataa.
Are you talking about the last poets?
Yeah, the last poets.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Before you talk about that Puerto Rican.
I appreciate that, Doc.
I appreciate it. It was the last poets. Yeah, the last poets. The last poets. I know you want to talk about that Puerto Rican. You want to talk about that Puerto Rican? You want to talk about what's his name? Colon or whatever. He was on CNN. But anyway, the second iteration of that group had a Puerto Rican member who
go ahead. Go ahead.
How much time you got? I want to give
no. Listen, at this point, I'm gonna just let this rock to the chat. Ain't interested. So because I think
no doubt.
For some reason this conversation is, this is I did not know this many people were interested. So cook up, bro. I'm not gonna get in the way.
Doubt. And we're gonna do some home cooking, some FBA home cooking, right? So now there was actually in the second iteration of the last poets, there was a Puerto Rican in it, but then he moved to Chicago and created a pro-Puerto Rican and pro-Hispanic group. So they like to jump in our joint, no Diddy, and then jump out and then go back to their own stuff, which is why I call them Blacks of convenience. Blacks of convenience. Every, Fat Joe, depending on how he feels, yo, I'm black. No, you're not. Neither one of these brothers on the screen would pass any test. No one would ever confuse them with being a black man. So let's keep that 100. You can't step in and out of blackness when you want. I was born black, I live black, and I'm going to die black. And I'm proud to be it. It's like, I'm cooking up cheeseburgers in the kitchen. They hand me some jalapeno cheese or some jalapenos. They're like, yeah, I created the cheeseburger. No. You handed me an ingredient. I've been cooking cheeseburgers for a minute. So I want to talk about KRS-One real quick, and then I can pass the mic, right?
Okay.
I'm going to quote something, right? And it's in my voice, so we ain't going to get a copyright strike. And if you haven't subscribed like I did already, subscribe so we can get these brothers to 100 and beyond.
Appreciate that.
Well, what's the name of this song? I forget the name of the song, but here's the lyric, right? When Africa Islam was rocking the jams, and on the other side of town was a kid named Flash. South Bronx. Patterson and Millbrook projects, Casanova all over. You couldn't stop it. The 9 Lives crew, the Cypress Boys, the real rock steady taking out these toys. As odd as it looked, as wild as it seemed, I didn't hear a peep from a place called Queens. Now, this is what I want you to pay attention to, brothers. It was 76 to 1980. The dreads in Brooklyn was crazy. Now, who were the dreads in Brooklyn? The Yardman, them Jamaicans. So I'm going to read it again. It was 76 to 1980. The dreads in Brooklyn was crazy. You couldn't bring out your set with no hip hop because the pistols would go brrr, pop. They wasn't jacking hip hop. Jamaicans, Caribbeans wasn't rocking with hip hop. Puerto Ricans wasn't rocking with hip hop. I tell you, I speak Spanish. I went to school in Puerto Rico, and shout out to all of those people that helped me in Puerto Rico. That's why I have nothing but love for my real Puerto Ricans, right? But I never had a Puerto Rican male friend in New York City. It was always Puerto Rican shorties that was trying to. There was some back and forth between the brothers and the Puerto Rican women, but the brothers and Puerto Rican men, we was like oil and water. New York City is not a melting pot. It's oil and water. And I'm going to rest my mic.
New York City is not a melting pot. It's oil and water. Okay. Doc, I told you I was going to give you a solo. Let you pause. Damn. Whoa. Hey, yo. Yeah, that was wild. Doc, present. I give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Speak on whatever you want, or if you want to address the people's information. Once again, this is Dr. Derek Cologne, an actual doctorate in education. Been around since essentially the inception. Go ahead and cook up, Doc.
Yeah, I think there's just so many things that were said that were just taken out of context. I'm speaking about the elements. I gave you examples of when we look at things that we want to try and paint as, well, look at the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, and then look what they're doing and look what hip hop does. That's hip hop. But we don't do the same example when it comes to the sound systems. Okay? The fact remains is that the DJs, I speak to the pioneers. Okay? I'm old enough to speak to these people, to conversate with these people. These are people who are hip hop pioneers and will tell you Flowers, Maboya, Mario at the beginning was not hip hop. Hollywood was not hip hop.
Did you put them on the big screen?
Hip hop begins with Kool Herc. It begins with the segments that he took. Flash, the other gentleman, Baron and Breakout, really Breakout. Okay? Surrounding the Bronx. Mario doesn't get involved until at least the mid to late 70s. He's just playing music. That's all we're talking about. He's playing music. Yes, he's playing music. That's not the same thing. So when you brought up Top Cat. I'm a graffiti. I was a graffiti writer. I know a little bit about the history, my friend. Top Cat is not from Philadelphia. Top Cat is from Manhattan, and he moved and went to Philadelphia. So where you got that story from, I would really recheck those sources, my friend, because Top Cat is not from Philadelphia. So I don't know who told you that. I don't know where you got that article from. And any graffiti writer who knows the history of writing will tell you Top Cat's not from Philadelphia. He would go to Philadelphia to visit. Okay, Top Cat is from New York City. That's neither here nor there. The first graffiti writers were Spanish and white. The black graffiti writers came later. Those are facts. That's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter. It's a movement. They were together, doing
Hold on,
this
hold on,
together.
hold on.
No,
Stop
no,
right
no. You're
there.
not
No,
going to
no, no,
interrupt
no,
Let
me,
him
bro.
cook. Let him
no,
cook.
no, hold
Vic.
on.
Let
No,
him
no.
speak,
I
Vic.
just want him to repeat something because I was listening to something.
Okay.
Somebody created something and somebody came along later. Is that what you just said? White people and Puerto Ricans created graffiti writing and the black people came along later.
I
Is that
said the
what you just
first
said?
graffiti writers in New
The
York
first
City were white
and
and Spanish, and the black writers were last.
I
Yes.
just want to make sure something was created and
Yes.
somebody else came along later. That's all. Okay. I just want to
Okay.
Yes.
clarify. Make sure I heard.
DQ, put him on the big screen, please. Put him on the Summer Jam screen. Go ahead, Doc.
So anyway, so when we get to that history and, the reason why, you got to ask yourself the reason why Tariq Nasheed uses cornbread out of anybody else. Graffiti writing, the writing movement is a New York City movement. These guys are already writing. They've been writing before the Philadelphia writers. So he uses somebody from Philadelphia because it's a narrative. He's FBA. He's the first. So therefore, that's why he wouldn't use anybody from New York. Why didn't he use Phase 2 from New York? Because Phase 2 would have told him, no, we weren't first. Why didn't he use any writers from New York who are black? Because they would have told him, no, we weren't first. But he uses a guy who tells the story of riding on an elephant. Let's go there. He gets into a zoo. And he says in the documentary, he said, I was going to do, since they pronounced me dead, I was going to do the most outlandish thing I could do. I was going to go to the Philadelphia Zoo and bomb the whole zoo. But all you did was supposedly write on an elephant. And as soon as you wrote on the elephant just let you write. The spray didn't go into the elephant's nose. He didn't get wild. He didn't, this huge elephant, he just let you write your name on him. Was he sleeping? But then you get caught immediately. As soon as you leave the zoo, the cops arrest you. That's what you said, cornbread. Where's the police report? It wasn't in the documentary. Where's the picture? Listen, if I'm the news and I hear somebody wrote in the zoo on an elephant, cornbread lives, where's the picture? Where's the evidence? Then he said, well, I wrote on the Jackson 5's plane. You wrote on the Jackson 5's plane in broad daylight when the Jackson 5 was coming off the plane. You were on the runway. You wrote on the tail of their plane, cornbread. Where is the picture? Number two, the people that were with him in another documentary said that was a made-up story. We never rode on the plane. So you see what I'm saying? This is beyond ridiculous at this point. I already gave you evidence. So when we talk about the DJs who are hip-hop DJs, we are talking about people who were first to extend the breaks. The first one to do it was Herc. He happens to be a Jamaican. The second one to invent, watch this, To create something that was never there before. That's what it means to create. To do something that was never done before. The second one to do that is flash. The third one to do that is Grand Wizard Theodore, who is African American. So nobody's taking anything away from anybody. But we're saying the breaks that were played, if you listen to the anthems, which it just seems like you really don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about the anthems. If you listen to the anthems, you will clearly hear two sounds coming out of those segments. I'm not saying the anthems are Latin music. I'm saying there's a segment where you hear the funk break and the Latin go-offs. Why the Latin go-offs? Why Latin? Why not something else? Why Latin? Because of Dizzy and Chano in the 40s and that marriage, which has been happening musically since the 1900s. James Reese Europe is a big band leader who has Puerto Ricans in his band. I mean, Duke Ellington, Puerto Ricans in his band. All of this. I don't know what's on the screen.
I don't know.
I didn't want to lose all your references. So this was, you asked for, where did I get Top Cat 126? This is New York Magazine.
All right, but man, I'm talking and I'm in the middle of my talk and you're going to just interrupt me like that, bro? Come on, man.
I'm just trying to answer you as you go, bro.
But I'm not talking. So, I'm not asking a question.
Go ahead. I thought you.
I'm talking
now. Go ahead. Cook up.
So this is what I'm saying. When you look at those evidences, and then we talk about the B-boy. So I'm going in order. Graffiti, the DJs who played the breaks, beginning in 75. This is when this happens. I'm not making this up. This is not something I'm pulling out of my hat. It doesn't happen in the 60s. It doesn't happen in the 50s. It happens in 1975 with these particular people. Herc, Flash, our other friend, Baron. This is who it happens with. Disco Wiz, Casanova Fly, Charlie Chase. And I don't know where you got, as somebody who studies this, who lives this, who knows this, and then I hear information that you come out with saying, people are saying that they're second generation DJs. What? They're the beginning of the DJs that are hip hop DJs. There's nobody before them. So how are they second generation hip hop DJs when they're the first generation? They're the first ones to do it. It's them. They're the foundation stones. They are the Mount Rushmore. Herc, our good friend, Flash, and Breakout. Those are the foundation stones. It's not Smokey. It's not Mario. Okay, they were doing this, but they don't do this when the first ones to do this are these people. Now, who are they doing it for? There are no MCs yet. There's nobody on mics yet. Nobody. They're doing this for B-boys, the foundation of the culture. If you talk to pioneers who really know, they will tell you the foundation of the culture are the breakbeat DJs and the B-boys. That's the X factor. That's the meat of the sandwich. The graffiti writers are here. The MCs are here. The meat of the sandwich are those breaks and the B-boys. Those B-boys. Who were the first B-boys? It was not Herc's dancers. This has nothing to do with color. This has nothing to do with race. This has nothing to do. I'm talking about the people. Trixie. Okay, so he happens to be black. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about him. He's not a breaker. Neither was Dancing Doug. Neither was Sasa. They're not breakers. The breakers are TBB 75, TBB, the Zulu Kings, and the Zulu Kings are African Americans. Star Child of Rock, the CC Crew, the Rockwell Association, 75 to 79. Those are the foundation stones. If you know the culture, you know what I'm talking about. And this is happening at places like in the Bronx at 118, Schoolyard 118,
Okay.
129, St. Martin of Tours, which was a church. These are where battles are happening. This is Crotona Avenue in the Bronx. This is where Rocksteady, all this. And a lot of people don't know this. And I think I said this already. The grandchild of TBB is Rocksteady. Rocksteady comes out of TBB. Crazy Legs joins TBB in 1977. Rocksteady starts in 1979 because Batch broke up TBB. Jimmy Lee and Jimmy D start Rocksteady crew to keep the rock steady. It was a dance. They called it rocking, breaking, floor rocking, going off. That's what we called it. So this is what happens. And then around 1980, 81, Legs takes it to Manhattan, where he moves to. And then one of them go to the Navy or something like that. And they hand Rocksteady crew over to Crazy Legs, and he takes it. So many people think, oh, the first B-boys, well, Rocksteady, no. But again, when I saw B-boying in 75, I saw blacks and Puerto Ricans. I did not see the first B-boys were black. And then as Tariq says, as the documentary says, they didn't come until 78 in the 80s. That's when the Puerto Ricans came. That's simply not true. And as a historian, as somebody who, I really care about the truth. I do care about the story, because you can't just tell lies and eliminate these people and try to make them go away. So they say, oh, those people, TBB, those people never even existed. We never heard of them. What? Because you never heard of somebody means they didn't exist? You were everywhere? You were all over the Bronx? No, it doesn't work that way. So we got the B-boys, black and Puerto Ricans. We got the DJs, blacks, Jamaicans, and Puerto Ricans. We got the graffiti writers, white boys, Puerto Ricans, and blacks. And then we got the MCs, who the foundation are African Americans. That's Flash and the 3 MCs, with a couple of Puerto Rican MCs that were there in the first generation. But that is predominantly African American. So when we talk about the jams, when we talk about these, we're talking about MC jams, we're talking about Harlem World, we're talking about the T Connection. This is where the MCs were. This is where you saw the majority of people on stage were African American. In the crowd, it was a mixed crowd. It was African Americans, it was Puerto Ricans. There might have been some white people there. But the stage, you didn't see that, because the MCs were primarily, and the DJs that DJed for those MCs were primarily African American or Caribbean American. Flash is Caribbean. So that's all I'm saying. Nobody's erasing, nobody's trying to take away, nobody's looking at the past history and saying African Americans did. But you can't take what you saw in the past and try to take those things and make them connect to this movement that is, years away. They're not a connection. That's why you can't take the sound system and say, well, they look the same, but there's no connection there. But then you do that with the Breakers. Oh, look what they did in the Mills Brothers video. And look at Crazy Legs. That's the same thing. That's where they got it from, the Mills Brothers. You can't do that. If you're going to do that, do it with everything. Don't pick and choose what you're going to do it with. And that's all I'm saying. Nobody's trying to. This is African Americans, Puerto Ricans, and Caribbeans, mainly Jamaicans. And I agree with Homie, who says it really should be New Yorkers. I agree with that. It should be New Yorkers.
Facts.
Okay, New Yorkers. But what I want to know is, what does Homie look like? Because, brother, you sound like a Puerto Rican, brother. What do you look like?
Me? I sound like a Puerto Rican?
You sound exactly like a Puerto Rican.
No, because, see, I'm a polyglot, right?
No, bro, put your face on.
Let me
put your face on the screen,
you didn't
bro.
You didn't want the brother to cut you off. You made a statement.
Put your face on the screen. I don't believe
you made
you're
a
saying
statement,
who you are.
brother. You made a statement. Okay, now let me respond to you.
Brother,
I'm a
you ain't no. You
Wait, hold
Rican,
on.
bro.
He don't want to have the conversation.
Puerto Rican.
So
hey,
I
like your tactic, Doc. Nice tactic. Nice strategy.
Wait, hold on.
Put your face on the screen, bro. Because
Well,
you
hold on,
sound
brother.
Spanish.
Matter of fact, I'll change my avatar. I'll show my face. I have bad lighting right now, but I got another one with my face. Where is it?
Nah. Put your face on the screen, son.
Yeah, here. I'm a toast. I'm a toast
Nah,
you.
bro. Nah. I don't know that that's you. Get out of here.
No,
I don't know that that's you.
screen.
Put your
Put me
face
on the
on the
big
screen.
screen.
That's a good avatar.
Nah.
Put me on the big
Nice
screen.
try, bro.
But hold up. Yo,
You
brother
sound like a
Cologne,
New
chill out.
Yorker, bro.
Brother Cologne, chill out for a second. Now check this out. I have a channel with my face on it. Like I've done live streams and all of that. Now check this out. I'm a polyglot. So I speak 5 languages. And when I speak languages, I make a point to speak them how they're supposed to be spoken. So I think you're jealous that you're a supposed Puerto Rican that never been to Puerto Rico, that never lived in Puerto Rico.
Bro.
Are you mad?
Put your face on the screen,
Are
man.
you mad?
Put your face on the screen.
Yo, bro, you a blanquito. Why you
Put
acting
your
like you
face on the
black?
screen.
You a black of convenient, but you a whole white
Put
man.
your face on the screen. You're a Puerto Rican and you know it. You're
Ah,
clowning
come
right
on,
now.
son. That you know what? That's
Clowning.
not
You
even
sound like a Puerto
disrespect.
Rican.
Because
Stop it.
shout out to Puerto Rico. Like I told you, I went to school there.
Come on.
But if
All of y'all
anybody
know
from New
that
York,
what I'm saying is true. He sounds like a Puerto Rican.
all right, no
He
doubt, no
don't
doubt.
sound like a black man.
Wait,
He sounds
hold
like a
on,
Puerto Rican.
hold on. When I first came up here, everybody was like, "Yo, son, sound like he from New York." I don't sound like a Puerto Rican. I sound like
You
I'm from
sound like a
Brooklyn.
New Yorker, brother.
I sound like I'm from Brooklyn. You mad because I know more about your culture than you, and I exposed your lies up here. That's what you mad about.
All right.
I
It's
said,
all
yo,
good, brother. It's all good.
name me a Puerto Rican group. He's like, Puerto Rican group? There are none. I'm like, well, what about Vico C? What about Boricua Guerreros? And he's
That's
like,
later,
oh,
bro. That's
yeah,
later.
that's a
Stop.
group. Come on, son. Why you killing them nachos because I done
Put your
cooked you,
face
bro?
on the screen, bro.
All right. Hold on.
I don't dance to your drum, bro. You can play your salsa drums all you want. I don't dance to them.
The host of the show, make him put his face on the screen.
Everybody can't talk at the same time. And one, I think Doc, a lot of your angst is towards Tariq Nasheed, not towards me, because you're repeating some
absolutely.
Yeah. So I want the audience to know that, because if you know,
it's not towards you. It's not towards anybody. It's
I'm
towards
just saying.
him.
No, I'm just saying for the audience. If you know the back and forth that him and Tariq have been having, you'll know that those are some of his contentions with Tariq. But let's just do some stuff real quick. So let's deal with. I know I threw it up before. I apologize. We're gonna show something about where Top Cat is from. You said he was from, and I didn't say he was from anywhere. This is just what the article said.
Right.
So we got New York Magazine. Is that legit? Can we deal with that? Just so we clear? Okay.
I can't see it. It's really small.
I don't know if I can zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom in.
Hey, by the way, while he's doing that, hey, we just went up 15 subscribers. We 10 subscribers away from
had to do a giveaway or something. We had to do
I'm not giving away a damn thing. We giving away good content. That's what
y'all want to flip.
All right.
Yeah, take a second and subscribe to the channel so we can hit 100. We've been up here for 3.5 hours. I'm not letting it go until we get to 100. So cook up.
All
right. Yo, we should share it. I shared the channel as well, so I got a couple of my subscribers watching. I hope they look. Put it like this: if we get to 15 more subscribers, I'll cook Dr. Cologne again under 30 seconds. But only if we get
now look that yeah. Hold on.
Tariq sent me to destroy you, bro.
Hold on. Listen, today wasn't actually a debate. We were gonna set up to talk to each other in the group about it, but we had Doc come on, we had Nakneezy come on. I think that would be a good debate back and forth between those two, so we can set that up one day. But here's a source. You know, you said, where did I get it from? I don't think I got it from here. I got a clipping from somewhere else. But this is New York Magazine, right? Top Cat came from Philadelphia in the late 60s. So unless that's some brand new news, this article came out 2006. So if they update it then it is what it is. But this is
go wait, but read right above that.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Right there.
Mm-hmm.
The Manhattanville projects just north of 125th Street in West Harlem were the residence of an important writer named Top Cat 126.
Yeah. But what is this?
But Sharp says he came from Philadelphia.
Okay, so
Other writers have already said that he's from Manhattan.
Okay, we got his name, we got him doing graffiti, and we got him interacting with Taki 183, Julio 204. So this is on the internet, so that's where I got it from, not the New Yorker though. So let's close this, and you stated, and I'm not trying to go word for word, I'm just trying to remember what you said, that Herc was the first one to extend the breaks. So let's go to our boy Pete DJ Jones. See if I can share that window. That is under what? Pete Jones. So let me share that. Present. Chrome tab. Right here. Here we go. All right. This is Wikipedia. Some people take it as a good source. Some people don't, right? He was one of the first to play 2 copies of the same record simultaneously, which allowed him to isolate and extend percussive breaks of what? Soul and funk songs. Boom, right there. There we go, right there. Pete DJ Jones. Some of his other people.
Yeah, that's the narrative. That's the narrative.
Okay. So, so hold on. So we addressed
the truth.
Okay. We addressed the graffiti. Now we addressing that Herc was the first one to do this. We got Pete DJ Jones. What else? Okay. I think when you jump, let me stop sharing. When you say we use people like Pigmeat Markham and people who did some things that look like breakdancing from the 20s, 30s, or 40s, that we're jumping all over the place. Before you got here, I showed a chart. And my point was continuation. We don't have to jump if it's a continual flow. Even if we do jump, we're jumping on our timeline. So if we break dance in the 80s and 90s and in the 40s, it's our timeline. So I'm gonna pull that up again. Let me yank that up here. Hold on. Share that screen, because it sounds like we're not allowed to jump around on our own timeline, right? Let me go to window right here. Here we go. Here's our timeline again. Goes, see if I open this up. That's good enough. 1600s. We're not going all the way back there. But if, like you were saying, we can go here in the 40s, the bebop dances, the swing dances. Blues is more music, and gospel would be more vocal, right? With some musical. Freedom song, rock and roll, the dances they were doing, for rock. Bebop. What else we got? Boogie Woogie. These are all African American. Why won't the screen open up? I zoomed out. That's why. There we go. The evolution of African American music. And again, before you got here, I asked people if they could go find a chart of Caribbean music. That would be helpful. If they could find a chart of Latin music, I gave some examples of which I'm not sure how they fit in. What was it? Mambo, Boogaloo, and Salsa, and it had the family tree. And actually, I want you to confirm, you or Cuban or whoever else has some information, that the family tree that I'm going to show is correct. So we dealt with the graffiti. We dealt with the, let me play a clip about the first B-Boys. I also put a clip in the chat. I'm just going to show people the video, because you said, who said they were second generation? So I'm not going to play the video. I'm just going to show who it is right here. Grand Mixer DXT, who I mentioned before. He states in here that they were second generation, and he gives his view on why they're second generation. Flash, Herc, and Bambaataa.
Okay, can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
To that charge. So I've heard, I speak to DXT. So I've heard him say this. And then I speak to other pioneers, specifically the Mercedes ladies. Mercedes ladies are early pioneers, early DJs, the first all-female DJ MC crew. I told them what DXT said. They literally laughed. They said, who came up with that? That's ridiculous. Flash is first generation.
Okay, hold on. Don't cut my bill. So we dealt with some graffiti. We dealt with some DJing, extending the break. We dealt with DXT, calling them second generation. Everybody knows DXT is a pioneer, and I stated before he's a Grammy winner for his part he played in Herbie Hancock. Yes, the jazz musician. He was a part of his album at one time. And let's do You said some songs, some staples. So we're gonna jump over to "Give It Up" or "Turn It Loose."
Mm-hmm.
That definitely was a staple, right?
Yes.
Let's just look at that real quick. That's James Brown. When did that come out? "Give It Up" or "Turn It Loose." Where we at? Where's it at?
Might be 1968, I think.
But it's a staple, right? It's African American music and timeline. A lot of our parents, well, maybe not.
Absolutely.
Maybe not the younger people didn't have it in their parents didn't have it in the closet. Another staple. We said, I need a trackball on this mouse so I can move it a little quicker.
You got to remember that these records were never played on the radio.
Hold on. We just It's Just Begun is another one. That's a staple.
Right.
1972. Right. So this is just timeline that these records that we agree were staples were out. Obviously, they had to be out prior to her say playing them in 73. This one was 72. We already said James Brown was the late 60s.
Absolutely.
And these are two staples. We can just stop right there. So we have the break beats, if you want to call them break beats. We have Pete DJ Jones. We have the stereo systems. We have the graffiti. Now let's go to this thing real quick. I'm gonna try to do it live and then I'll be done. Let's stop. This term disco, right? Oh, they're disco DJs. Disco. Just to show that even the term disco, how it could have been used then and before the term hip hop, even after the term hip hop was established. The Disco 3, which most of us know who knows old school, is the original name of who? Fat Boys. When did they come out? The 80s, right? So they were still using the term disco in hip hop for group names. The Disco 4, I believe, is this. We got to put in hip hop, right? Hold on, hip hop.
Yeah, Disco 4. Yeah.
Yep. So even if somebody called something disco back then, or a group was named a disco something or disco music, that was just the term. It morphed the term, not the activities. The term morphed into hip hop. That's big, because what people would do is say, because they called it disco and the group was called the Disco 4, they were disco DJs playing disco music, and that's not hip hop. Hip hop comes in 75, 76.
But that's not what's being said.
But
that's not what's being said.
But no, I'm just trying to remember some of the things that we went over. But the Disco 3, and I try to use a more current one. That's why I use the Fat Boys. Even though it's the 80s, we know hip hop is established in the 80s by then.
All
right?
of the 70s hip hop flyers said disco. They didn't say hip hop.
Yeah, no, okay. So okay, but
there's a differentiation.
Some veins of conversation we go down. You can see how someone in the audience may go, well, that's disco DJs and that's disco music, and not understanding how disco transformed into house music, and not the John Travolta disco that ended up. Right. And see, now that is another situation where something that was primarily African American, like house music, and how that transformed and went through the gay clubs in New York City.
Frankie Knuckles, yes.
Yeah. And that ends up on a movie screen with John Travolta doing this shit, right? With a big collar. And that's what people remember from disco. They remember people taking their disco records because there was a movement called Disco is Dead, and taking all their records and trying to crush them in one of the Yankee Stadium or some shit. So that's just, and it's commonplace in African-American culture, and we're just talking about music now. We ain't got to get into clothing or dancing, none of that. But and that's a time period of say 12 years, 68 to 80, right? You can watch disco go from primarily African American to John Travolta in a 12-year period, or even a 10-year period. So these things aren't unheard of, and it's not. I'm not. I don't remember.
Well, disco didn't go to John Travolta, bro. John Travolta was just playing in a movie. The music was
what I'm
still
saying
black
is
disco.
I'm saying it gets recognized. When people hear disco, they think disco ball, John Travolta, big old collar, shit like that, and it's common.
Donna Summer, yeah.
Obviously, black people know that, but again, the most popular part of it and was glamorized was the John Travolta part. So we dealt with. I'll just make sure there ain't nothing else.
I have to correct you on something though.
Go ahead. I'm here.
You said that Flowers played at Yankee Stadium in 1968.
Yeah, who was it?
He didn't play in Yankee Stadium. What he did was he played in the PA system. He just played records for the concert. He wasn't on stage with James Brown DJing. He was 14 years
I didn't
old.
say, yeah, no, I know one.
Yeah.
I hope no one thought he was behind James Brown DJing.
That's what it sounded like.
He's like an opener. Yeah, James Brown. Yeah, no one would ever associate James Brown with like a DJ behind him. Like I'm
No. It meant that
I'm
he
glad you
opened
cleared
up.
that up. But yeah, that's what like an opener.
He didn't open up for him. No, he was playing music in between.
He was he in Yankee Stadium or a stadium with James Brown playing music?
He was playing in the PA system and in between acts. He was just playing music. Nobody saw him. He was up in the PA system.
Was he playing music?
Nobody saw him. This is a myth. He wasn't playing on the stage.
So he wasn't there. He
was there. I just said he was there. Come on, stop. You're doing semantics now, bro.
Is it me?
Come
you
on.
said no one
you
saw him,
already
but he
know
was
what
there.
I'm saying. You know
Okay,
what
he
I'm
was
saying.
There. No antics here. So I want to play one, if I have it up here, video, and you could speak to this video, right? To what track 2 is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they are Puerto Rican. I don't want to speak for Puerto Ricans. I'm sure you saw the video 100 times, but you can go over mainly just the beginning of it.
Okay.
What he's talking about. And matter of fact, if you know the people next to him outside of Crazy Legs, it's hard for me to see. You can name them also if you could. But let's see if we can hear it.
Yeah.
Blacks were the first.
Blacks were the first.
Right.
Blacks were the first.
Let me go back. So when we talk about first, originate.
Keep going.
Create but hold on, because it's kind of doesn't have good audio quality. So let's just, and plus I don't want to get a copyright strike. So we got to talk.
Blacks were the first B-boys and the first crew that would solidify that essence and B-boy motion was Zulu Kings.
All right, you can speak to that, and then I'll play the rest of the minute. I just got to put some medicine in my kitten's eye, and I'll be right back. It's that time. I'll be right back.
So
let's speak to that for me. Thanks.
Track made that statement. I speak to Track all the time. I could call Track right now. And I asked him about that. I asked him about the Freshest Kids again. What he said is, this is what we were taught. This is what we were always told, and what he's talking about when he says the first, he's talking about Herc's dancers specifically. But then he talks about the Zulu Kings.
You got to be kidding me, Hits. Go ahead. I just realized what he said, putting medicine in a cat's eye. Wow. Go ahead, Doc. Cook up.
Okay. No problem. But then he goes to the Zulu Kings. Again, the Zulu Kings are part of they're late 75, 76. And we're talking about the original Zulu King dancers. So the B-boys. So again, this is TBB, Star Child of Rock, the Zulu Kings. They're together. When he's talking about the black B-boys, he's talking about the first B-boys being black. He's talking about those B-boys that were people made to believe that Herc's dancers, which is, again, Trixie, Sasa, Dancing Doug, even the twins, the legendary twins, that's what the story was in the streets, that they were the first ones. But when he went to investigate and he talked to them, he asked them, he honored these guys, and they told him, we never went to the floor. And he said, what? He has a video out there telling this whole thing. And he said, what do you mean you never went to the floor? Like, you're the first B-boys. They said, no, we didn't get dirty. We didn't go to the floor. Everything we did was up top.
So in your summation, up rocking, any of that up top is not breakdancing.
Up rock, well, see, up rock is a connection to B-boying.
Just asking.
Yes.
That's where it started at, right?
I'm asking you.
Yes.
But
so
they weren't doing up rock.
But hold on.
They were doing burning. That's different.
Why would he call them the first B-boys, though?
I just told you, because that's the story that everybody told. It was a myth that went around the neighborhood. They were the first. And then when you talk to them, no, we didn't do that. We did like the the tightrope. Like we would act like we're walking on a tightrope, and then we would roll on the floor and get back up, and we do pin drops like James Brown. But we didn't do what y'all did. We didn't even call it that. We called it burning. It was totally different. That's from them. They're saying this. So that's what he was led to believe. And this is why the story needs to be corrected. So when Trixie gets out and he's still saying, I'm the first breakdancer, 1970. There's not even a term called breakdancing in 1970. That term doesn't happen till the 80s. So why are you calling yourself a breakdancer in 1970? When that's not even a scene.
So by that logic, a name has to be created first before something becomes something, not an action. The name
There's
is
not
what
a
creates.
scene for. There's no scene.
Hold on. No, we just looked at James Brown. Give it up or turn it loose. He said that was late 60s. I'm sure we can find some more popular break beats that were late 60s that would be around that time. If he
But they're not break beats then.
No.
They're not break beats
Why?
then. They're just
Here's
records.
why. Hold on. Let me guess why. Because you're going to say the term breakbeat wasn't created then. They're only breakbeats after someone calls them breakbeats. Is that what you're saying?
They're break beats when they take the section of the record and extend it.
Which we showed.
That's what makes it a break
Jones did in 1970. We showed that.
Huh?
We showed that in Wikipedia that Pete DJ Jones did that.
Bro, if you trust Wikipedia, you're not a very good scholar, brother. Come on now.
Scholar? Oh no, definitely not a scholar.
I think you're a scholar. I think you're scholarly. I think you're deep.
No, I'm not a scholar by no means.
Come on, man. But you can't use Wikipedia, bro.
No, I'm good with the mouse. Don't worry about it.
It's expertly.
Yeah, he speaks with expertise. Yeah.
And I respect that. I respect that. I hear what you're saying.
I'm hip hop like everybody else, bro. That's all. You know, that's all.
All right. So I got a question. This is for the panel. This is for the entire panel. Do you think one of the challenges has been that, you know, this collaboration or whatever they want to call it, integration, seems like segregation, but can you explain why there's been more competition and conflict rather than collaboration over the years? Because it seems like, I don't know if this conversation is just spiked up, but it seems like rather than working together like they did in the beginning, the Hispanic, Spanish, Puerto Rican, New Yorican, Jamaican, African Americans, when it started hip hop, give me a reason why there's been more competition and conflict than just collaboration over time? Do you think this is like a race thing, or do you think it's like a
microphone check?
Go ahead. I don't know. 1 2 1 2. What is this?
No, microphone check.
Okay. What is that?
The movie, microphone check.
Okay,
the
movie.
That's Tariq Nasheed's movie. I'm gonna play
that's,
the commercial.
That's the problem. That is
okay,
causing
so you think
divisiveness.
that's caused more competition and conflict than collaboration per se?
Absolutely.
Okay. What do you say to that?
I've seen it. It's not good.
What do you say to that, Nakmeezy? Do you think that's the reason why it's more competition and conflict, or is it maybe another reason? What do you think? And in the chat, post some questions in the chat, because I want to pose some questions to these brothers. What do you think, Nakmeezy or Cuban? Whoever wants to jump in first. Why do you think
Cuban,
more competition and
Jose,
conflict?
get on the screen, Jose. Come on, Jose, get on the screen.
He was on the screen for a second.
Yeah,
he
that's why he got
need
off.
backup. He calling for backup. Are you alive, man?
It's all good, brother. It's all good. Go ahead, man.
But why do you, Nakmeezy, why do you think it's more competition and conflict versus collaboration? And let me flesh that point out a little bit further, because it seems like if there was more collaboration, because you know, I'm in the ownership, and I know over time, to me, in my opinion, in my young opinion, we've kind of lost ownership in hip hop. We've lost kind of control of it. People have come in, like other music genres, diced it up, took what they needed, spit out the bones, and now we end up with Sexy Red and all this other stuff. And no hate to her or any of these new rappers. They make music just like anything else, but it seems like if it would have been more collaboration between the two races or the multiple races, Jamaican, Black, Spanish, Hispanic, that there would have been more control maybe. So why do you think there's so much competition and control versus like a mutual respect or a collaboration effort?
Because, like I was saying, man, see, I'm a realist, man. I'm a realist. I'm from New York. This all goes down to the relationship between Blacks, Hispanics, and Blacks and Caribbeans in New York City. All right. It was never all good. Never. The Jamaicans were like, me never like that. Well, this lady told me, me never like that Yankee boy from Bert. I'm like, what? They would have disdain for us. Yankee them lazy. Puerto Ricans would have their stuff. We would have our stuff for them. So I'm not trying to say we were angels, but birds of a feather flock together. So the reason why it's problems is because it was never all good. Never. Now, Black Americans in New York City now are pretty much, I'm not going to say we're non-existent, because I did a video on where we are. And a lot of us exited New York City in the 90s. We moved to Georgia. We moved back to North Carolina. So there was an exodus in the 90s to get out of New York. So there's really no Black Americans in New York at this point. They're all like mixed up. So that's why I think the youth are going to be the ones to make the change. But for my generation and from the beginning, we was oil and water. So I think the status now is really just a reflection of what the relationship has always been. There's never been a Black and brown coalition. The only thing I can say is that if there ever was, then there are times in New York City where Blacks and Puerto Ricans were doing the same sort of things. But it'd be outliers. They're outliers for the most part. So Puerto Rican influence on hip hop is it's pretty much it's just here and theirs. You know what I'm saying? They didn't create it. They just put a little sazon on it. But when they did it, a lot of times people didn't even know they was Puerto Rican. Especially these Caribbeans, they were literally ingratiating themselves in Black American culture. And then, like Busta Rhymes said, right? He gets around some Latinos. He's like, yeah, Latinos made me proud to be a Jamaican, because they were ashamed to rep their own culture. So they acted like they were us. That's a whole fact. Dr. Colon is old enough to know the jokes that Black Americans had on Puerto Ricans: the pointy white shoes, the wife beaters, car theft. We had these racist tropes against each other. And I'm taking ownership of the shit that we used to say about them. You know what I'm saying? But the relationship now is just, just feed or just run off from what happened back in the days. Now, what you have is now that New York City is majority non-Black American as it relates to Black people. These people are now starting to get pride in their culture. Haitians in New York City were not proud to be Haitians until when? Until the Fugees came out. Holla at me. Yeah. Before that, they were saying there was French Canadian. There was everything else but a Haitian. Okay. Jamaicans always stood 10 toes on where they were from. You know what I'm saying? And they had a distinct culture. And the only ones that was rocking with Black American hip hop were not Jamaicans. Like I talked about New Yorkers. Now I have to introduce y'all to the Jamaicans. Okay. So when they go back home and they say, you come from Yard, right? They'll tell them like, yo, you a Yankee. You know what I'm saying? Or you're a Jamaican. You're not Jamaican. And we have this in all cultures where they have a diaspora. So I don't think it's ever going to get better, right? In terms of, because right now when these people are trying to lay claim to our art and use contribution as creation, or try to pass off contribution as creation, it's wild disrespectful. So I'm throwing the gates up. I'll challenge any Puerto Rican to say, all right, What's your biggest banger in hip hop? You could tell me your biggest banger in hip hop, and I'll get some off-brand ass group from West Bubba F, Alabama, that'll run circles around him. That's why I asked him, who's the Puerto Rican group? Give me a Jamaican. I was chatting like a Jamaican in hip hop. Anybody? Oh, I'll tell you, it was Shinehead, who the cap fits. That's when we heard Jamaicans really, you know what I'm saying, be doing their Jamaican shit in hip hop. Now, Busta Rhymes wasn't embracing his Jamaicanness at first until the second album of Leaders of the New School. Prior to that, he was just acting like somebody from a neighborhood that he grew up in. And that's human nature. But don't then come later on, and now that you're proud because the Latinos made you feel proud to be a Jamaican, right? Now all of a sudden you want to start saying that America has no culture, and now it's this supposed Black and Latino connection, right? Dr. Colon is like, yeah, Afro-Latinos and Jamaicans and this. Yo, stop acting like y'all was rocking with Black Caribbeans. Stop it. Stop it. Burnside Avenue had Coochie Frito spots, Chinese food stores. There was no Jamaican nothing around there. You have to go to Gun Hill. You have to go up north. Bushwick was all Puerto Rican or mostly Puerto Rican. You have blacks in where? The projects. So it's always been oil and water. And I say, if y'all not going to respect that we created it and stop trying to weasel your way in and name these off-brand ass groups and off-brand ass people and try to put up the stuff that didn't even survive out of the creation of hip-hop. I call cap on this 5 pillars of hip-hop. The only part of hip-hop that matters is the rapping that we created. Graffiti, F graffiti. That's called vandalism. And the first graffiti artist that blew up in New York City was a Greek guy, and I think an Italian or something. So that wasn't hip-hop. They were white boys that wasn't rocking with graffiti. And graffiti is not synonymous with hip-hop. Graffiti was there, or vandalism, public vandalism was there before hip-hop was created. People always wrote on shit that they didn't, you know what I'm saying? People was tagging up gangs. People were tagging up their name. Had nothing to do with hip-hop. A lot of these people were into rock and roll and everything else. So let's call cap on that. What I will give the Puerto Ricans their just due is in breakdancing. Yes, there's videos of us breakdancing way before them. But in New York City, I'm going to tell you like this. Anybody could debate me on it. Nobody was rocking. Nobody was messing with the Puerto Ricans when it came to getting on that linoleum or that cardboard. You know what I'm saying? So if you ain't never sprained your neck trying to do a backspin or the crab or the windmill, I ain't trying to hear nothing from you. I'll give the Puerto Ricans that. But we had it before they even was there.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So this is what it is. Let's keep the gates up. Because once you lower the gates, people come in and then try to remix it and say that they started it. That's disrespectful.
Anybody want to speak to that? Now, Cuban, I ain't trying to start nothing. And they always blame everything on brass. So it is what it is. I'll just take it.
I hope no one in the audience is taking offense. We're trying to have a decent dialogue up here. It goes without saying that I'm sure a lot of us have Puerto Rican and Caribbean friends and even family. So, but it's what's in the news right now again. So we touching on it. We got some knowledgeable people here. You know, if you got any questions, put them in the chat. Hit the like button.
Yeah, we got a question, but Knockmeezy said something, and peace to everybody that's coming over from Knockmeezy's chat. Whatever you did, they definitely in the building. Like and subscribe. We're like 5 subscribers from 100. So I'm gonna take a commercial break. Yeah, I wanna address this 5 pillar situation. But I want to take a commercial break. We just need 5 people to subscribe to the channel. We'd be at 100. Yeah. That means we hit 130 days, man. 30 days. So like and subscribe. We're gonna go to a commercial and then come right back because I want to address that 5 pillars conversation immediately. Peace to DQ. DQ got a show in on a Texas tour with Devin the Dude, I think the Jizza and who else?
Just an Inspector Deck. Yeah, July 6th.
Okay.
I got Devin the Dude. That's a show me and my brother put on. It's one of our first shows promoting wise. Also performing. And then July 11th through the 14th, I'm touring with Inspector Deck and Jizza on the Texas tour. So yeah, man, tap in. Make sure y'all stream DQ Hampton. Tap in with Tri-Media Innovations. Keep rocking with us, baby.
Could we take a commercial break?
DQ. Look. Dumping my swisher guts on my high school diploma. Knowing I'm highly educated from my aroma. Don't know where it's coming from, but I know it's marijuana. And you can smell the leaves in the room. Check. Look. I got a new weed strand, come from New Zealand. And it's a new weed brand from my new weed man. Connected to the growers, I'm a true weed fan. I'm a true weed stand. Green thumb and green hand. Jammin' Lee Village, I'm a cool geek, man. I got a smooth freak who chillin' for a cool week, man. Running through them papers like a Newsweek stand. Cause all my cushions funkier than Juneteenth bands. I'm selling 3.5s to 3 or 4 guys.
So, hey, peace to you. Thank y'all. So you said something not easy about there are no 5 pillars per se, that you respect the one pillar, which is rapping essentially. Now our resident hip hopologist is Cuban, and he discusses the pillars. Do you agree with that statement, or what will be your retort to that statement?
What's the question again?
He made a statement that it's not necessarily 4 pillars of hip hop. It's mainly just the rapping aspect that would be the pillar, and everything else is just something else. Mm-hmm. But I know you are a person that stands on the pillar, so, and I know you haven't really gotten a chance because, you know, I know how you feel. This is a divisive conversation, but now we can speak to something specifically. So before I get to questions in the chat, I just want to address that topic individually. How do you feel about that statement based on how you feel on the 4 pillars of hip hop?
I totally get actually what he's saying. It's not new. You know, this has been going on for a long time. You'll get some people just say, nah, I like rap, you know, because rap is the element that is extremely popular. You know, it's when it comes to b-boying, you got your crews that still exist nationally, right? And you have them internationally, but it's not like rap. It's not on that level. You know, you still have your graffiti artists, but it's not on that level. You still have, you know, your DJs. DJs is probably the closest thing to the rapper. You know, and in that is money that can be made, right? So that's why I kind of look at this. I'm like, at the end of the day, your big corporations, they have control over this. The same thing we've seen in other genres of music. So that's something critically there. But for me, I agree that there's 4 elements. Some would say 5, and that 5th is knowledge. That's what Lance Taylor put into place. But you still have other people that's like they don't acknowledge that. They just acknowledge 4. So I totally agree that when you talk rap, you're talking now you're talking Black American. Like that's hands down. You know, like if you talk about so-called Latino rappers, who's the best one? Pun. You know what I mean? Like you can name some, but it's not a catalog. It's not a catalog. You know what I mean? So that I totally agree with. But that's that's his position, and everyone has their position. And like I said, this isn't anything worth losing sleep over. But for me, it's the divisive part that I think this conversation could actually, I think, reach to people, and there could be some type of good understanding, and people walking away from this. But it's the language that's being used that's just not constructive. It's just not.
DQ, look at the screen.
However, let me say this. I do think that this is issues that both ethnic groups some take issue with.
PC funny.
That take issue with. And that's why I say, instead of, and I'm talking about both sides, instead of talking shit about each other, have the conversation with each other. If you're talking amongst your own, either or, the situation is not being addressed. So we can take it to a larger scale. This country does not address slavery. And look what happens when the topic is not addressed. So if we're not going to act like grown men and women and talk civilized amongst each other and respect one another, this is what you're gonna continue to see this. But what do I know? I'm just the spit Cuban in the leather chair with the Cuban shirt with the flag. I don't know anything.
And you got Bob Marley over your shoulder.
And I got Bob Marley.
You damn near you got a lot going
on over there.
You got a lot going on, bro. You got a lot going on. Hey, so we gonna ask a question, right?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
I want to play one commercial that is a part of this topic and to what a lot of Dr. Clone was speaking to. It's the commercial for Tariq Nasheed's movie Microphone Check. So let's just play that real quick.
We ain't gonna get a copyright, are we?
No, I'm gonna talk. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Anniversary of hip hop, and we still have a lot
It's
of
definitely the Bronx.
50th anniversary of hip
as far
hop.
as the origins of hip hop, a lot of claims, who did what, who.
Is that Drake?
They address that was I think that was crazy.
Hey, go back a second. You look just like Drake.
Let's see what that is.
You can't tell me that ain't Drake.
I think that's Crazy Legs. I can't.
That's Aubrey Graham. You can't tell me that ain't Aubrey Graham.
That might not be Crazy Legs, but let's.
Or Aubrey Graham.
Definitely Aubrey Graham shirt he got on.
This is Grandmaster Cass.
End of the day,
One of the Cold Crush brothers.
we need a definitive
Hold on, y'all gotta listen.
story, all right? And that story can only be told by
being driven and influenced by young.
Yeah, he just caused a whole lot of problem. And that's what Dr. Cologne was speaking to, that is told by founders.
Black American culture, like the slang, the style of dress, the initial.
Damn, y'all still wearing Yankee caps?
Music that we chose.
You look at all the boroughs, you got, Money Making Manhattan and Money Earning Mount Vernon and Brooklyn. The Bronx with the boogie down.
Smelly Mel.
Down Bronx. We was partying up there.
I am Coke LaRock, the first MC.
Okay, so that's Coke LaRock. Okay,
yep.
That's Coke LaRock.
He said he's the first MC of hip hop.
First cat to pick.
That was Cool Herc with him. And if you notice, Cool Herc is wearing what? Sheepskin. That's Coke LaRock right there. I don't think they wear sheepskins in Jamaica, but I could be wrong.
To pick the mic up.
It ain't cold in Jamaica neither.
I introduced rapping to the turntables because when I came
DJ Hollywood
with it, nobody in the world was doing it. I'm right after Rudy Ray Moore.
They want to come in the mix. They want to say, we started.
Hey, hold up, pause. Rudy Ray Moore, Piece the Dolomite. I used to watch Way Down in the Jungle Deep. A badass lion stepped on a signified monkey's feet.
Hold on. So you telling me black people been talking shit?
I don't know, but Rudy, my brother, I used to enjoy. My brother, he had the Dolomite tape. So yeah, I appreciate those.
Charlie
started. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. What came to be known as hip hop was solely an African American creation.
What would you get out of some Jamaican toast? What is that? I've never.
Chief Rocker Busy B. I did a song with him.
Hey,
I've never heard of a rapper use a Jamaican toast or a Jamaican flu as a rhyme. I never heard of it, and I don't know where that myth came from.
My name
Myth. This is Trixie, I believe, to claim to be the first breakdancer.
is legendary King Trixie from the Bronx, BX from the West Side. I am the first.
Man, shout out. We got 87 people in the building. Lord.
That hip hop has had 3 founding fathers. That's been rolling for the last almost 30 years, which isn't true. You don't have just 3 people who created hip hop. Hip hop
Disco King Mario
was created by a number of different people.
I am the grandfather, the godfather of the graffiti culture. I am the first element of hip hop.
Cornbread.
The roots of hip hop being Jamaican, absolutely false.
My name is MC Shah-Rock. I am a founding member of the MC/rap culture.
Cassette tapes was the internet of our time. It just traveled around by hand.
Cool DJ Red Alert.
I know for a fact that the B-boy stance started from the guards, the 5%ers that would be at the jams back in the days who were acting as security.
If they get the real truth of how it...
Bombers. Kangos. What y'all know about them bombers?
Bubba Goose Bomber.
Look at that.
Look at them damn laces.
Hold on. We got some Clarks over here, some Wallabies.
Okay.
We got some trade lines with some thick
So, hey,
laces.
wait. So Wu-Tang wasn't the first with Wallabies then. Okay.
Nah, they too young.
Yeah.
Nah, they too young to be the first.
I remember that old conversation.
Nah,
So Wu-Tang didn't create Wallaby. Remember that?
Hey, Cuban.
Yeah, Cuban, you tried to pull one over on me.
No, I never said they not
Okay.
They definitely too young to be the first one.
Yeah.
was created, then so many
Hey, go
lies.
back. Dude look like Stephen A. Smith. Was that Stephen A. Smith?
Hell no.
I swear, dude
So
look like
many
Stephen A.
lies
Smith.
Dude on the would left, not I
seen that.
No, go back.
Definitely.
Standing on the corner. Go back a little bit. Go back. Right there. That's
There
Stephen
you
A.
go.
Smith.
Where? Which
There
one?
he is.
Right there on the left. Right there on the
Right
left.
there
That's
on the left with the nose.
your other left, genius. That's Stephen A. Smith. You can't tell me that he's Stephen A.
I had the mouse in my right hand, so don't over here. All
Oh,
right.
look at Stephen A. Smith and Gilbert Arenas
snuck in
and
the video.
Bradley Beal. That's Stephen A. Smith, Gilbert Arenas, and Bradley Beal.
That's why he couldn't score no points. He was outside spinning on his
Davis
head.
right there. That's Tank Davis.
Nah, we ain't repping Baltimore here. No Baltimore love will be shown.
Then so many lies would not be able
Phase. DJ Phase.
to be in
DJ Phase,
existence.
okay, facts to him. Shouts to all them brothers, man. That's fly.
So obviously, this is the movie that causing a lot of controversy or standing back up. Let me get that off the screen, and y'all can rock out.
Hey, can I address something real quick?
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
All
right, thanks.
Go ahead, boss.
I appreciate y'all. So look, I call Cap on the 5 elements or whatever. Like I call graffiti just vandalism. You know what I'm saying? We were rapping before even the aerosol can was created in 1951. So, like I said, rap is the only part of these so-called elements that really survived, and the remaining has been taken over by little Asians in the Philippines and Japan. So there's somebody in the chat that said they're from Bushwick, as the general zone. Shout out to you. Bushwick is where I'm from, and it wasn't predominantly Puerto Rican. Well, the demographics say different, brother. It says Hispanics were 67%, blacks were 18.5%, whites 9.4%, and Asians 3.9%. If you're from New York City, you already knew that the Boricuas was in Bushwick, and that's a whole fact.
Okay, facts. All right, so
Logic. I think Logic wanted to get in there.
Yeah, I know Cuban spoke to us. So go ahead, Logic, and then I want to get to Rio's questions. Make sure y'all drop the your questions in the chat, because I want to start asking the panel some of the questions. I'm not letting this go. I mean, I would feel remiss if I dropped this show with 90 people watching.
Hey, bro, we just broke 100. We just broke it.
Oh man.
I see triple digits,
Oh,
baby.
that's what's
We
up,
in,
man.
baby.
That's a
what's
big.
up.
I know that don't mean much to y'all, but that's a big moment for us. So we
That's
appreciate
what's
it.
up, for
Yeah,
sure.
facts. So I want to get to
Congratulations,
Rio.
brothers.
Go
I would
ahead,
cook
Logic.
cologne
Speak,
again,
and then I
but he
want to get
ran
to
before we hit 100.
Man,
Yeah,
look,
yeah.
I
Dr.
think
Cologne, Dr. Cologne
Yeah.
dipped off. We're gonna do a show with Dr. Cologne where he can address it, and then y'all can come check it out. This also shows the power of hip hop because we've done a wide ranging of shows on a number of topics. We've gotten 50, 60, but this is 100, and I think it's gonna go even further than that. So I appreciate hip hop first, and I appreciate us and the chat for even sitting here listening to this on a Friday, which is fire. So go ahead and Logic, say what you got, and then I want to start getting some of these questions in the chat.
I ain't gonna cook. I ain't gonna be long, but I'm actually glad he cut me off when he did. I ain't even want to say what I was about to say, right? But I'm actually I'm real close to what Cuban is, which is real close to where I started. Like I don't feel a need for this to get overblown, even if it was some black people or some Puerto Rican people, right? Everybody participating in it now. Like it has changed, it has evolved. It's not what it was in the 70s. It's kind of moved. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to throw the rhythm off of the conversation. So that's why I'm feeling good. I'm just letting y'all, kick back. I'm enjoying the landmarks we hitting as far as the viewers and stuff, man. So I'm actually really grateful for that, man. I appreciate y'all tapping in and checking out the show. Big deal.
Fire. All right, so let's get to this question. Rio Solid 77 says, and peace to you, bro. If microphone check, which the commercial hits just showed, is bad, then are the people getting interviewed, are they considered liars? And that's a good question because, I don't want to be anachronistic. I actually don't even like that I know that word anymore. But the fact that the fact that the people that were there on the ground were, saying it, would you consider those people to be liars, saying that Jamaicans had nothing to do with hip hop? I didn't hear them mention Hispanics. I didn't watch the movie. If y'all watch the movie, do they give Hispanics and Spanish Puerto Ricans the credit for being collaboration and creating hip hop? Or I heard them say no Jamaicans.
I think the
but what did
movie
they say
just
about the
came
French?
out. I think it just came out, so I don't know how.
Okay.
What we heard just now, it made it very clear that they excluded everybody except African American. That was very clear.
Okay. So are they lying? They were there. So are they lying?
You trust Tariq Nasheed?
That's not no. Tariq Nasheed wasn't talking. That's the difference. See, and this is what goes in the media. He's behind the camera producing the show. He's not telling them, hey, say this. These are like the people, that's Brucey B. These are the people at the beginnings of hip hop. And trust me, born in '86. I don't necessarily even know that at the beginning of hip hop, but they said it was no Jamaicans there. I would assume. I think that was Coke LaRock, who says he's the first rapper in hip hop, and nobody's disputed that.
MC,
So,
I think MC is a better word than rapper.
okay, so MC in hip hop. So for Coke LaRock, the first MC in hip hop to say there were no Jamaicans, it was basically African Americans who started hip hop. Are you willing to stand on your square and call him a liar? Are you saying that he's lying?
Who's it? This director for me?
Yeah.
I mean,
you on the panel, ain't you?
So look, so he there, right? He knows what he knows, right? Is it possible he don't know everything? Could he
Don't
have
ask
some
me.
blind
Don't
spots
ask.
even though he was
Don't
there?
ask. Don't answer a question with a
I
question.
can't get out of it no kind of way like
no,
that.
God, I know. Listen, you're using a conversation tactic against somebody who studies political science. So I know what you're doing. I just need you to answer the question. If the first MC in hip hop said it was started by African Americans, that's Coke LaRock. Is he, being that you think what you think, are you willing to go as far as to say that he's lying?
That he's the first MC? Because that's what
No.
he said. Right?
No. Okay, listen. I'm stating a fact. First MC in hip hop, Coke LaRock. He said that African Americans. Okay, forget that part. But he said that African Americans started it. Do you think that man is lying? Yes or no?
I think he exaggerating, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Knock Neezy. What do you speak to that? Have you seen that movie, or are you familiar with that movie?
No, I'm not familiar with it. No, I'm not. But I know KRS once said way back in the days when hip hop began, Coke, La Rock, Cool Herc, and then bam. Like we all
Okay.
knew who it was. Like I said, I'm coming from a place of being from New York, going
Right.
to middle school, high school for a certain point in New York, and banging on the tables, rapping when there wasn't a Puerto Rican in sight in the Bronx. They weren't there. Any Jamaican, Haitian, Caribbean, Trini, shout out to them, but they wasn't acting like a Jamaican, Haitian, or Trini. They was acting like an urban street kid.
Good point.
When they went home, then they got their reintroduction to their Caribbean culture, but on the street, what they did is they acclimated and adapted and adopted Black American urban culture. I don't even know why we're talking about this anymore, because we done put the nail in the coffin, dug the coffin up, and then turned it into a cremation. Like it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Yeah, I'm not going against the person that's credited. Because that's contradictory to. I would hate for someone to tell me, something about our company. I'm the first. We're the first, and they're telling me that I'm lying. Like that's. I'm not going to go against that. And with new information, a person's willing to change their stance. Yeah, I'm not going to state my stance just yet, but that's a little wild. What do you say to that, Hits? Or Cuban, if you want to jump in. I know you're just enjoying the build, but if you want to jump in on that, because I know you believe that it was a collaborative effort.
No, from my understanding, Coke La Rock was the first rapper.
Right.
Right, which is what I thought. Which is what I thought he was saying.
So
right?
I don't, I'll just say this. I know certain people that was on there. I've been around, like I said before, the conversation never ever was ever talked about. But all of a sudden it's being talked about.
Right.
Now, there might be a legitimate reason why they didn't bring it up. I don't know. But I'm just saying, for me, my experience is not 100% identical to what's being argued. And I also just really don't care at the end of the day. It's not life-changing.
I just found out that Busta Rhymes got his name from Chuck D.
Yes.
That's good. Yeah, Leaders of the New School came from a lyric of Don't Believe the Hype, P.E. Chuck D gave Busta his name.
Baltimore in the building.
I got to give my introduction. We got the Under Armour wearing, jet plane flying.
Let's go.
Baltimorean carnivorous the podcast, Chef Reem.
Oh, he want to leave. He left on us.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta treat y'all guests better than that. See,
man,
on,
Chef started the conversation.
I can't let
you
do the introductions no more. You done ran the man out of
here. Hey.
You ain't even say what's up.
No, he got that bad Baltimore internet.
All right, hold on,
man. What do you say to that? Exactly. Man, peace to
kissing the girls and making them cry.
He's back. He's back.
Woo! We Ric Flairing on them niggas.
He got
but peace to Chef. Chef is a day one Tri-Media supporter. He actually, he helped us boost our graphics. Had us focusing on building large. It's only right that he's on this show. Day one supporter, Chef Reem. Peace to Carnivorous, the podcast. Follow his channel. I'll put the link in the chat. Chef, you got the table. Speak up, bro.
Oh no, man! This is an excellent show, and when we talked about it yesterday, I said, man, y'all got to do that show.
Yeah.
Because you'd be surprised what your niche is, right? You don't know what your niche is when you really first start a channel. Your ideas are all over the place. You dig what I'm saying? Your
Mm-hmm.
audience really tell you what they like to hear you speak about. So I'm telling y'all right now that y'all are in a good lane and listen to your audience. Don't go against your audience. They're telling you what y'all sound good at, yo. You feel me? They're telling you what y'all sound good at. So just remember that. But yeah, this show is fire. So what I want to say about it, I want to keep it spicy. Because controversy,
what you do.
That's what it is. But I honestly feel like, you know, man, it's African American, right? And I feel almost like, you know how you got white people that grow up in your neighborhood, right? And they do all the same things that y'all do, right? Can we say that just because they participate and live in our neighborhoods and do the things that we do, that they are creating something or they are pioneering? It doesn't work like that, right? Eminem can be a great rapper, but it's not his. You feel me? Like, so to say that Latinos or whatever are pioneers in hip hop, New York people got a whole different understanding of what hip hop is. Listening to y'all, the rest of the world doesn't feel like y'all about hip hop. When y'all start talking about these elements and all of that, to every other Black American outside of the northern United States, hip hop is basically just rap to us, y'all. Like, period. You know what I mean? And so when you, that's all I gotta say, because y'all go somewhere else, y'all go to Graffiti, and you know what I mean? Man, ain't nobody, man, it's about rapping. That's the biggest part of it. That's the money maker. That's the thing that was sold to the rest of the world, and this was still generating money. So Black people started that, man. That's all I gotta say. Y'all keep rocking.
Salute. I like he came in with the fire. I know y'all got shade for Baltimore or whatever, but
yeah.
Yo, I went to Morgan State, right? And I was crazy that the illiteracy rate in Baltimore was so high. At the time, they had on the bench for the bus stop, it said Baltimore, the city that reads.
The city that reads.
You remember that, right?
Man, Kurt Smoke. That's my man.
All right.
And there's no question why, as a term of endearment, they call each other dummy, which is the funniest thing in the history of the world. But love for Baltimore. Aunt Knox says, I'm from Newark. There were definitely block parties in the projects and brothers setting up the tables, banging early hip hop, Man Parish, Planet Rock, etc. Peace to Lakim Shabazz. And that comment means a lot to me, because as a child, when I came from where I was born, my first East Coast experience was 440 Washington Street, apartment 17G, Newark, New Jersey. And I went to Quitman Street. So Newark, I'll tell you, I don't know about all of that, the time frame, but I know who Lakim Shabazz is. All the other people I don't. So shouts to Newark. And a lot of times they don't talk about Inglewood, New Jersey, and Sugar Hill Records. I don't think that's been mentioned in the chat. New Jersey definitely got something to say when it comes to hip hop. So,
hey, Brad, I'm about to slide to the shop. I'll be back though. I'm still gonna be on.
All right, boss, no problem at all.
Next question.
Any other questions in the chat?
Yeah,
I don't see any other. Okay.
Yeah, go
if Jamaican Cool Herc alleged, you know what's funny? Y'all done misspelled Herc, a 4-letter word, 17 different ways in this chat. Hurt, it was a K, then it was a P.
Man, they speed typing. They trying to get their info in here. I
can dig it. So the question is, if Jamaican Cool Herc allegedly created hip hop, then why didn't early hip hop songs sound like dance hall and reggae?
Yeah, they explain that one.
That's a good question. Somebody want to answer that question?
Well, basically, I think that was one of my premises earlier, that if there was such a heavy Caribbean influence and Latin influence, you would think there'd be more records. There would be more obvious language, Spanish language, like full Spanish songs that are hip hop, not in the 90s, or I'm talking about in the 70s. Also, what and again, you can go to a timeline and look at what popular reggae songs were out late 60s, early 70s, and then ask what kind of dancing would you be doing to that? Because reggae is slower tempo, right? And I think that came from, I got to look that up, ska or something like that. And that was heavily influenced by American R&B. Again, we saw a clip of that earlier, but it's and those are separate cultures that were doing their own thing at the time. They had parties by Jamaicans and Puerto Rican parties. We went over some of the music earlier that I didn't hear from Dr. Cologne or anybody speak to the the salsa and the mamba and all that. That's what I'm interested in here. What were y'all doing? If we know what we were doing, I want to know what were the popular Jamaican songs, or what was the popular song from Barbados. That's where Flash is from. But Flash's book would tell you that his musical preference came from his father, who had American funk and soul records in his closet, along with other kinds of music, but primarily. And in his book, he says his go-to record is a James Brown record.
I think it gets, for me, it gets on the level of disrespect, because we would never tell Jamaicans that we started reggae, or we respect them people so much that we just let them have that shit. And even though I might go to a reggae club and I might like reggae music, right, and might know how to play it, I'm never going to try to take credit for that shit. You feel me? The same way with Latin music. We never try to take shit away from people, other than when we try to say the Egyptians are black or the Native Americans are black. That's where African Americans start tripping at. But when it comes to culture, music, food, and stuff, we give people their credit, man. We stay in our lane on that. And I think it's kind of crazy that people get offended that we stand up and say when something is ours, you know what I mean, and actually can prove it.
This is actually how I'm starting to see this, right? I'm listening to the comments. I've been listening from the jump, right?
Go ahead, Logic.
I've been listening from the jump. So like I'm starting to see hip hop as like a dish, right? Where you got different ingredients. You're talking about, like you say, mixing and scratching. You're talking about breaking. You're talking about rapping. You're talking about graffiti. I don't know if I'm missing one, but it's like all these different like ingredients form what we later have as hip hop. And I think what the doctor's saying makes a lot of sense to me, because if other groups of people were contributing to these ingredients at an early stage, right? Your argument is that before they got there were people already doing it. And then so what it sounds like the doctor is saying is, yeah, but the other people came in and they helped evolve it before it even became what we knew as hip hop. Right? That's what it sounds like.
Logic, you have people that live in your neighborhood that's participating in your culture. They're not bringing their culture to it. You see what I'm saying? And so to say that Latinos created it, you would see the Latin influence. No, they live in our neighborhood. They doing what we doing. They dressing like we dressing. How is that them? So they're emulating our culture. So how are they creating it? Like it's not Latin or Jamaican.
I'm gonna give you the creative, right? If that's what you want, I don't even want to fight you on that. What he's saying is that they're contributing at an early enough stage before it becomes officially hip hop. Before the dish, as you will in my analogy, is actually complete, they contribute to these ingredients. I mean, so if you want to create, fine, you know what I'm saying? It's not like, I don't think that's really worth the issue, like, but that's what it sounds like we really fighting over. Like, do you consider these early contributions a part of the origins, or do you want to just filter that out so you can have an argument that says it was only black and then other people came in? That, to me, that's what it's like.
Jump on that.
Latinos played in the Negro League. Hold on. Latinos played in the Negro League. Y'all get that? But it was the Negro Leagues, right?
I got you.
separate that. So just because they was in it, it wasn't theirs. They became a part of it. They started to play in the league.
Right.
So it's the
So watch
same way
this.
with hip hop.
So
Why
watch
we
this.
can't have it? Our shit.
You can have it. You can have it. Let's say baseball was invented by a white man, right? And then you got the Negro leagues. Are the Negro leagues playing white man baseball?
That's a whole nother
are they
topic.
making their own contribution?
That's a whole nother
I got a
topic.
question for the brother that just calmed down. Can you name me the hottest Puerto Rican hip hop song of all time?
Nah.
Exactly, you can't, because their contributions are garbage. Hip hop can survive if we take out every insignificant Latino influence in it.
Peace,
it will
brother.
survive.
And let me
Literally
get- let me
nothing
get-
that they
let me get
contributed
Enemies from the
after
real
we
quick.
created will have an effect on hip hop's longevity or its direction, the quality of the music at all. Latinos are insignificant in hip hop, and they've always been. And those that made a name for themselves in hip hop, like the Terror Squad, right? How many black people were in the Terror Squad? None. Okay. Flojo, he had a whole bunch of black people in the projects in the video, but his artist was Big Pun, Cuban Link.
Yeah, I could live without that though.
It's clicky.
Hold on, Enemies. I want to introduce you.
They do them, we do us. You take Terror Squad out of hip hop, you lose Lean Back, you lose Don Cartagena. No one cares about that. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't need their contributions. And anyone, let's go to the Caribbeans then, all right? And shout out to these people, and I respect their humanity. However, if it walks in like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it's essentially a duck. These people were acting like us, so you can't act like us, grow up in our culture, and then say, "Oh, I'm a Jamaican," when you feel comfortable to do it, because you weren't doing our culture as a Jamaican. Like I said, who can tell me the Jamaican song that was, or the hip hop song that was heavily Jamaican influence? Maybe the Fushnikins with La Shmoove or something like that. I don't know, but their contribution wasn't that great under their culture. It just literally didn't happen. We didn't watch videos where you got Jamaicans and Jamaicans saying, "Yo, we copied FBA. We copied Black Americans." They would come and we would learn from them. We didn't learn anything from Caribbeans in terms of our hip hop, because we learned it from our ancestors that brought it from North and South Carolina up to New York, New Jersey, and Philly. That's where it came from. They even tried to make Disco Mario Puerto Rican. Stop it. And why is it important? Because it's disrespectful. We as Black Americans have been accepting of many people. Come on in, come on in, come on in. And next thing you know, it becomes like like Israel in the Middle East. They start taking all your shit, building settlements up and say, "Yeah, this is our land. We're the original people, and we created." No, you didn't create it. When you guys get off this stream, right? And shout out to everybody, subscribe, share it. You know what I'm saying? Let's get these brothers to where they need to get.
We at 105, so I appreciate all the
105. All right, we're gonna get to 110,
We cooking,
120.
yo, we cooking.
So now check this out. I want y'all to listen to the first real collaboration between blacks in hip hop, mostly FBA, Busta Rhymes was on it, and Latinos, Boricua Guerreros. It was a song where they did a collaboration, but it went nowhere. It went nowhere because chickens don't fly with eagles. Y'all do y'all, we do us. Because when we let y'all in, then y'all come and start trying to say y'all created it. Participation in creation and the story, the 5 elements or 4 elements I call cap, because vandalism existed apart from hip hop. We were breakdancing on video in black and white on plantations. You know what I'm saying? So I don't none of it matters at this point. The rapping element of hip hop, if we're going to even use the 4 elements, is the only one that matters, and it's the one that we created. Like I said, James Brown said, he mentioned rapping. Our elders would be like, yo, come here, let me rap to you. This is us. So when you come into our house, you got to respect it, because at this point, I'm kicking people out the house. So if I see you on the stream talking that Latinos did this and Latinos did that, I look at it as an attack on Black American culture. And when you attack my culture, I'm fighting lock, stock, and barrel all day, every day. I rest.
Real quick, before anybody else jump in, I want to give my fellow Jersey brethren his flowers. We've been in here 5 hours. He's been in here at least 4 of them, commenting the entire time. We're gonna do a separate show with the Enemies Public. Enemies Public, take some time, give a platform, promote your product or promote your channel, and then we'll link up in the back chat, do a show. Enemies Public, welcome to Tri Media.
Peace, brothers. Yeah, I'm a Jersey brother, and I remember hip hop before it was on record. And yes, we were doing block parties in Jersey before it was on record. But we have to understand that the narrative can't be changed. When Fat Joe said that we created hip hop 50-50, he wasn't talking about all those elements that people try to change the narrative and throw at us. He was talking about the music and MCing, and he know he was lying when he said that. And they started, Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe started this geographical nonsense, because I didn't even see them like that before he started talking about we didn't have any culture. He said that, but hip hop culture is exclusively a Black American culture. Because if it came from Jamaica and Puerto Rico, why aren't they doing it there? And why wasn't they doing it there? They never did it there, and they didn't rock with hip hop in the beginning. They did not. See, I know a lot of legends. I'm 58, but I know a lot of legends in hip hop personally. I was an artist myself, and I protected artists. So I know these cats, and I was around since the inception. So I was trying to get on. I was hoping Doc would still be on here so I can drill him. But he would have been where he's at now, because I would have drove him off with some facts. People don't even know how hip hop was made. They think hip hop is made the way it was on the street. They think that's how it was made when it came into the studio. Wasn't made like that. When it became an industry, it was made entirely different. And some of the so-called founders are myths. It's just the Bronx is rocking with that. And they're leaving Jersey out of because everybody had to come to New Jersey to record hip hop. All the big acts had to come to 96 West Street in Inglewood to record hip hop. All of them. Sugar Hill Records, 96 West Street, now known as Sylvia Robinson Way. I was there when they named the street after her. Got pictures of myself and Melly Mel together at the celebration. So when we do our build together, I'm gonna give that history.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Of hip hop, how it was done in the studio. And it's not exclusively New York. No, that's cap. That's cap.
Wow. Speak to that.
Not only that, Grandmaster Flash and 35 biggest hits was written by a Jersey cat. Survival, New York, New York, and The Message was written by a brother from Elizabeth. All 3 songs. Melly Mel only wrote A Child Is Born With No State of Mind. It's the only part he wrote. And he did that verse in several different records. But if you look at those credits, and not only that, I went to the brother house who wrote it. I knew him personally. He had the plaques on his wall as a songwriter. I knew the brother.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Enough said.
And I also know the DJ.
I didn't know that.
The World Supremacy Contest, the first brother who to win the worldwide competition in DJing, it's a Plainfield cat. by the name of DJ Cheese, who the same brother who wrote those songs for Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five introduced him to the world.
New music seminar.
Exactly, and the DJ mixing competition, the DMC, the New Music Seminar. He won both. He won both. DJ Cheese, a Plainfield cat. As far as this hip hop stuff, I don't say that I know everything, but what I talk about, I know, and can't nobody refute what I say. I know because I know the artist, and I was there. People should ask questions. Really, they should ask questions. And Dr. Cologne was lying. He did a lot of lying and deflecting.
Pick one or two things that you think he was incorrect about. Major.
Far as those, the sound, how the sound was developed and the congas and all that. No, it was soul and funk mostly. Even though Rapper's Delight was from a disco funk, good times. But we have to understand that when that song was made, there was no DJ in the studio. There's no DJ in the studio. The songs were mixed. Anything that somebody wanted to use as a hip hop track. Sugar Hill had a house band and they played anything. They was able to play anything. Any hot record was out, somebody wanted to do a rap version and they played it. Was no turntables, no cutting and scratching, no sampling. It was a house band. And that same brother I was talking about who wrote the message was a musician in the house band. Turntables didn't come to probably like 83. Music was played live. Mic stands in the studio. Mixed down. Just like an R&B band did it, except they was rapping. That's how it was done.
Okay.
The first person who got sued for sampling clearance, Marley Marl, was the first person who did it. Nobody beats the Biz Markie. Before then, it was beats and rhymes. If you notice, Run DMC was beats and rhymes. So we know music, beats and rhymes. Jay went in through live cuts on top of the beats. That's how it was done. Well, I can go on and on, but I'm just arriving home from work.
We're gonna do a show. We definitely gonna do a show. Like I could tell in the chat, some of us are just fans, right? Well, fan ain't really cool since Kendrick Lamar said it. Some of us are just we are enthusiasts, right? We like hip hop, but I could tell that some people in the chat like Knock Measy, like you, like a couple other people that's in the chat. You're people that I like to give you a platform to speak because you got that history. And the one thing that we like to do at Tribe Media, this is a podcast network. If you want to do content, you want to create a show, hit us up. We'll we'll do a show with you. But I like to get different perspectives. And the Jersey perspective in this whole thing is important. In that video, one of the things that was interesting is y'all control the people at the thing at the bottom. Cool V is from Elizabeth. I used to DJ at Cool V's nightclub right over there by Jersey Gardens Mall. I forgot the name of it, but he got a little bar.
I know Vaughn. I know that brother.
Yeah, he got a little bar situation over there in Elizabeth. That's why when you said Elizabeth, I was like, yeah, me and my brother, we used to DJ. I forgot the name of his bar, but it's right outside Jersey Gardens Mall in Elizabeth, New Jersey. But a lot of these conversations, I think this is where they get it messed up. Is that, well, I think a lot of the stuff gets kind of conflated because people from New York have their perspective, Puerto Ricans have their perspective, people from New Jersey have their perspective. I'm sure the West Coast, they have their perspective on, origins and creations and stuff like that, or where it originated there. So I want to hear your perspective from New Jersey because where I'm at in Bergen County, sometimes when I go to lunch, I still see the brother from Kool and the Gang. And I know he had a lot to do with, the Robinsons and Sugar Hill Records because they live right around,
Exactly.
right around where we are. So, and I've sat down and had conversations with him. So that's kind of fly. So now they're saying in the chat, right, since you played that video hits about the Jamaican aspect, that if Kool Herc was Jamaican and that movie that Tariq Nasheed was doing, microphone check, they're all basically saying that Jamaicans had nothing to do with the creation of hip hop. How do y'all feel about that? Because that's a good point. Kool Herc was Jamaican. I know Coke LaRock was dealing with him before he was even a DJ. So why does the world give Kool Herc? Even I saw the Hip Hop 50 celebrations. They gave Kool Herc, I mean, to a man at these celebrations. They said it was originated in the Bronx by Kool Herc. So how is this so messed up? Like, I don't understand how they can how it's so screwed up. Because that video that Tariq Nasheed did, based on the commercial or the trailer per se, it just took Jamaicans out of the creation of hip hop. So why do they do that? Because now it's almost a separate conversation. No Hispanics, no Puerto Ricans, just African Americans, and no Jamaicans even. So how somebody speak to why they are they removing everyone except African Americans?
See, the whole thing makes no sense to me how it was presented. Presentation is everything. See, when they said Kool Herc, the beginning of hip hop began with a party at Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx that Kool Herc did for his sister. So how is doing a party for your sister synonymous with creating an art form? He just threw a party and DJ for his sister. That's not synonymous to creating an art form. They didn't give us any details on how the art form was developed. They just said that's how it happened. And everybody keep rocking with that same story. And a lot of these cats in the beginning of hip hop, I'm gonna say it like this: Africa Bambaataa popped up out of nowhere in the 80s. I knew nothing about him until probably like 82, Planet Rock. And that's techno type music. It's not even hip hop. Kraftwerk, Devo, that type of music. And I never heard of him to probably like 82. That's why I say a lot of these cats on these guys are myths. Got a lot of myths, and they just rocking with it. They just telling this story, and other people are passing the story down and passing the story down. But I used to go back and forth to New York, and I'm 58 years old, so I'm older than some of them cats, and they just can't lie like that without it being checked. They can't.
And I think Grand Mixer DXT said in his interview, I put the link in the chat a while ago. He's on Sway in the Morning. You can look that up on YouTube. That once things go into publication and popularity, a start date and creators are, that's just par for the course. So a lot of stuff is for convenience, and anybody can take their own personal regional culture and look at that. Like if you're from Louisiana or you're from Waco, Texas, you go on Google and put in origin of this style of music from your area, and you may see a name that you're like, nah, they're a little bit later. So it happens across the board, so dates are fluid. Sometimes people are fluid. It depends on the medium that they're recording on. Is there video? Is there photographs? Is there audio? Things like that. So a lot of it can be convenience. And if nobody pushes back at something that's put forth, because if you look at how the three of them operated, they weren't together.
Exactly.
Flash wasn't with Herc. Herc wasn't with Bambaataa.
In the same borough, but they were separated.
Yeah. I had a map of that early. Matter of fact, I'll show the map, and you can tell me if it rings a bell with some of the stuff that you're talking about. Just a visual of the separation.
I think we actually got somewhere today. A nice conversation. I think we got somewhere today. I'm not letting this conversation go. So
I have to go.
I really see what's going on here, yo.
Hold on, Logic. Hold on, Logic. What you saying? Enemies, you said you gotta go, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct right there. What I'm looking at right now. That's how it was. They was in the same borough, but in different areas. But I'm gonna say it like this again: all the big acts had to come to New Jersey to record, and people took because they was on Sugar Hill that they was from New York. But a lot of those acts wasn't even from New York, wasn't from Jersey either. Some of them was from down south. Some of them were from down south. You look at the group, the sequence. You know, Sheldon Pearl, Angie B, and Blondie. They was from North Carolina. That group Funk You Up. They was from North Carolina, and also one of those females was Angie Stone. Angie B is Angie Stone, the singer. See, when she started singing, this was her second phase in music. A lot of acts was from down south, out west, in New York, New Jersey too. Sugar Hill even had Naughty by Nature at one time, but it didn't work out. But brother, get in touch with me. I have to go now because I'm just getting home from work. But I had to hop up because it's a very good conversation.
No, I appreciate it. I'm gonna definitely hit you up, my Jersey brethren. Jersey, and then how they say the South got something to say. Jersey got something to say too. Since we gonna have this conversation.
Where's Chef at? We need some. We
need
some Jersey bashing.
Ain't no hip hop in Baltimore. I asked Chef 2 months ago, name me a relevant Baltimore rapper from the beginning, and I'm still waiting. Just let you know, I'm still waiting. So if y'all got questions, drop it in the chat. Thank you, Enemies Public. I
appreciate it, brothers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm gonna hit you up this weekend. Hey, not me. I know you're in the building. You in Europe. You've been with us for a while. You got anything you want to say, Cuban? I know you just watching, bro, and I know you probably trying to figure out why am I bothering you. But I know you the resident hip hopologist. What do you got? Anything to add to the conversation? It seems like it's not really a divisive conversation. It seems like we actually get it somewhere.
I'm good. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, plug your channel real quick.
Cuban Crisis. Knock yourself out.
man, Cuban, we gotta work on that, B.
We got.
Hold on. We have a question here.
Chris, how are you?
And I kind of mentioned this earlier, right? The question is, can FBA create a new hip hop right now? I said, if you go on TikTok and you look at all the young people doing these dances from all over the country, all of these styles of dances, all of that's going to be popularized. It's going to be done by, people who aren't from those particular areas, Memphis, Louisiana, Florida, like that. It's going to become popular. You'll see people all over the world doing them dances. You'll see people dressing like them. You'll see people using the language and the slang. So yeah, we're witnessing it right now. Just watch the young people, since that was created, not necessarily for or by extremely young people. It was popularized by younger people. So it's happening right now. Just watch the young people. Watch the culture change.
Logic, you were speaking before I ever so eloquently cut you off. What was you trying to get out, brother? And then we'll take some more questions from the chat. Like I said, I'm not gonna let it go because apparently this is. I didn't realize how much of a conversation this was, and I also didn't realize seriously. And I didn't realize
somebody gonna have to eat some dinner soon. Jesus.
Well, no, go ahead. I'll just stay in here.
You got it. Okay, we'll take turns.
I'll just drop on screen. Put brass. It's always my fault. I'm gonna just die on the screen while we're doing the show. See, there you go. Hurry up and do it. See how you talk.
What you waiting for?
Yeah, what you waiting for? Don't be making no mistakes. Proud of my heritage. Cam up, and I'll bring you to the stage. Not easy. Cut me off. I know you're in Europe, but Logic, go ahead and say what you got to say, and then I'm.
Not my heritage is my homie. He came over here from my world.
Okay, cool.
Proud of my heritage.
Now the thing is, even a small channel like us, we get the resident crazy sometimes when we just drop the link. And
they wild out here. Yeah, they wild out here.
You bring them to the stage and they run on and say, screw Biden and Trump, and then leave the channel. You know what I mean?
Hold on, here
Nah, I ain't like.
Exactly.
Wild out here.
Yeah, the boys are wild. So, all right. So, I'm gonna let you go first, Logic, and then I'm gonna introduce Proud of My Heritage, and that's a dope name, boss. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Logic.
Some kind of way, we didn't kind of like allow Blackology to kind of creep into this show. We absolutely have.
How did I know that's where you were going? I knew that's where you were
Once
headed.
you have acknowledged that there are all these different moving parts, all these different connections from other people groups, right? You gave an example about people in Jamaica. Well, at least that wasn't you. That was the doctor. He gave some examples about how Kool Herc's history. Some of his influences don't come from New York. They don't come directly from people here on the continent. And then you talk about other elements of hip hop, such as like the graffiti, right? If all these are like real staples, then you're not talking about something that's cut and dry as to be able to pinpoint it to a specific like time, date, event person, right? And unless you just have that and it's stamped, bam, this is it. Like nothing before this is that. Like I think that you are reaching and scratching where you really don't need to, right? And I gave the analogy earlier of about a dish. Like let's say a dish with a lot of ingredients, and maybe you didn't get that, right? Maybe that wasn't a good enough analogy. So I pulled up something, right? So there is an element or a metal of some kind that's in Africa, right? The metal is called cobalt. It's primarily mined in the Congo Republic, and it's used to make lithium batteries, and is used in cell phones. That's something that's very important in a cell phone is the battery. Now, did people in the Congo, did they invent the battery? No. They invent the cell phone? No. Do you have a cell phone without a lithium battery? You need all these components for it to be what it is. It's if you remove even this small particular thing in either this dish or the cell phone, does it work properly? Do you have the thing that you now have come to love today? So we are
Yes,
now
we
looking
do.
so
Hold on.
now it's starting to
Close up,
look
and
like
then
an
y'all can
exercise.
address.
It's
Yeah, I
starting to
want to
look like
push
an
back on that next.
exercise. Okay, I got you. God damn. It's starting to look like an exercise of how can we remove these contributions? How can we remove even the smallest amount of contributions at an early stage and still want to call it hip hop just so we can say it's ours? And I'm saying it's unnecessary.
Is it ours? Is it
can.
ours? Is it ours?
Hold on, Chef. Chef. I'm gonna let him address it, and I'm gonna go right to you, Chef. Go ahead, Heritage.
So because you asking me is it ours, we gotta say is it ours right now in 2024?
Don't address that. Don't address that. Somebody was addressing it, and then I'm gonna get to Chef. Somebody had jumped in. I don't know who it was, not Measy or Heritage, one of them two.
Yeah, you said I was supposed to go next.
Go ahead, boss.
Okay, so first thing we're gonna bring up the fact you talking about like graph writing, right? So let's just say that graph writing was brought in by Puerto Ricans. No disrespect to them, but graph writing really isn't significant to hip hop today. For the most part, hip hop is still just about, for the most part, the most popular part about hip hop is still the music, right? The culture, the way we dress, the way we speak as far as slang. You know what I'm saying? That's more, or those are more the remaining elements of hip hop. No one's really talking about graph writing or even doing break dancing, right? Today, for the most part, we don't really view that part, see that element of hip hop for the most part today. We have new dances today. Dances have always changed over time. So there are still people who do it, but it's not the most popular dance today, right? In the Bay Area, we have something called turf dancing, right? That came out of Oakland in the 2000s, in the early 2000s. So that was created by Black Americans. So hip hop is organically a Black American cultural thing that's been popularized. What should I say popularized? It's been popularized by Black Americans, but it's used and practiced by people outside of Black America around the world today. But you're going to talk about it. Can we live without graph writing? Yes, we can. Can we live without breakdancing? Yes, we can. Can you live without music? No, you can't. Without hip hop music, there is no hip hop. Without the slang that comes up out of Black America, there is no hip hop.
Nice.
So to try to say that we can't live without those other two elements, well, the two of the elements, one of the elements is dancing. Dancing is still around. There's all different types of hip hop dances that come out of Black America. We're not copying anybody else's stuff. We do our own things in our own regions, and it's copied around the world. So yes, hip hop is Black American. Black American. And one last thing, what you notice once again, in every region you go to, other people copy us. We're not copying other people. They copy us. They copy the way we speak. They copy the way we dress. They copy the way we dance. They copy the way we rap. They try to look like us. We influence. We're the influence.
Hey, ain't no argument there. Go ahead, Chef. No argument there. Go ahead, Chef.
Oh,
You were saying
man.
it's ours. You were saying the logic. Somehow it's
Is it
ours.
ours?
Or
Is
it
it
ours?
ours? Is it ours? Yeah, I was asking Logic. It seemed like he had a issue with us claiming something that we created, and the only thing we're doing is pushing back on, and standing on something that we created. I don't know how we become somehow viewed as negative for claiming that we started something, right? And if we can show that we started it, what are we doing negative? Like what? We supposed to just say, oh no, yeah, all these other motherfuckers, they, why would we just get out of the way? Like that's what I don't understand. Like we don't have a right to stand on nothing. You know what I mean? Like if somebody was to say that somebody else created reggae, and what would we think, that Jamaicans don't have a right to push back against that? That somehow they will be being divisive or racist for sitting there saying, no, that's something that we created. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna let nobody take that away from us. You dig what I'm saying? So, and then when you say that that there were Latinos and Jamaicans in the beginning of hip hop, they always lived in close proximity to us. So yes, and the guy already explained that part of it. You dig what I'm saying? Most of the people that was Jamaicans in my neighborhood, and I went to school with them, like I said before, we didn't know they were Jamaican until we called their house. You dig what I'm saying? Because they were doing all of the same things that we were doing. They were talking like us, so they were fully ingrained into our culture. The white people that live in our neighborhoods, they don't do white shit. They don't go play golf. They go on a basketball court with us. You dig what I'm saying? They doing the things that we do every day. They riding dirt bikes. They listening to rap. You dig what I'm saying? So I don't understand how we don't get that point. We're not saying that people of Latino descent or people of Caribbean descent wasn't always in our communities or participated in our shit with it. Yes, they did. But it ain't their culture. A Latino culture would be salsa and all that other shit. And we would see that shit in hip hop. Jamaicans, if they created hip hop, we would see reggae and all that. No, we don't see that. It was James Brown and black music and disco that was the, man, y'all tripping, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead, y'all speak to it. I'm moving the conversation around.
All right, we can have a nice little conversation, right? So in my opinion, it's like saying that cutting hair belongs to black people. Does cutting hair belong to black people? Or have there been a lot of contributions along the way that have brought cutting hair to what it is today?
Everybody cut hair in the world.
Yep.
Everybody cut hair in the
That's
world.
a terrible analogy.
So with that being said, So with that being said, if you trace back the first people on the planet Earth to cut hair, do they have what you have right now?
Bro, this is an awful analogy,
Who
bro.
would you
Sure
say
is.
it belongs to?
Awful analogy. Awful analogy, bro.
I think it's a great analogy, yo.
No, it's not. It's
Let
actually
me
hideous.
use one that y'all might like better, right? Does cars and planes belong to white people? They invented them.
Is that art? Is it cultural?
Yeah, we're talking about culture.
You talking
It's
about
another horrible analogy, bro.
So you don't like the contributions. You don't like the contributions. I got you. No, I mean, look, that's the way I see it.
No, because the thing is, and I think that's kind of where we went in the beginning, right? We were talking about hip hop more as a product. And I think when we started talking about influences and creations and origins and dates, I mean, they were going back almost to the 20s. So then it kind of moved to more culture and who influenced the culture. So give a cultural analogy of something that would fit what you're trying to say. Because a plane's a product. Barbering, I mean, they've been cutting hair since they had something sharp, I would assume. Give a cultural analogy of something that would be somebody, so is it somebody else's? So is your point, so I'm clear on what your point is. So you're saying that it is, why are Black people trying to hold on so tight to something that would have to be a collaboration of everyone? Is that where you're trying to go? Like, sum up your point.
So it sounds like when I say it plainly, like for some reason that's the way.
No, he's trying to. It sounds like he was trying to say that these people had an influence, but I'm trying to see, where is the influence today? Can you point it out?
So look. So what you're saying is their influence diluted it, or it was some kind of way took out of there. So what I'm saying is that once you acknowledge that there is the early influence, at that point you go past it just to say, oh, it was only us, right? You acknowledge that there is the early influence, and then you gloss clean over that.
There's no early influence. Tell me what's the influence, brother.
You just said it in your statement, unless you said it just as an example. You just said it in your statement. You was like,
all right, let me jump back in
have
here.
influence, but where is it today?
All right, so brother, since you're standing on the influence thing, I'm gonna ask you.
I'm gonna let Knock Meezy get in right after you, Heritage. Go ahead.
I go on Heritage. Yeah, that's my brother.
So yeah, that's my question is too. Once again, that's the question I asked right before you were going to ask, because you're standing on the heritage part. I mean, you're standing on the cultural part. So what part of the culture did they contribute to early on?
I mean, see, this is the part that does make sense to me, right? Because it sounds like y'all are saying, like, even if they did contribute to it, they was pretending to be us while they did it, or they was
but can you point? I'm asking you to point to the culture that they contributed.
I'm not versed in it. I'm not versed in hip hop history, right? But I've been listening to the conversation, and it sounds like,
yeah, but you see, you don't seem to know much about it. Then how are you gonna make a? See, you're talking about that. You're trying to give them credit. No, but you're trying to give them credit for something that you don't even know.
Hold on, Logic. Let him respond to you, and then let you
go ahead. Get your rant off, yo. You good?
Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're trying to give them credit for something you don't even know what they did. That doesn't make it. Does that make any sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah, get some of your mic time, Callie.
Go ahead.
No, go for it. Go for it, Knock.
All right, thank you, brother. That was gonna be my point as well, to ask him what are the contributions that he can name. But he did me one better by saying he's not an expert on hip hop. So what are your contributions to this conversation except to muddy the waters? When I come up here and I talk about hip hop, the relationship between Blacks and Hispanics in New York, I'm giving you places, times, and in multiple languages. You're up here just being a contrarian for the purpose of just being a contrarian. You know what I'm saying? And enough respect to you, you're still my brother. But if you're not an expert, or if you're not even knowledgeable on a subject, then you really don't have anything to add to the conversation. I'm the guy that came up here and asked the New Yorican Dr. Cologne to name me a Puerto Rican hip hop group. He said he couldn't. and then I had to give him one as a Black American. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, we done killed this conversation, and we're gonna keep it going. You know what I'm saying? I like beating dead horses. You know what I'm saying? Because people got to understand that it is our art. And when the other brother who was here, he says, oh, it's not important, and Bambaataa did this and that. Like, are you for hip hop or not? It almost seems like he's mad that we're reclaiming our art. That doesn't sound like an ally. That sounds like someone who, because they can't dribble, and you don't pick them for the next 5-on-5, say, I'm taking my ball and I'm going home, while he's speaking English peppered in Black American culture. Busta Rhymes was a 5%er, aka a member of the NGE, Nations of Gods and Earths, Black American. But then he gets up and says, America don't have nothing, and yeah, Jamaica. Now, come on, stop it. I'm from New York, where I remember, and I'm not even capping, this is probably my second girlfriend, not first girlfriend, but we only did that, humping shit. You know what I'm saying?
I got it.
Yeah, we never smidash, but my girlfriend in middle school or something, when she came back from the summer, and all of a sudden she was this rude gal from Jamaica. I'm like, what? Well, what happened? You know what I'm saying? At a certain point, I love that they embrace their roots, but before you embracing your roots, you were embracing my culture. So you can't embrace my culture, participate in my culture, and then turn around and say that you contributed to my culture as your newfound pride in your actual nationality or your roots, so to speak. I rest.
Hey, so on there, it's a good question too. And Moses, a shout to you. You like a half a second from becoming a mod. I appreciate that. He makes a good point. Then where's the involvement today? If it was so collaborative and so much of everybody doing this and everybody doing that, then where would the involvement of these originators, where are they at today?
You don't see it.
Why do you not see it today? Why do you not see the collaborative effort now?
Who's still the creator? Who's still the creators of all the new dances and all the new music today? The same ones who were creating it. It comes from the same ethnic group that was creating it from the beginning. So when you hear all the new music, all the new dances, all come from Black America. Why aren't these Caribbean people creating new hip hop dances, new hip hop style of music? They're not. They're what they're doing is they're adapting to us. They're copying us because they're living their lives just like us. So when they speak, they use our slang that we create. They're not creating any of this. We don't use Caribbean slang. We don't use any type of Puerto Rican slang. We don't use Mexican slang. We don't use no Jamaican slang in hip hop. No, we create it from every region that we come from. That's what you hear, and it comes from us. And then they copy us. So all the slang you hear today in hip hop, or whenever people are speaking, whether it's TikTok app or not, you hear all the words. Those words that you hear being used, these slang words come from Black America. Where are the Black Americans copying these people? That would be my question to the people who want to be contrarian.
I don't. What do you say? What do you say to that, Logic? You in the building? They talking directly to you.
I'm in the building, yo. I'm going 3v1, bro. It's my favorite.
Yeah, bro, get it. Fight back.
Look, did they make any contributions at all or no?
You don't want. You should know. Since you're the one being contrarian. Why are you arguing the point you don't know?
The two people who I'm familiar with who actually do dive deep in the topic, they both agree that there is some early influence from Puerto Ricans. Now, I'm asking you specifically, like you've been asking me questions, or is there early contributions or no?
I'm gonna say no. If you want to say they joined in early, yes. Did they contribute? No, they didn't start
They was
nothing.
there, but they didn't do
They
nothing.
didn't start nothing.
They was just on the
They
wall.
adapted to Black American culture, bro. That's what they did.
You know the word contribution means that they added something, right? That means they didn't take away, and you agree that they contributed.
What they did is they adapted to Black American culture.
Okay. Did they dilute it, or did they have like a
they practice Black
contribution?
American culture. They practice Black American culture.
Okay. So they were just incognito. I got you. They blended in.
Exactly.
See, like it's okay. So I think there's a better way to say my point, right? You got the Dipset, right? You got Jim Jones in there, who's a Puerto Rican, right? Now you're attempting to remove Jim Jones.
Jim Jones a
and
Puerto
still
Rican?
have Dipset. I just looked it up.
Jim Jones ain't no damn Puerto Rican.
I just looked it up, yo.
He got Spanish roots.
Yeah, I
That
just
don't
looked
make
it
him
up.
a Puerto Rican.
I mean, I just looked it up, yo.
So he got a Hispanic parent, is what you saying.
So look, just follow my point, right?
If
So my
anything,
point-
This is
he'd be
a
a New
dummy. We're about to
York
go to a dump.
my
Going off the
point
cliff
is,
again.
do you have
Man, Jim
Dipset if
Jones
you
ain't no
remove Jim
damn
Jones?
Puerto Rican.
Look it up then, goddammit. See if I'm tripping.
So
Look it
is he
up.
half Black American?
Look it up, bro.
Yeah, he gotta be.
Don't argue with me. Argue with Google,
And
bro. That's what it
even
says.
if he's not, he didn't create it.
Hold on. Jim Jones was born in the Bronx borough, New York City, and was raised in Harlem. His mother, Nancy Jones, is a Reuben, and his late father, Joseph Guillermo Jones, was Puerto Rican. Jim Jones was raised mainly by his maternal grandmother in Harlem. She's African American.
There you go.
Peace to
Nah,
Capo.
shit.
Shouts to Capo.
Okay, y'all claiming him? I got you. Okay, cool.
Wait, ain't he just talking
Wait,
about
hold
claiming?
on, y'all. Wait, hold on.
I'm cool. Yeah,
How did you get?
I'm actually just tip my cap, man. I think y'all got a good point.
But how about this? How does he have a Puerto Rican parent, a Reuben parent, and an African American grandmother? That don't make no sense.
Real quick to everybody, I'm gonna tell y'all right now before we go any further. I'm from Jersey. There will be no damn Dipset, capo slander on this show. We'll be going too far. That'll hurt my soul. Go ahead, Doc Music.
Yo, Salute, we gotta respect the show. Respect Jersey. I don't know if you ever heard of Roselle. You know what I'm saying? That was a little outskirts.
29, right down by Hillside. Yes, sir.
For sure. 908, you heard?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm all the way Jersey. I'm just glad we get to be a part of the conversation. I don't think we created it, but Enemies Public said I'm wrong, so I can't wait to do that show. But go ahead,
You think we wasn't bumping Artifacts in New York? Come on, man. We was bumping Artifacts wrong side of the tracks. So now, how does Jim Jones have a Puerto Rican parent and a Reuben parent or whatever, and then an African American grandmother that raised him? Let me explain to you the schizophrenia of Black Americans in New York due to the fact that many of us were outnumbered in New York. You had Black Americans claiming to be everything but Black Americans because that's what they were surrounded by. You know what I'm saying? Claiming to be Panamanian, claiming to be Puerto Rican, claiming to be Dominican. Matter of fact, there was a whole dude on another channel that I used to that used to exist that I used to contribute to. This guy had this whole lie that he was a Afro-Colombian. He wasn't nothing but a regular Black American. So this peer pressure to accept the exoticals of the Black community and then try to be them will definitely find hosts to burrow into. No diddy. So like when people say, oh, he's Puerto Rican, then what happens once you do something good? Then they'll try to make you a Puerto Rican like they did with Disco King Mario. So New York, that's why, look, whenever you hear them speak about New York and FBA, everybody gives a side eye. Everybody, because they're them New York cats, you know what I'm saying? They have FBA, they this, they that, they Pan-Africans. There's a lot of shade thrown at New York City, and I understand it. But now remember what I said. There was an exodus out of New York from Black Americans in the 90s to go back down south, to go upstate, and to go out to Jersey and also to Long Island. My family moved from the Bronx and bought the crib in Roselle, New Jersey, so I know about it. Well, what's that high school over there? I forget whatever it was. It was on whatever, but I've been around, and it was just black Americans and whites for the most part, and then there was a lot of Haitians out there. I think there's a lot of Haitians in Elizabeth. You know what I'm saying? But we are the culture. That's it. So I don't really like contrarian talking points or asking questions with a question. If you don't know, it's no problem, but you can just learn. You know what I'm saying? So we can keep the conversation going. Hey, did the Cuban brother leave?
Yeah, they dipped out. The Cuban and Cuban Crisis, peace to you. He had to dip out. Dr. Cologne, he dipped out. I mean, those would be separate shows. I think it's like I said. I think it shouts to hip hop, man. I mean, I know it becomes a racial conversation. I've heard a lot of FBA, Foundational Black Americans. So I think it's cool that hip hop is still strong. For a minute there, I think Nas was saying it was dead and all this, that, and the other. But I think maybe the product or the brand hip hop is struggling a little bit, but the culture is definitely strong because, as you can see, in 2024, this is a conversation from the 70s, the early 60s, finding out that hip hop it's got some cultural influences from the 20s, and in 2024, all it took was for KRS-One, a rapper from the Bronx, to make a statement, and there's 120 people in here listening to different origins and exactly how it goes. So hip hop is strong. This is I send all my love to hip hop. So I mean, it is what it is. I appreciate it. Logic, I gotta say, so I like to source up all the time as much as I can. He has Puerto Rican heritage. His real name is Joseph Guillermo Jones. I asked what his grandparents' race and nationality. He's spoken about his diverse heritage in interviews. His maternal grandmother was a Reuben. She hailed from the Caribbean islands. On the other hand, his paternal grandparents were Puerto Rican. This mixed heritage contributes to his African-American, Puerto Rican, and Caribbean roots. And even though he is Puerto Rican, Logic, the reason why you're getting so much pushback is because for the life of me, and I'm trying to really think about this, I followed Jim Jones since Take Me to Church, Take Him to Church. I can't think of one Spanish song he's ever done. Like, if he is Puerto Rican, I don't think he's ever like. I'm trying to think. Maybe in the chat y'all can help me. I don't think
he ain't done no Caribbean songs either. No,
I don't think he's ever done a Caribbean song. Yeah,
no, dude, he acts like a Black American. Acts like a Black American.
You're misusing my analogy, right? So yes. So only thing. So the reason why I said it is because even though that this Puerto Rican contribution is small, y'all are basically saying it ain't there. That's what I'm
talking
saying.
about the invention of hip hop, bro.
If that's what your point is, run with it, right? I'm just saying that I keep hearing that it was there, and then now y'all taking it out.
We're talking about the creation of hip hop, not people that got in later, bro. The creation from the creation. When you look, hold on, wait. When you look at the creation, right? No, but you look at the creation, right? You look at the music that was being played. True or false? Did that not come from Black America?
Steven, you crazy, dude.
Yeah, I've been getting that point up. Y'all can say y'all created. I got you.
Oh yeah.
You're Logic. You're not Black American. You're not Black American, Logic.
I'm Black American.
Yes, sir.
Then why are you what? Are you sure you're Black American or are you something else?
When he said y'all,
yeah, that's a sign.
That's a sign.
Y'all? Okay.
Where your people from?
What's it a sign of?
A sign that either you're not Black American or you're not proud to be Black American. When you other yourself within your own ethnic group, that's a red flag, brother.
Okay.
So where your people from?
Yo, Cali, we're wasting our time with this dude. I'm about to be out. Yo, Cali, this dude is bringing down the whole vibe. We were having constructive conversation. He's being a contrarian with no knowledge.
Yeah, he sounds like Brandon. Pan African Strikes Back, doesn't he?
He definitely sounds like Brandon. You sound like short bus Brandon.
American
All right,
Rifleman, American Rifle Coon. You know what I'm saying? You can blend it with any of those dudes, man. That's what you sound like. Them dudes.
Hey, so the last question I got, right? We've been here 6 hours. Before we get Knock Measy and Heritage out of here, I appreciate y'all. I mean, you definitely told us we was gonna get to 115. We at 120 now. So
Yeah.
we killed 6 hours. Yeah, we killed it. So I appreciate you, Knock Measy. Just met you today, and you my brother, bro. Definitely, I appreciate
For
that.
sure, man. For sure.
And then the last question: how does the debate over hip hop's origin? No, I don't even want to ask that because I was writing these questions while y'all was talking. Do you think now, knowing what we know now in 2024, based off new information, do you think that there should be a strive for this to be revised? Like, I mean, there's a conversation. Do you think that it should be revised to make sure, right, just to confirm solidly, pause, that hip hop is an African American creation, and then give everybody else their credit? But as far as the creation, do you think that this should still be a fight per se to make sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that hip hop remains African American while in creation, while showing respect to the collaborations of other people? Do you think that this is like something that we should be focused on, or how to fix hip hop basically today?
Yeah, one thing we need to fix some elements of hip hop, right? But as of right now, though, too, I don't believe in letting other outsiders come and try to hijack some of our culture. And so these people are trying to act like that they contributed, but when every time you turn around, almost every aspect of hip hop was Black American. You can't show me one thing, because there should be something that's surviving, right? There should be some surviving aspect that came from these people. You don't see it. These people came and they joined in after the creation. No, that's ours.
Okay. What do you think, Knock Measy? And then I go to you. Chef not in here. I'll go to you, Logic, and then go to Cedric. We got Cedric Ortega in the building. That's my brother. My brother. That's definitely my brother. He a day one Tri-Media supporter, and then we'll have that conversation because I think you would have.
Hey, Raz, this is a great show, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what do you think, Knock Measy? Do you think we really need to focus on where hip hop is today, or should we focus more on making sure that the origins are straight so that we can get hip hop in order today?
We have to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, so we got to do it all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if we don't, just really solidify this and just crush people in these debates online, which is the new reality, the new norm, right? The narrative will get out of control, and a lie left unchecked becomes the truth. Dr. Cologne, I don't know if he's a glutton for punishment, but he's been getting cooked by so many people. I think he just wants to get cooked. I don't know. But the information is out there, and we had it, and now we can focus also on the direction of hip hop, right? The Sexy Reds, and look, a guilty pleasure of mine is Pound Town. I shadow box to the Pound Town instrumental. I like it. I don't like what you're talking about, but I like it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be the old man, shaking my finger at the kids, from my rocking chair. You know what I'm saying?
Get off my lawn and all that.
Yeah, get off my lawn, kids. You know what I'm saying? Hip hop is what it's going to be. It's created a lot of jobs. There's an element of hip hop that's caused a lot of death and destruction. But the good and the bad, it's ours, and that's a fact.
Facts. What do you say to that, Logic? And then I'm gonna go over to Cedric and then right over to Chef.
Yes,
By the way, Logic, they killing you in the chat, big fella. They're killing you in the chat. They are literally. This is like they are doing a full concert or just you right now in the chat.
Hey, this dude Dart.
The sad thing is that you love it. That's the weird.
That's the funny part.
Hey, this dude Dartmouth. He said This dude Dartmouth didn't know that I knew who MF Doom was.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I got
cool,
multiple albums of his.
Bro,
And I knew him before he was MF Doom. MF
This
Doom.
This is getting epic. They said that your Logic. They said that your ancestors are the Olmecs.
I'm getting all the crucial shit, Joe. I heard Social describe it one time. Is I ain't scared to stick my chin out there, man. If I could be wrong. I'm just saying based on how I see it, it don't seem to be that cut and dry, but it seems to be a lot more important, to you. So I agree with you, man. I ain't gonna sit up here and argue with you. You like it, I love it, bro.
Hey, Cali Enigma. I've been looking day and night with a flashlight looking for you. I've been pause. Damn. Hey, yo.
Yeah, you going crazy, son.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little exhausted. We've been up here 6 hours. But hey, Cali Enigma, I've been I don't know, whatever. Hit the link because I wanted to talk about the because I know you do the boxing, and I wanted to have a conversation about that pop.
Oh, I'm Cali Enigma, bro. That's me.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Get the fuck, boy.
Yeah.
All right, it's up now. It's up.
It's up.
Bro, the universe is working, baby. Let's make it. Yeah.
Hey, Callie, you gotta put your email in the back chat. We want to invite you to the Discord. We've been wanting to have some boxing conversations. We've been wanting to have a conversation about that pop-out. Yeah, we wanted to have a pop-out concert show because they're kind of misconstruing exactly what the feeling was. When we specifically asked for you.
Okay, sure.
That's fire, bro. We definitely, because we got a Tank Davis supporter in here, and we had a good show on Tank Davis a while back. Chef from Baltimore. That's all they got. They hold on to Tank Davis
No, man. I see. Here's the thing. I don't just like Tank Davis. I'm not one of those dudes. I interviewed Tank Davis back in 2018. I still have his interview.
I remember.
Yeah.
You told me.
Yeah, so a lot of these boxers and stuff like that, yeah, I met a whole bunch of them. Some of them are not what you think they are. People like some of these dudes, and these people don't like you, I promise you. But that's a whole nother subject.
Yeah, that's another subject. Yeah, hey, yo, shout to MF Doom, man. Shout to MF Doom. And matter of fact, while I get the opportunity, what's the independent artist that's always on the Forbes list? Never went platinum, but he from out there, and he out from like Kansas City or something like that. Shouts to him. His name always the same.
Tech Nine. Yep.
Yeah, always on the Forbes list. Gets no love commercially, but that man, he sold out shows, does it all by himself. Literally the example for us by us. So Cedric, go ahead and get in the conversation. I promise you, Callie, I'm gonna hit you up. We've been talking about you for at least 2 months. I promise you, bro. Oh man. Okay, fine.
Yeah, today been good.
Cedric, I ain't letting it go, bro. I'm not getting off. We still at 86. I can't close the show at 86. So
I'm here now. I made it to the shop. We here.
Okay. Go ahead, Cedric. Speak your piece. By the way, Cedric, they saying, damn, I feel like Sinetta is saying this bullshit. All right. Well, anyway, I ain't trying to cause no problems. I'm gonna start my sentence with that. But they're saying that Jamaicans should be left out of hip hop. I know you're not Jamaican, but you're Caribbean. What do you think about that? And then talk about whatever you want to talk about, but just make sure at some point you address that question. Hip hop is African American, and then everybody else is just contributors after the fact. Go ahead, Sid. All right, good conversation, Sid. I appreciate it. I mean that conversation couldn't have been better than I mean, damn. I mean, you dropped a lot of good points. You were very poignant, and I appreciate you.
You gotta unmute yourself, Sid.
Yeah, you
mute yourself, man.
I don't know, but all right, moving forward. Oh, Hits is back, so there we go. All right, so now I got my tri-media people back in the building. I was at the last question. I don't have any more questions. What y'all got? Do y'all have anything else like that? K-Def fan. Fire. All right, so are we what are we doing? Are we closing? What are we doing?
Now I wish I would have been on this conversation earlier, man. This been a good show, man. Dr. Mayat, she interviewed Lord Jamar
I saw
the other day. Yeah, that was a great interview. Yeah, man. Shout out to Lord Jamar for holding it down.
Why is it that Lord Jamar, when these conversations came up, because I remember he back in the day, he said something to Vlad about Eminem, saying that he was a guest. So why is he like a gatekeeper to an extent? Is he like somebody that the
Yeah, he's been gatekeeping Black American culture. He's been telling everybody for about over a decade. He's been telling folks that hip hop is Black American culture. He's never wavered on that. This is not new. Everybody acts like Lord Jamar just started doing this. No, he hasn't. You can go back. You can go through YouTube search, and he's been saying this for a long time. Everything he's saying now, he's been saying. He had to change.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brand Nubian, man. Shout out to Brand Nubian and the brothers from the 5% Nation, man. Shout out to them brothers.
Yeah, facts. Grand Poobah, one of the most underrated lyricists ever.
Facts.
One of the most underrated lyricists ever, Grand Poobah. And to this date, I still have not heard of a relevant Baltimore rapper while Chef is busy in the chat. Just let you know.
And I want to say, Nas is still the GOAT, bro. Nas is still the GOAT. Nas is still the GOAT for me. Nas is still the GOAT.
We probably gonna have that GOAT conversation soon. And so, calling Lord Jamar pseudo in this particular arena, it might not go over so well. So go ahead, Cedric. See you back.
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I'm sorry about that. I was on my laptop.
No problem, bro.
So first I want to say happy anniversary to hip hop. 51 years. Proud to share a birthday with hip hop. And that's first and foremost. And secondly, y'all know I sit back, I listen, and I try to dissect the whole conversation and understand what's happening. And there seems to be, in my humble opinion, a communication problem. Let me say it like this. Hip hop is 100% American, Black American, African American. Let's start with that. Right? And let me say it like this. When whoever took part in hip hop, when they left their homes, regardless of where they came from originally, where their moms or dad was from, when they got in the streets, they took on the persona of a Black American. So they went home and they probably sound like this when they reach home. Mommy, how you doing? Everything good? Yeah, all right. What you eating today? And when they got in the streets, Busta Rhymes, for example, it was, yeah, my brother, how you doing? So hip 100% American, regardless of an individual's birthplace, whether it be Latino, whether it be Jamaican, whether it be Arup, I don't care.
Great point.
American culture. When you like, I hear Kanye West mom speak. She's Caribbean. I hear Biggie mom speak. She's Caribbean. I hear Tupac mom speak. She's Caribbean. I hear Busta mom speak. She's Caribbean. Right? Kanye West mama Caribbean. Kevin Gates mama Caribbean. But these brothers embrace and exhibit Black American culture. And it is within that context that they contributed to hip hop, not because they were Jamaican. Or from anywhere else. Wyclef is Haitian, but his music is American hip hop. So this whole argument is a bit skewed in my humble opinion, because I get these dynamics and I go, but no, it's 100% American. So even if you were conscious of a sound system or whatever, when you got in those streets and you played the music, you played American funk, you played American R&B. Your breaks was all based on that format. So it is a bit disingenuous, in my opinion, where that a Busta Rhymes or a KRS-One would even suggest their Jamaican or Caribbean roots as having influence in the culture. They as individuals, yes, but not anything to do with their own culture. Because you get the argument. Where is it now? Like dancehall is dancehall. It is Jamaican style of rapping, and they even got genres. There is even gully music. That's you can consider that trap music because it's all about guns and shooting. It's different than what Buju does, right? So therein you see the resemblance, but that is Jamaican. Why? It is within the Jamaican accent. It's with the Jamaican flavor, right? You can't call that hip hop. You call that dance hall. So those distinctions need to be made, and I think the conversation is a mute one when we understand fundamentally that when these cats left their home, they embraced American slang, American dialogue, all these things. No Jamaican goes in American say carry it come. They say, yo, bring that for 'em. So yeah, cool. Her coming from Jamaica, so it's irrelevant to the hip hop conversation. That culture is birthed in America. Now, subsequently, it no longer belongs to just America. Black culture all over the world has embraced hip hop, right? And Americans should take pride in the fact that the culture, right, has been embraced in a variety of languages. I mean, because I speak multiple languages, I can embrace hip hop in a variety of languages and lyricists. I mean, there are lyricists out there, right, that are fully dedicated to the culture, true to the culture, true to the music, and and to some extent, even true to the street life. I mean, one of the biggest stars in Europe and from the Caribbean, Bucci. I mean, this dude's a millionaire hip hop artist, sold out shows. He was gunned down when he was in Curacao on vacation, like gangsta. So this culture that was created in America now belongs to the world. But the origins, the root of it is 100% American. Now, amongst y'all, you can dispute Jersey, New York, or whatever, but it is that argument is a mute and dead one. And this is coming from a brother that embraces hip hop with my whole heart, my soul, and being. And I'm outside of the U.S. I'm in the Caribbean, so.
Let me respond to America.
Hey, real quick, I want to say something real quick.
Okay, I want to. Then let me respond to American Dream.
Well, I
after
want to
this, 'cause
ask
this-
him what part of
no
the
problem.
Caribbean
Hold on.
you know about Curacao.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's acknowledge the validity of Cedric's point before we
Facts.
move on. Though.
Oh yeah, no, that was definitely facts.
That was
There
crazy.
nothing else to be said. That was fire. I appreciate. That's what I mean by Chef was talking to us about this early.
It was respectful.
When we were creating the business. He did it respectfully, right? He's from outside the United States, and then the most important part is I want to get multiple perspectives. I don't invite really people to jump on the link to get up here and argue and this, that, and the other. That's not really what we're looking for. I want to get many perspectives so that I can then form an opinion, educated opinion. But somebody in the chat, real quick, KK Johnson, peace to you. They just educated me to something that I did not know. Break dancing is an Olympic. It's literally in Paris. They're going to have breakdancing as an Olympic sport this year. It's an Olympic sport. How did we not know this? Breaking is an urban dance style that originated in the United States in the 1970s. With roots in hip hop culture, breaking first took form in the lively block parties in the Bronx borough of New York and is characterized by acrobatic movement, stylized footwork, and the key role played by the DJ and the master of ceremonies during battles. International competitions were first held in the 90s. A brief overview of the rules: there'll be 16 B-boys and 16 B. Boy, they know how to snatch culture, bro. Oh my God. The breaking competition comprises 2 events, one for men, one for women, 16 B-boys, 16 B-girls, in spectacular solo battles. They'll be using a combination of power moves, including windmills, the 6-step, and freezes. Improvise the beat to the DJs. What in the hell?
Yeah, I've been seeing hip hop. I mean, b-boy and b-girl has been very popular, especially in places like France, You can even see it all throughout for Europe, right? Europe has maintained, and Asia too as well, right? They like b-boying and stuff has continued to survive for the most part through Europe and Asia. So it doesn't surprise me.
Chris Brown did 2 movies where it was about international hip hop competition. In one, he broke his knee. The first one is he did it in honor of his brother because they were dancers, and his brother got shot in some street stuff, and he got sent to a dance camp, right, as punishment. And they took part in an international hip hop battle in France. Like this is not new. Japan, yeah. Oh my God. Like,
yeah, I think that I agree with Triple Fox. Triple Flex. I think Asians will probably win. Go ahead, knock music.
Yeah, because I want to go ahead, knock.
All right, thanks. Now I brought that up earlier. That they pretty much took over breakdancing. But I have a question for the brother from the Caribbean. If you don't mind, what country are you from in the Caribbean?
I'm from St. Martin. That's one of the most northeastern islands. It's pretty close to St. Bart. So if you know where the jet setters go, they have to pass through my island to reach the St. Bart.
Dutch St. Martin or French?
I'm on the Dutch side. I'm Dutch. I'm Dutch St.
Because you mentioned Curacao, and you mentioned Bucci. That happened like a couple of maybe a year ago or something like that.
Yes. And then we got then the biggest one is Kalash. Like he did shows with Rick Ross and that whole Miami set. Like he's part of that whole set. And a kid from Curacao. But
you speak Papiamento?
Sa Bomesa, you can saw me that. Mananse na saw me that you can saw me.
In que barrio Mananse?
Yeah. Qua barrio? Mananse. Bom, viene nanta di Veres, pero Mananse na Cram Clinic, Rio Canario.
Rio Canario. Sé que
Cram Clinic. The hospital dedicated to the birth. So in the Cram Clinic. Cram Clinic
like
is
y'all
Dutch.
talking about my mother. Hold on.
No, we're not. Like hold on 1 second. We're gonna wrap it up in a second. Pero me tengo casa na mauma. Yuko South. I will say me the papiamento.
Dushi motasi, brother. Dushi motasi.
Você acaba, Romano. Você acaba.
Me sacaba, brother. Oh, well, bostante coi cans with the papi, no. Coceiro with the papi.
Seguro. Papi gewoon é verdade.
Certo, verdade, mit the papi. Gewoon ik kom eens kida echt, porque de hene te ganha coi cans. Non, to unda bota, di unda basalita, di unda bota, tem nang bota bo cultura ananse, bot cultura cresce. Bota entregar dinge cultura como binha, no papi coi cans.
All right, so for everybody, I told y'all I was a polyglot. So I'm gonna ask the brother, how was my papiamento as a Black American?
Yeah, that you're right there, bro.
Thanks, bro. But my wife is from his country. That's how I learned it. But salute. And thank you for supporting what we were saying about hip hop, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Hey,
hey, I want to say one thing to American Dream. That's why I've been waiting to say something here.
What did you want to say?
So American Dream, right? So American Dream was one of those dudes who tried to tell Black Americans how we should conduct ourselves and our culture. Then he'll try to say we, because he really wants to be one of us, but you're not. You can never be one of us. You know what I'm saying? No, for the most part, I'm not even xenophobic. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with Caribbeans heavy. Not you though, because you're a coon. So you can never, ever be one of us. You wish you was, which is why you always try to say we. But stay your coon ass over there. You say that Jamaicans don't want hip hop. We never even invited your ass. We would invite other Caribbeans because a lot of them are solid people. You ain't one. You are a Sambo. We don't want nothing to do with you. Stay the fuck away from us, man. But you come around us all the time because you wish you were us, but then you coon on a regular basis. You want to be over there and side over there with white supremacists. Well, go stay over there. But reality is this: it's hard because they don't really accept you. You look at your dark skin every day, and you wish you could just hang around Black Americans, and you wear that American flag behind you, but you hate your Jamaican heritage. But reality is this: You wish you can put that American flag behind you, American dream, and say you was us. You can never, ever be Black American. Now sit on that. Stew in it. I know it hurts. You can never fucking be me.
Pause.
All right.
All right. You know what?
All right.
On that note, I gotta give props to American Dream. I have never met somebody that can make somebody so angry faster than American Dream. American Dream has a skill. It's a talent.
A tactic.
He can make somebody furious.
That's an art
That's my
form.
typing. That dude is hilarious.
That's art form. That is an art form developed over many years of
Yeah, I
coolness,
appreciate
my
you,
brother.
old man. Yeah, appreciate you, Mr. Old Man. He said that movie you was talking about was Stomp the Yard, Cedric.
Sorry, what you say?
He said the name of the movie you were talking about with Chris Brown. Somebody in the chat said that it was Stomp the Yard.
The
breakdancing movie you was talking about?
I'm not sure if it was Stomp the Yard. There was a Stomp the Yard series, but I think that was more about battling a stateside. But I could be wrong. It might be Stomp the Yard, indeed. But yeah, he did two movies about international breakdancing. And it was in Paris. Go figure.
All right, well, hits DQ. If y'all got something, I've asked all my questions. I got all the information I need. Do y'all have questions? Y'all got a statement? Are we moving the conversation, or 6 hours later, are we closing the conversation? Let me know.
Now I'm about to hop off the panel, though, man. Appreciate you for letting me come up. You knock me, that's my homie right there. And said, I've been rocking with you too, man. I rock with most of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Logic, bro. Bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know, Logic, man. You kind of got a little American dream and Brandon in you, bro.
Nah,
maybe
you
can grow on me.
Disagree, yo. What you mean?
Maybe you could grow on me, bro. But I've seen some shit before, bro. In the Discord.
We just disagree.
No, I've seen some shit before in the Discord, bro. It's like, bro, I don't know. I mean, I hope to be wrong, bro, but I've seen some coon leanings, you know what I'm saying, from before in the Discord, bro. So I'm hoping that you don't go that route. You don't be American Dream. American Dream is not the one you want to be, because he's just a Sambo. He can't help himself. That dude wake up every day in the morning, he drink coon juice. So he can't help himself. So yeah, just a hater, but he wishes he was one of us while hating on us at the same time.
That was wilding, boy.
Yeah, you wilding right now. Yeah.
All right, so where y'all and I agree with the comment right here. I agree with the comment, because that would be my concern about the Olympics with the breakdancing. Even though they're making hip hop global, it doesn't necessarily mean that they recognizing us globally. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about, because it seems like we're always in hip hop, we always get put in that position where when it goes global or it goes international, or quote unquote corporations take it and put it out to the world, it's like, yeah, y'all should just be happy because it's out to the world. But in the same token, I wonder how many young Black kids from the Bronx is going to be competing in this breakdancing competition. I'm actually going to watch the Olympics specifically for that, just to see if we're actually breakdancing to be represented, hip hop will be represented, but will African Americans, Puerto Ricans, Jamaicans, will they be represented in that competition? That's an interesting topic. But hits, y'all got anything? I truly don't have any more questions.
Baz, can I please say this? It is part of the it's just a symptom of a music or an art form going international. For example, today the best reggae music, where do you think it's produced?
No, you got me. Where?
Germany. Germany.
Vultures.
The best reggae artist, one of the top reggae artists right now.
Damn vultures. Go ahead. Oh God, bro. African Americans are special work.
It is just a symptom of a culture or a art form going international. Like who can believe that Germany is the #1 reggae producing country in the world? and consumer of it.
They're gonna take it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
10 years, it's gonna be theirs.
Yeah.
They invented that in an automobile. Watch, it's gonna be. I'll give it about 10, 15 years. But let me just add, and then I'll close out.
Freddie, you know you're supposed to hit the link, bro. You know you're supposed to hit the link, Freddie. Go ahead, hit.
Freddie been in here? What's up, Freddie?
Yeah, Freddie in here watching, bro. That's somebody I want to hear from. That's a young brother that talks about hip hop. Yeah,
the new hip
go
hop.
ahead.
But
Yeah, new hip hop. Go ahead,
my submission would be that hip hop is just a continuation of our music, of our dance, of our dress, of our slang and language. Hold on, what else did I have? Oh, let's see, make sure. Yeah, that's it. That's this. And if it was a continuation of reggae music or Caribbean music, it would have continued on in that fashion, which we don't see to this day. If it was a continuation of Latin music, we would see that today. We don't see that today. We see some Spanish artists, we see some Caribbean artists, but we don't see that music today as prominent. So that it's the same point I had from the beginning. You know, our historical timeline in this country, it follows this cycle. You know, creativity, then it gets popularized, then it somehow gets yanked out of our hands, and other people get the accolades for it. And I'm sure at the breakdance portion of the Olympics, when they do the dedication, because they already have, actually Red Bull has a DJ competition every year. They took that over from like the DMC and the New Music Seminar. That's something else people can look up. And it just gets commercialized, and then it starts to look like everyone and everybody else. And that's fine to share culture and learn and, express yourself through different cultures, but we still have to show respect to the originators. And one thing about Dr. Cologne, when he came in, a lot of his points were 1975 and forward. So I can understand that mentality. When you already have Flash and Herc and Bambaataa established, you already have breakdance crews established, you have MC groups together established, you have a certain type of party and dress and all of that. That's well established. That is not the original. And like I said, Grand Mixer DXT claims that they are second generation, that all of that stuff, and a lot of them say it themselves, the Spanish rappers, the Spanish DJs, the Spanish b-boys, they all, in one statement or another, claim that the originators of what they do were African American kids. And thanks to all the new subscribers. Thanks to everybody who liked the video. Come back and check us out. We appreciate y'all. That's a fact. And all the
Logic, you
guests
got
on the
any?
panel.
Logic, you got anything?
No, it was a good conversation, man. I think it was pretty fun, except for the coon part, but I ain't tripping. But I think I like what Cedric said a lot, right? He said something to the effect of yes, we can pinpoint the origins to America, but you have different contributions as time goes on, and I think it's like I think if you're looking at a particular way, one of those things will become more important to you, but they're both true. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's no need to be disgusted by contributions from other people. And I even like what Hit says when you say you don't see these other groups of people doing it on their level, and you don't see when you do see like Puerto Ricans participating in hip hop, they're doing it as Black people, right? I get all that. I definitely get all of that. So it was a fun conversation. I learned some stuff. I gave my point of view, and it was cool. I definitely enjoyed it, and definitely thank y'all for coming, man. This was a good one. I definitely I feel like we actually, I could feel the growth today. It was like like a spike or something. It was crazy. It was tight.
Yeah, feel the growth
Pause.
is super
My bad.
Ayo.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say pause.
And then the
You
spike,
can
and then
feel the
I
growth
kind of,
feel the growth
my
on
bad.
your time, not our time.
You're right.
DQ, talk to the people before we get out of here. We're literally 6 hours in. I appreciate all the subscribers. We literally went up 60 subscribers today.
Beautiful.
So I appreciate the love. I appreciate the energy. Not Measy. We're gonna be hitting you up for your own show, bro. Because I just want to hear you untethered, and then later we'll bring other people to the panel. Shout out to you all the way from Europe. You've been here with us for 5 hours, so that's a lot of love, and a lot of people that came in here came from you. I always believe people at the bottom, they compete. People at the top collaborate so that we all can build together. So I appreciate you, Knock Measy. I don't want to downplay anything that you contributed today. DQ, you got something, and I'm gonna actually let you close, Knock Measy, close the show. So go ahead, DQ. You got anything?
Yeah, most definitely. This was a very informative conversation. We heard so many different perspectives. We had some facts drop. We had some sources. We had some first front line experiences exposed today. So I want to thank everybody for coming on. I want to thank everybody for joining Tri-Media. Shout outs to Brass Hits. Shout out to Cedric. My boy Chef over there getting the fade right. My boy Live.
We literally got somebody in Baltimore doing a haircut while we doing the live. Like, yo, clap it up for Chef real quick. I mean, God,
can't take y'all nowhere. Y'all just
doing a whole haircut while we doing the live. Listen. I really believe, bro, you collaborate to get to the top, bro. You collaborate. You don't gotta compete all the time. Everything ain't gotta be a damn competition. James, you earned moderator today. ABHS, you are a moderator now. We got 93 likes and 100 viewers. That doesn't happen, bro. That doesn't happen. And you know what? Shout out to hip hop, bro. But Not Measy. I'm gonna let you close the show. Y'all join the Discord. The Discord link is in the chat. The after party in the Discord, and then subscribe to the channel. And it's much love. We're gonna come back with a lot of good content. We got a lot of good shows. Technology shows on Sundays, the morning TMI shows. But we fired up, bro. We appreciate it.
We ready, folks. We got grown folk shows.
Yeah, we got grown folks radio.
Music
We have grown
shows.
folk conversation. So shouts to you, Cedric. It's always love with you, Cedric, no matter what. So Knock Measy, take us out, bro.
Man, I want to just say thank you for the whole panel. Thank you for you.
Give him the Summer Jam screen. Hold on. Give him the Summer
Jam
screen.
Man.
Give him Summer
Jam. Puerto Rican Measy on a Summer Jam screen.
I got
you. Go ahead, big
Yo, shout out to everybody. Shout out to Dr.
Baby, give me my platform.
Who said I was a Puerto Rican, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not, I'm a probably black. And when we get on these panels, we make it hot. You heard? No Diddy. I came out the gym and I heard this live stream. And I knew it was something special. You know what I'm saying? That's why I rushed home and then clicked the link. I'm glad that I did. You know what I'm saying? Because this channel, to keep it 100, should have way more subscribers than what it does. So we're going to get this channel to where it needs to be. The collaboration was crazy. It got a little spicy, but it was very respectful at the end of the day. So I wish y'all brothers success. What we're going to leave with is that FBA created hip-hop. Black Americans created hip-hop. Shout out to everybody that contributed, but let's keep it respectful and let's keep it funky. I'm going to see y'all on the next one. Peace.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one. We take y'all out. After party in the Discord.
In the Discord.
DQ. Look. Dumping my swisher guts on my high school diploma. Knowing I'm highly educated from my aroma. Don't know where it's coming from, but I know it's marijuana. And you can smell the leaves in the room. Check. Look. I got a new weed strand, come from New Zealand. It's a new weed brand from my new weed man. Connected to the growers, I'm a true weed fan. I'm a true weed stan. Green thumb and green hand. Jammin' Lee Village, I'm a cool geek, man. I got a smooth freak who chillin' for a cool week, man. Running through them papers like a Newsweek stain. Cause all my cushions fuckier than Juneteenth bands. I'm selling 3.5s to 3 or 4 guys.
Yeah. DQ. Check. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on. Niggas out here making moves, see a hand out the type of shit they waiting on.